opened my mouth, you either sent me to my room or walked away. Oh, and that legal guardianship bullshit. We are so done. I am taking you to court after this, if that's what it takes, and I am moving out. Sal, Dad stopped, taking a deep breath. Then he said, I'm sorry. I overreacted. You have to understand that I was frightened. There was every chance that Simbo Jen had taken this opportunity to bug the house, and I couldn't risk you saying something before we'd managed to find and deactivate all of their listening devices. It was best for everyone if I seemed to be unreasonably angry with you. Why would Simbo Jen be bugging our house? I asked. I already answer all their questions. He hesitated, looking at me with an expression of such profound sadness that I rocked back a step, trying to figure out what was going through his mind. Finally, he said, I'm going to ask a question. I need you to answer me honestly. Can you do that? I nodded, not quite sure I trusted my voice at the moment. Good. This book he held up, Don't Go Out Alone. Where did you get it? It's Nathan S., I said. Where did Nathan get it? This line of questioning was starting to make me uncomfortable, for reasons I couldn't quite put my finger on. I frowned. I don't know. He had it when he was a kid. I seriously doubt it came this way, since children's books aren't normally equipped to block top-of-the-line surveillance devices from doing their jobs, said my father. I'm not playing around, Sal. Who gave you this book? It's extremely important that I speak with them. When I first got home, shaken by my experience in Lafayette and seeing Tansy's blood-speckled face every time I closed my eyes, I would have told him about Dr. Cal and her lab without hesitation. After 5 days on house arrest, I just shook my head. Too much about this wasn't adding up. It's Nathan's. He said I could borrow it if I wanted to. It was really important to him when he was a kid, and I wanted to understand him better, so I borrowed it. Before Dad could react, I leaned forward and grabbed the book out of his hand, pulling it out of his reach. Thank you for giving it back. I remember how important it is to respect other people's property. Sally. All the anger that I'd been trying to hold back suddenly bubbled to the surface, pouring out of my lips before I had consciously decided that I was going to speak. Why did you shut off the internet? Why haven't I been allowed to watch the news? What's happening out there? You ask me questions like you think you have a right to answers, but you're not willing to let me know what's going on or why you're scared. It's not fair, and I won't do it. You raised me better than that. Sal, in a very real way, I didn't raise you at all. Dad's words were quiet, even a little bit sad, like he was admitting something he didn't want to say to anyone, much less to me. I stopped breathing and didn't start again until he continued, saying, Your accident may have made you a better person. It did, in a lot of ways. I can't lie to myself about that, even if that makes me feel like I'm betraying the memory of my little girl. But it also made you unpredictable in some ways, because I don't know what you're going to do when the chips are down. You don't have the training Sally had, and baby, I don't have the time to give it to you. Sometimes you're just going to have to trust me and do as I say, because there isn't time for me to explain. The sound of drums rose in my ears as I thought about what he was saying to me. Finally, with a feeling of deep regret spreading through my chest, I shook my head and said, No. My father frowned. What? No, Dad. You say I'm not Sally. Fine. I don't remember being her. I don't remember the things you say you taught her. I'm not her. You say I don't have her training. Fine. If I'm not her, I can't have the things that only ever belonged to her, and that means I can't have the things she learned before I was here. But you don't get to tell me that my not having her training means you can't trust me. It goes against every other conversation we've ever had. You told me I was more dependable than she was. She was wild, and she broke rules to show you that she could. Me disappearing the other day was the first thing I've ever done that was wrong, and I had pretty good reasons for doing it. You don't get to tell me to trust you and not give me a good reason to do it. My father looked at me without saying anything. I glared defiantly back, clutching "don't go out alone" against my chest and trying to look like I wasn't going to pass out. The drums were louder than ever, and my head felt completely empty, so light that it might float away. So this is what adrenaline and anger feel like when you put them together, I thought, and kept glaring. He was the first to look away. I reacted so poorly, and your mother went along with me, because this wasn't the first report of sleepwalkers accosting someone in their home. So, I asked, abandoning my glare in favor of a puzzled frown, I don't understand why that would make you freak out the way you did, if it's happened before. At least, we believe that it's happened before, he said. There were no survivors, but all signs indicated that the homes had been entered by one or more sleepwalkers. I said nothing. In some cases, bodies have been recovered. In others, the residents of those homes have been retrieved later when they, along with the original sleepwalkers, have been found wandering as much as 5 miles from the site of the attack. Somehow, the sleepwalkers are either inducing or speeding infection in asymptomatic individuals. If they had touched you. Simbogen says I'm clean, I said. I realized how empty the words were even as I was speaking them. Simbogen knew that the implants contained genetic material that had never been disclosed to the public. Simbogen knew that there was a danger of the host becoming compromised. Dr. Cal might have been their Dr. Frankenstein miracle worker, but the scientists she left behind weren't stupid. They understood what the early generation desymbogenesis could mean. They knew about the risk of Adam, so how could I believe that anything they told me was the unadulterated truth? I couldn't. So the sleepwalkers would just have killed you rather than turning you, said my father grimly. I'm sorry, Sal, but I'm not really seeing that as an improvement. I frowned. Is that why you blocked the news channels and the internet? Because you didn't want me getting upset about things you couldn't explain while the house was bugged? Something else occurred to me. I hugged my book a little tighter. Why was the house bugged? You still haven't told me why. You never said I couldn't let Simbogen's security inside. If this was such a big risk, couldn't you have told me that before it happened? Just let me work through this at my own pace, all right. He turned and walked back toward the dining room table. Puzzled, I followed him, and when he sat, I took the seat across from his. It seemed oddly ordinary to be looking at him across the table, like this was nothing but a friendly chat about chores or what we were going to do over the weekend. The solemnity in his eyes refused to let me forget that this was so brutally much more. He took a breath and said, "We decided to block the news channels and the internet because we didn't know how much of the house was bugged, and we had no way to prevent you from asking questions when you saw what wasn't on the news." What? I frowned again, utterly puzzled. What do you mean? The GPS in your phone was blocked by that book. He nodded toward "Don't Go Out Alone." But from the condition of Nathan's car when you got home, I'm assuming you somehow wound up in the Lafayette exclusion zone. Is that correct? I bit my lip and nodded, not saying anything. Well, if you had been watching the news, you might wonder why there was no mention of whatever you saw there, or of the incident you had here at home with the sleepwalkers in the yard. That should have raised a great many flags, don't you think? Armed Simbogen security guards removing sick people from private property isn't exactly an everyday occurrence, and yet it's nowhere on the news. It's not even on the internet, so far as I can tell. That's ridiculous, I protested. You can't keep things off the internet. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of embarrassing blog posts and articles written about me during the brief window of pseudo-celebrity that followed my accident. Most of them were accompanied by incredibly unflattering pictures of me in hospital gowns or freshly stained pajamas. It took me a while to develop the fine motor control needed to feed myself without wearing my meals. And it took me even longer to learn that I should change my clothes when they got food on them. And they talked about aspects of my recovery that I didn't think were anybody's business but my own. And yet people wrote those posts, and other people read them, and they were popular enough that they didn't die down until I stopped doing anything that they would think of as interesting. Censoring the internet was impossible. "No, Sal," said my father tiredly. "I can't keep things off the internet. You can't keep things off the internet. Given enough incidents, even Simbogen won't be able to keep things off the internet. But right now, with things still as contained as they are, it's possible for a large enough corporation with a focused enough security department to do quite a few things that aren't supposed to be possible. The government could even be, potentially, helping them along to the best of our ability. Right now, their goals and our goals overlap enough to be worth supporting." I blinked at him. Why would the government be helping Simbogen suppress information about what's really going on? Because starting a panic does no one any good, and we still don't know for sure why these are the things that Simbogen is choosing to suppress, or when it started. Did the sleepwalkers begin appearing before we heard about them? Was Simbogen editing the news from the start? There's so much we don't know, both about the science and about the motives of the people who stand to benefit. Oh, some people know what's going on. You can't censor gossip. But other than some small runs on bottled water and canned goods, it's had very little impact. I blinked again, going very still. Even the distant sound of drums had faded, leaving me with only the sound of my own breath. Beverly went trotting by on her way to the kitchen, looking for scraps that might have been dropped during breakfast. In the silence, her claws clacking against the linoleum seemed louder than slamming doors. Things were starting to come together. My vision was unfocusing the way it did when I tried to read for too long in a single setting, casting blurry little halos of color and light around everything. Finally, I said, "I am done asking questions. I need you to tell me, in very small, very simple words, what's going on. And then I need you to give me my phone back. I will make the decision of what I do next based on what you say." "Sal, remember how you don't get to say, 'Just trust me,' and have it stick anymore. Well, you also don't get to decide what's best for me. I may not remember as many years as I should, but I can manage myself pretty well. I didn't mention that if I left, I'd be calling Nathan to come get me and Beverly from the corner. Saying, 'I'll call my boyfriend to pick me up,' felt like it undermined my overall argument a bit too much." Dad paused. Then he smiled and said, "You know, you're more like your mother now than you were before the accident. It's strange, and it ought to be impossible, but it's true. And as for what's going on that I was trying to protect you from, Simbogen is hiding things. We've known that for some time, and you and I have talked about it before. But there is a reasonable chance that they were so happy to be involved in your care in part because I work for USAMRIID. And if they were able to bug our home, they would then be able to find out what the government knew about the more questionable aspects of their business practices. Aspects like splicing toxoplasma into the implants, which had made them, more flexible and resilient than anyone imagined. Questionable aspects like the entire structure of D-symbogenesis, the parasite that had been approved by the FDA wasn't the one being implanted in people. That couldn't possibly be a good thing. Questionable aspects like an unshared test for the sleeping sickness, which wasn't a sickness at all, but the result of the D-Symbogenesis parasite trying for a hostile takeover of its host. I didn't say any of that. I just nodded minutely and waited for him to keep going. Symbogen never reported the people in our yard to the authorities. I made inquiries, discreetly, and no similar incidents have been formally reported. We know about it only because we've been monitoring patient intake at Symbogen, and because a few groups have been picked up wandering in areas that allowed the police to backtrace to the invaded homes. We suspect that Symbogen is illegally detaining the afflicted, although we have no proof yet. My head was starting to spin. I frowned at him. And Lafayette. We think it was another home invasion scenario. This one involving multiple houses in the hills and spilling down onto the freeway once the sleepwalkers could find no one else who appealed to them. What's most interesting is that several of the cars in the traffic jam were accosted by sleepwalkers, and some of the drivers joined the gang. How is that interesting? I demanded, staring at him. That's horrible. Yes, it is, but Sal, even more cars weren't accosted by sleepwalkers. Dad shook his head. They're choosing who they go after. They're choosing very carefully. What we don't know is what they're basing those decisions on. The sleepwalkers don't seem to do anything consciously. I was terribly afraid that I knew what the sleepwalkers were basing their decisions on. They were going for the people whose implants had infiltrated the largest possible percentage of their brains and nervous systems, making it easy for them to encourage the implant into taking the final steps toward autonomy. How they were managing that encouragement was something I didn't know yet. They went after our car, I said quietly. I know, said my father. The fact that you and Nathan are both okay is a bigger relief to me than I can properly express. Were we really? On the other hand, I felt totally normal, and Nathan didn't have an implant for the sleepwalkers to activate. Maybe they'd come for us because they could sense Tansy and thought that she was inside the car. It was as good an explanation as any, and one that might allow me to sleep again. I allowed my shoulders to unlock a little. Dad was watching me carefully. Sal, the last time we really talked, before the sleepwalkers came here to the house, you said something. Did I asked, blinking at him. Yes. You said Symbogen had a test for infection. Were you telling the truth about that? Do they really have a way of knowing whether someone is about to get sick? Any sting that he thought I might be lying to him was dulled by the realization that even after all this, he still didn't know. Yes, I said. They have a test. They used it on me after I was exposed, and then Nathan tested some confirmed patients after I described what happened. It's real. And they aren't sharing. Dad shook his head. Some people need to learn that the public health matters more than their profit margins. Can you make them share? No, sudden hope lit his eyes. But you can tell me what they did. I need you to tell me everything, Sal. You may be able to save a lot of lives. A reliable test is the first step toward developing a treatment. I wasn't sure I followed his logic. Knowing that something is wrong and knowing how to fix it are two very different things. But I was willing to go along with it, for the moment, because it was going to get me something that I needed. Take me to work with you and I'll show you, I said. Dad blinked. Then he frowned. I don't think you understand the importance of my request. I don't think you understand the importance of mine. I had Dr. Cal's side of the story. I'd been getting Symbogen's side of the story since the day I woke up from my coma. Now it was time to get a neutral perspective. Maybe that would tell me what I had to do next. For a long moment, Dad just sat and looked at me. Finally, sighing, he stood. "All right," he said. "Get your things. We're leaving in 5 minutes." "Thank you," I said, and clutched "Don't Go Out Alone" a little tighter as I jumped to my feet and ran back to my room. The drive to the San Francisco USAMRIID field office was quiet. Dad didn't say anything, and so neither did I. He turned on the radio once, scanning quickly through the bands of pop music, classic rock, and over-caffeinated morning DJs making prank calls and telling sexist jokes. Then he turned the radio off again, letting silence reclaim ownership of the car. We were halfway there when it got to be too much for me. "Where's Joyce?" I asked, desperate for conversation. After 5 days of isolation, I was ready for social contact, no matter how strained. Dad grimaced. "She's at the lab," he said. I paused. "Did she come home last night?" I didn't remember hearing her, but that didn't mean anything. I'd been so wrapped up with feeling sorry for myself and hating my parents that I wouldn't have heard a bomb go off in the kitchen. "No." He sounded almost grudging. "She felt that our treatment of you was extreme, no matter how good our reasons were for making the decisions that we did. She also understood that there wasn't a better way, and so, rather than continuing to argue, she stayed at the office to make her feelings clear. We have a break room with a few cots in it, for times when exhaustion makes it unsafe to drive. After an 18-hour shift working in biohazard safety level 4, you're not getting behind the wheel. Not while I have anything to say about it." "She's sleeping in the Ebola room." Dad actually chuckled at that. "No, the break room isn't in level 4, just adjacent to it. We haven't had a leak since 02. She's perfectly safe, and I'm sure she'll be thrilled to see you, especially when you demonstrate the Symbo Gen test for infection." I squirmed a little in my seat. "About that." "Sal," Dad shot me a warning glance. "Please don't tell me you lied to me just to get out of the house." "What? Geez, Dad, no. But I don't know how much the test really means. Nathan and I both checked out clean, and someone we knew for sure was sick checked out infected, but I have no idea whether it can show you the early stages. Maybe it's something that just works on people who have already started sleepwalking." "You said that Symbo Gen checked you after you were exposed, yes? Well, that means it's at least somewhat useful as a form of early detection. And I'll be honest, Sal, we're to the point of grasping at straws here. Whatever you can give us, we'll take it. I could have given this to you days ago. It was a cheap dig, but it felt worth taking. You could, but then Symbo Gen might have realized that we were onto them. I couldn't take that chance." Dad glanced my way again, this time without the warning. "The last thing I want to do is put you or anyone else in danger. Please believe that." "I do." I settled back in my seat, resisting the urge to hug "Don't Go Out Alone" to my chest again. "I really do." We finished the drive in silence. The San Francisco branch of USAMRIID, the United States of America Medical Research Institute for Infectious Diseases, was constructed in what used to be the Treasure Island military base, before changes in personnel and deployment caused the base's original purpose to become outmoded. It sat empty for several years, before the property was repurposed to allow the military to keep an eye on the growing California biotech and medical research fields. I knew the history of the facility because I lived with my father and Joyce, both of whom were more than happy to talk about where they worked, if not what they did every day. I knew the word outmoded because of Sherman, who had chosen it as our word of the day over a year before. My cautiously optimistic mood deflated, leaving me feeling hollow, without even the comforting sound of drums to buoy me up. No matter what we did, no matter what I learned or what I was able to share with my father's lab, Sherman was still going to be dead. He was never going to teach me another vocabulary word or threaten to seduce my boyfriend away from me. Sherman was gone. In that moment, I hated Symbogen, I hated desymbogenesis, and most of all, I hated Dr. Shanti Kao for making it possible for the rest of it to happen in the first place. I hated them for ruining everything and for hurting so many of the people I cared about. They were the ones who opened the broken doors, not us. But we were the ones who were paying for their actions. My father pulled up at the gate, where sturdy-looking guard stations loomed on either side of the car. A young man in army green was seated in the driver's side booth, a clipboard in his hands. My father rolled down his window. The young man rose and saluted. "Colonel Mitchell," he said. "At ease, soldier." My father indicated me. "This is my daughter, Sally Mitchell. She's on the approved visitors list. I need a pass for her." "Yes, sir." The young man gestured to the uniformed woman in the other guard booth. The window rolled down as she approached my door. I hate it when drivers do that. It just reminds me of how little control I have. "Ma'am," she said. "Hello," I said. "Please look at the blue dot." The woman indicated a blue dot at the center of a smooth black metal box mounted on the guard station wall. I looked at it, bemused. The woman typed something on a keyboard. "Her pass will be waiting when you get inside." "Thank you," said my father, and drove onward to the barrier, which rose as we approached it. I sat back in my seat, blinking. What just happened? "Don't worry about it." "Dad, we're here." The San Francisco USAMRIID installation consisted of 4 main buildings, connected by stone walkways, and the boxy shape of the Level 4 lab, which was isolated from the rest of the facility by more than 20 yards. Collapsible tunnels connected it to the administration building. They could be sterilized and removed in less than 90 seconds, leaving the L4 lab completely cut off. The doors would lock automatically at the same time. Anyone left inside would find themselves depending on the vending machines and their own ability not to die from unspeakable pathogens until someone came up with an extraction plan. Naturally, that was where my sister worked, and naturally, that was our destination. Dad parked the car just outside the lab's main entrance, in the spot marked Director. Similar spaces were reserved outside all the lab buildings, since there was no telling where he'd need to be at any given time. "Now remember," he cautioned, as we got out of the car. "Don't touch anything unless I tell you it's safe, and don't." "If you tell me not to lick anything, I'm going to throw something at you," I cautioned. Not "don't go out alone." I couldn't justify leaving it at home, but I wasn't taking it inside either. The book was in my shoulder bag, which was safely tucked under my seat, along with my notebook. Hopefully, no one was going to notice it there. It felt a little odd to be worrying about an old picture book and a bunch of half-coherent dreams. Then again, everything felt a little odd these days. Dad looked abashed. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's just that you haven't been trained the way Joyce has, and I worry about you." I smiled wanly. "It's okay. Let's just go inside and I'll show you what I can." He nodded. "All right. But Sal, we're going into a live research project. The L4 building is almost entirely dedicated to the sleepwalkers right now. You must follow my instructions at all times. Do you understand?" "I do," I said. "Let's go." Dad nodded one more time before turning and leading me out of the parking lot, toward the unmarked but somehow menacing door of the Level 4 lab. I took a deep breath and followed him, with the oddly comforting sound of drums hammering in my ears. Whatever was behind that door, it would be something I didn't know yet, and every piece of this puzzle counted. Guards flanked the door. They saluted my father as he approached. He returned the salute almost absent-mindedly, and turned to shield the keypad with his body as he entered his security code. The lock disengaged, and he pulled the door open, beckoning me inside. "Be careful now," I murmured, and stepped through. The fact that the scientific community has willingly accepted Steve's sanitized explanation for the origins of desymbogenesis strikes me as a form of modern miracle. Or perhaps it's just proof that we inevitably get the saviors we deserve. In an earlier era, Steve would have been a traveling snake oil salesman, offering people cures too good to be true. Today, he peddles a new form of snake oil, one that can be just as dangerous and just as destructive. If you believe that desymbogenesis was the simple, easily controlled organism Symbogen described in their press releases and paperwork, you have been sold a bottle of snake oil. While you may well deserve what that gets you, the truth is, I enabled Steve to become such a great salesman. And while I may not regret the science, I am truly sorry for the lies. From Can of WORMS, the autobiography of Shanti Cale, Ph.D. As yet unpublished, I don't think anyone can deny that the Symbogen intestinal bodyguard TM changed the face of medicine as we know it. Chronic conditions can now be treated on an ongoing basis by the ingestion of a single pill. It's just that the pill contains the egg of a desymbogenesis, and the implant will handle all the ongoing medical care. No more worrying about affording your prescriptions, no more missed doses or mix-ups at the pharmacy. Everything is taken care of. Were we perfect from the word go? No. Even if we weren't only human, that would have been a little much to ask of us, don't you think? We could only do what anyone is capable of doing, our best. We rose to the challenges we were offered, and we did what we could to meet and match them. I think that when history looks at our accomplishments, the good that we managed to do will outweigh the bad. I hope so anyway. No one wants to set out to be a hero and discover after the fact that they've been a villain all along. From King of the WORMS, an interview with Dr. Steven Banks, co-founder of Symbogen. Originally published in Rolling Stone, February 2027. Chapter 15. September 2027. After Dad's dire warnings, the entry hall of the L4 building was almost anticlimactic. I was expecting something out of one of Joyce's science fiction movies, with unfamiliar equipment and unexplained lasers everywhere. What I got was basically a hallway that could have been leading to any ER in the world. The walls were a hospital-standard shade of eggshell white, with bands of color painted on them to help guide researchers to the right parts of the building, and the floor was an industrial avocado green that looked like it had been chosen to coordinate with generic medical scrubs. Another uniformed guard sat at the reception desk. Dad motioned for me to stay where I was as he walked over and exchanged a few words with the man in a low voice. The man's eyes flickered to me and back to Dad again. I tried not to squirm. Finally, my father leaned over the desk and picked up an old-fashioned telephone. A thick cord connected it to a base that looked heavy enough to be used as a melee weapon. He brought the phone to his ear and was silent for several seconds before he said, "This is Colonel Alfred Mitchell. My daughter, Sally, is with me. Can you confirm the current conditions in the main lab?" There was another pause before he said, "Yes, I've cleared her presence through the appropriate channels." "I am the appropriate channels. Can you confirm current conditions?" He sounded annoyed. I stayed where I was. When my father was annoyed, the last place I wanted to be was in his line of fire. He never really yelled at me. That pleasure was generally reserved for Joyce, who didn't seem to mind. She gave as good as she got anyway, and that seemed to work for both of them. But he'd look at me sometimes like he wasn't sure what I was doing, or why I was allowed to be wherever I was, and that was something I wanted to avoid if at all possible. When he looked at me like that, he was frightening. Dad made a small, irritated sound. "Well, tell Michael to put things back in their boxes. We're coming through in 5 minutes. Sally has something she needs to show me, and that means we need to be inside the lab space." He slammed the receiver down on its base harder than he needed to as he turned to face me. "The lab is not prepared for civilian visitors. They'll be ready for us shortly." "Do you mean not prepared, like they need to clean up? Or not prepared, like someone dropped a vial and now it's all melting flesh and screaming?" I asked. I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. I wasn't sure I'd ever sleep again if I didn't know the answer. That actually made Dad smile. "Neither," he said. "It's not prepared in the sense of there is confidential material that shouldn't be seen by civilian eyes out on the counters." "Oh," I paused, frowning. "But is Joyce a civilian?" Dad's smile faded. "Yes," he said, and the weight of disappointment in that word was as crushing as it was confusing. If Joyce was a civilian, what was the problem with my asking the question? He turned away before I could ask him, saying something else quiet to the guard at the desk. The guard nodded, handing him a key card and a visitor's pass. The pass had my picture on it. Dad turned, holding them out to me. "How did they make it so fast?" I asked, taking the pass and card. My father ignored my question. "The women's changing room is over there," he said, indicating a door at the back of the reception area. It was unmarked. "Go in there and get yourself into some scrubs. Affix the pass to the front of them. We're going into a clean area, and I'd rather you didn't introduce contamination." "Dad." "Just get changed, Sal. We'll talk about all this later." I frowned. His mood swings and changes in attitude were starting to worry me. Given Dr. Cal's description of the components of desymbogenesis, what were the chances it could be interfering with his brain function? Was my father's implant beginning to take over? And if it was there anything I could possibly do about it? That line of thought would lead me nowhere good, and it wasn't like I'd have to wait long to learn the answer. We were about to go into a clean area. Once we were there, I'd show him how the UV light tests worked, and I could use that as an excuse to check him for signs of infection. After that was done well, we'd see what happened after that. If nothing else, if I knew he was infected before he did, I could run like hell. I bit my lip. "I'll be right back," I said. "Good," he replied. "You wouldn't want to go wandering off in here. There are some very dangerous things in this facility." I nodded quickly before I turned to head through the door he had indicated before. Dangerous things. Yes. They were all around me. The problem was, I was starting to wonder if he might be one of them. The women's changing room was lined entirely with pea-green lockers. Some of them had combination locks on them, keeping their contents secret. The three nearest the door were marked visitor. I opened one of those, pulling out the pale blue medical scrubs inside. There were even slippers and a plastic cap for my hair. Reduce the risk as much as possible. Not to zero, never to zero. The only thing that's at absolutely zero risk is something dead, or that was never at risk at all, but to as close as science can manage. I stripped to my bra and underpants before stopping to wonder whether they might have cameras in the room. Modesty was one of the more difficult lessons they'd tried to drill into me, and I was still trying to get the more subtle details down. Were cameras supposed to be one of the things I couldn't let see me naked, or could I relax around them? Sherman would know. That thought sent the cold dread roiling in my stomach once again. I'd almost forgotten about Sherman and how very personal this infection could be. If Dad was sick, he wasn't showing any of the signs of the sleepwalking sickness. He was still calm and coherent and aware of his surroundings. He'd driven me to USAMRAID. The sleepwalkers weren't capable of operating a car. That level of fine motor control was long gone by the time they started rambling. So why couldn't I shake the feeling that I was missing something? I dressed quickly, tying my hair into a ponytail before tucking it into the plastic cap. I stuffed my clothes into the locker. I didn't have a lock. That wasn't a problem, since the only things that really mattered, my notebook and Nathan's copy of Don't Go Out Alone, were still in my bag and safely hidden under the passenger seat in Dad's car. If someone wanted to wander away with my clothes, I'd be annoyed, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. The pass was a flexible piece of memory plastic with my name and basic description printed on it, along with my picture. It softened when I pressed it against the breast of my scrubs, bonding with the fabric. I didn't know how they were going to get it off again, and I didn't care. Dad was waiting when I emerged from the changing room, and he had changed his own clothes for blue scrubs identical to mine. The feeling that something was wrong just got stronger when I saw the look on his face, a grim mix of determination and unhappiness. I forced a smile before handing back the key card. "All ready," I said. "There's been another mob of sleepwalkers," he replied. "This one formed in downtown Walnut Creek. They attacked the outdoor shopping center. Casualties are still being tabulated. It's spreading, and it's not staying off the news this time. We're already getting reports of runs on water and canned goods at the local grocery stores." I glanced at the guard at the reception desk, who gave no sign of having heard, before turning back to my father. Dad, why are you telling me this?" "Because if there is anything you know about this disease, and you don't share that information today, I don't know how I'll be able to justify letting you leave without arresting you for treason." He shook his head. Something behind his eyes was hard and unfamiliar. The dread in my stomach wound itself even tighter. "I've tried to be patient. I've tried to wait for you to come around. I've tried, God knows, to understand how difficult this is for you, how hard it's been for someone with your limited exposure to the world to understand the severity of our current situation. I've defended my actions to my superiors several times already. I don't know how much longer I can do that." I stared at him. It was the only thing I could do. What he was saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." "If that's true, then we're both in a great deal of trouble. Come along." He turned his back on me again, this time as he walked to the next sealed door and swiped his key card across the lock. The door swung open. He stepped through, and I followed him. The main room of the USAMRIID L4 lab looked so much like Dr. Cal's makeshift bowling alley laboratory that I actually caught myself glancing around, hoping to spot a blonde woman in a wheelchair. I might not entirely trust her, but at least if she were here, I wouldn't be so torn about how much I could or couldn't tell my father. Instead of Dr. Cal, I saw military doctors and scientists in scrubs very much like mine, albeit accessorized with lab coats and identification, working at their individual stations and ignoring the two of us completely. The walls were lined with supply shelves and light boxes, continuing the similarity to the bowling alley, but the space not taken up by equipment was filled with cautionary signs. Most of them were too far away for me to even attempt reading, assuming I could convince my eyes to focus. That didn't matter, since they had handy symbols to make sure I couldn't miss the meanings. Do not touch, do not ingest, do not remove from the lab. There were so many rules that it was dizzying. Joyce was working at one of the nearby lab tables. She looked up as the door swung shut behind us and stopped, a perplexed expression crossing her face. She looked from Dad to me and back to Dad again. Finally, she put down the scalpel she was holding, carefully peeled off her plastic gloves, and started toward us. She was moving slowly, like she was afraid one or both of us might spook. "Sal," she said, when she was close enough that she wouldn't need to raise her voice. The rest of the lab technicians politely ignored us. "What are you doing here?" "Your sister is here to demonstrate the Symbo-Gen test for the sleepwalking sickness. Isn't that right, Sally?" Dad's hand clamped onto my shoulder. It felt heavier than it should have. I swallowed hard and said, "That's right. When Chave got sick, they tested to see if I had the sleepwalking sickness. I can demonstrate." I snuck a glance up at my father. He was frowning straight ahead, almost like he was no longer paying attention to Joyce or to me. "Oh." Joyce followed my gaze and bit her lip. Then she focused back on me, forcing a smile through her obvious dismay. "Well, you're here now, and that means we can maybe make some progress. What do we need?" I don't know. I wanted to cry. I'm not supposed to be the one who knows. That was my father, the colonel, or my sister, the scientist, or my boyfriend, the doctor. I was the one who wandered through life and was gently corrected when I started to drift off course. I was the one who didn't remember enough to know when she was wrong. So why were people suddenly looking to me like I was going to have answers? Answers weren't my job, but there was no one to provide them for me. I sniffled as softly as I could, hoping no one would notice, and said, "Dad said you had some sick people here. I need to see one of them. And I'm going to need a portable UV wand." "And," prompted Joyce. I shook my head. "That's all." A sick person and a portable UV wand. My father's hand tightened on my shoulder. "If that's all you needed, why did you make me bring you here?" "Ow." I stepped away from his hand, turning to glare at him. "I told you why back at the house. I need to understand what's going on. I need to ask questions and get answers, not get more dismissals and half-truths. I need." I stopped mid-sentence. My father's face was turned toward me, but he wasn't really looking at me anymore. His eyes were unfocused, and one corner of his mouth was starting to sag downward, like he was in the early stages of a stroke. The sound of drums grew even louder in my ears as I realized just how erratic his behavior had become over the course of the day. He'd gone from normal to overly solicitous to aggressive, all without the normal stimulus I would expect to trigger such shifts in mood. Unless something I couldn't see was triggering them, I took a step backward, moving away from him. "Sal," Joyce sounded puzzled. "Dad." He didn't respond. He just kept standing there like he was going to say something. But he was. I could tell that just by looking at him. The worst part of it was that he didn't look like the sleepwalker who'd been at our back door or the one outside the car. His eyes were still aware, still struggling to focus. "Joyce, if this lab has security, this would be a good time to call for them," I said, not taking my eyes off my father. He wasn't moving. I honestly didn't know whether that was a good sign or a bad one. In dogs, that sort of stillness could be a precursor to an attack. "What are you talking about, Sal?" She stepped forward, moving toward us. I didn't think. I just reacted, moving quickly to get her out of Dad's reach. I grabbed her arm and jerked her back just as he began to move again, hands grasping at the air where she had been standing only a half-second before. Joyce made a small, startled shrieking sound, one that dwindled almost instantly into a cough. Dad grabbed for the air again. I jerked her even harder away from him. The other technicians were starting to look up from their work, abandoning the pretense that we could have a private family conversation in the middle of a busy government lab. That was good, since the alternative was their politely ignoring us while my father ripped us apart. "He's sick," I shouted, pulling Joyce another step backward. Dad continued to follow us. At least he wasn't moving very fast yet. He still seemed disoriented, like he wasn't sure what to do with himself. "Fight it, Dad," I thought. "That thing that's taking you over, fight it for as long as you can. Let me get Joyce out of here." Joyce finally seemed to understand the danger we were in. She stumbled as she got her feet under her, and then she was backpedaling on her own, no longer relying on me to pull her. "Daddy?" she asked. "He was fine when we got here," I said. But that was a lie, wasn't it? He'd already been slipping, and I'd known that something was wrong. I'd known, and I'd ignored the signs because I didn't know what else to do. We were through the broken doors now, and the only ground left was the unfamiliar kind. Dr. Cal said that once someone started showing symptoms of the sleepwalking sickness, it was too late for any treatment because the parasite was already in their brain. But she would say that, wouldn't she? Even if it wasn't strictly true, she'd say it. The Symbogen implants were her children. She might not actively side with them against the human race. That didn't mean she was going to go out of her way to figure out how to stop them from taking the things they wanted, like bodies of their own. The other technicians were in motion now, some of them running for the exits, others grabbing old-fashioned telephones from the walls and gabbling into them, presumably calling security. I yanked Joyce back another step before raising my voice and calling, "Does anybody have any antiparasitics? I mean really good ones." I cheated my eyes toward Joyce and asked, "What do you use for tapeworms?" It seemed impossibly weird to be asking her questions when our father, clearly dazed, was shambling toward us like something out of a horror movie. Oddly, that seemed to help Joyce. This was too strange to be happening. Therefore, it wasn't happening. "Prasequantel," she said. "It has some negative side effects, though, like." "Is one of the negative side effects death?" I demanded. "Because if it's not, I suggest we get somebody to pump Dad full of the stuff right now." Joyce took her eyes off our father in order to blink at me in obvious bewilderment. "What are you talking about?" I wasn't sure whether sleepwalkers were capable of watching for an opening. If they were anything like as confused as Dr. Cal had implied, they might not be capable of anything beyond basic instinct, at least initially. But my father still took advantage of the opening when Joyce presented it to him. He lunged forward. He was fast. I was just a little bit faster. I grabbed her shoulders and yanked her hard away from him, leaving his hands to slap together on empty air with a flat, meaty sound that would haunt my dreams for days. Joyce yelped, as much with surprise as anything else, and fell over, upsetting 2 trays of instruments in the process. I barely managed to dodge in time to keep her from taking me to the floor with her. The sudden flurry of movement seemed to confuse our father, who froze, his face swinging slowly toward me, then toward Joyce and back to me again. I straightened slowly, raising my hands in front of me to show that they were empty. I don't know what good I was expecting that to do. I wasn't thinking particularly clearly by that point. "Dad, you're sick," I said, enunciating each word as clearly as I could. "I need you to fight against whatever it is you want to do right now and focus on the sound of my voice. There's something we can do to help you be better, but it won't work if you don't focus on the sound of my voice. Can you do that for me, Dad? Can you fo?" Without warning, he lunged. I squeaked, stopping in the middle of my sentence and turned to run. He seemed to track by sound and motion. Joyce was frozen in terror. She wasn't making a sound and she wasn't going anywhere. All I had to do was keep his eyes on me and trust that someone would stop him before he could do something we'd both regret later. Well, maybe I wouldn't regret it if he killed me. I'd be dead after all. But I'd sure as hell regret letting myself get into this position if things got that far. In the time I had before oxygen deprivation resulted in my second clinical brain death. I ran. My father followed. The rest of the technicians had cleared the room, which was convenient, since it meant I didn't need to worry about leading their rampaging, somewhat addled boss into the middle of their workspace. I shoved things into his path as I tried to evade him without losing his interest. I was afraid if anyone else in the room moved or made a sound, he'd abandon chasing me in favor of going for easier prey. Prey that wasn't running like hell or throwing file boxes at his head. The doors at the back of the room opened, and military police flooded in, almost like they were imitating the Symbogen security guards on the day when Chave got sick. That seemed like it had happened so long ago. It seemed like it had happened yesterday. Several of them pulled their guns, and I stopped running in order to put up my hands and yell, "No, don't shoot. Stun him and get the pretzel drugs." I was saying it wrong. I knew I was. But long words were Joyce's thing, not mine, and I'd only heard the name of the drug once. I was frankly impressed. I could remember it started with the letter P. And then my father's hands closed around my throat, and I stopped being impressed by anything, except for maybe how tight his grip was. I scrabbled at his fingers, trying to dislodge them, and couldn't find any purchase. He was bigger than I was, he was stronger than I was, and he was going to win this one if I didn't figure out a way to change the rules. "Dad, I'm sorry," I thought, and focused all my remaining energy on planting my foot squarely between his legs. His response was to groan and let go of my throat, causing me to drop first to my knees and then to my ass as my legs folded up beneath me. My father didn't seem to notice. He was too busy grasping his crotch and moaning. I scrambled back to my feet. "It's not too late," I shouted. "Joyce, get the antiparasitics." The other sleepwalkers didn't seem to feel or really register pain, once they had fully succumbed to the parasites that were infiltrating their brains. My father still responded to extreme pain stimuli like a normal human, and that meant he hadn't been completely taken over yet. There was still a chance that we could treat him. There was. "Oh my God, my balls," he moaned. I stopped. "Dad." "Wow, Daddy, great idea," said Joyce, picking herself up off the floor. She dusted off her lab coat with the heels of her hands, scowling at our father like he had just disappointed her in some deep and profound manner. "It's not Halloween. We're not 12 anymore, and this isn't how you make it clear that things are serious." The soldiers were standing down. Some of them even seemed to be snickering, trying to hide their amusement behind their hands. I looked from them to Joyce, my confusion growing by the second. The sound of drums was getting louder, now fueled by anger instead of by fear. "Joyce," I said, trying to keep my voice measured. "What's going on here? Daddy thought you might be holding out on us, since you went and disappeared for hours right after a bunch of sleepers showed up in the yard." He managed to gasp out something that might have been, "I still think that," or might have simply been a request for an ice pack. I ignored him either way, focusing my attention on Joyce instead. If I looked at him, I was going to be too tempted to give him another kick. The military police might think it was funny for me to attack my father when he was playing sleepwalker, but kicking him while he was down was likely to get a less positive reaction. "So you're saying he faked this?" I asked. My voice was sounding a lot less measured. I took a step away from my father. "He set this up to, what, scare me into giving away secrets." "It worked," gasped my father, finally pulling himself to his feet. "Why did you start asking for antiparasitics?" "That was pretty specific," said Joyce. She walked toward us, primly stepping around the objects I'd knocked over during my flight. I noticed that she didn't bother picking anything up. That was apparently below her pay grade. "What would make you decide to ask for antiparasitics?" I looked from Dad, who was still white-faced and grasping his crotch, to Joyce, who looked utterly calm. The technicians were moving back to their stations, and although security was still in the room, none of them looked like they were planning to do anything to secure anyone. It had all been a sham. It was a play to see what I would do, and while that spoke to the level of their desperation, it still infuriated me in ways I didn't really have the words for. "Is this why you locked me in the house and wouldn't let me talk to Nathan for 5 days?" I asked. "Because you wanted me to be scared." "The things I said to you on the way here were true," said my father. He was starting to sound less winded, which made me want to kick him again. I really did want time to check for bugs, and there really were things about the news that would have made you ask questions. They made Nathan ask questions, said Joyce. He showed up here yesterday, demanding to know if you were all right. I blinked. Why would he come here? Because we told him you weren't at home, and this was the only other place you could logically be, said my father. I turned to stare at him. He continued, we tried telling him you'd become symptomatic to see what he would say. He said we were lying. We've been trying to find him since then. What? He vanished, Sal, said Joyce. Do you know where he would go? Yes, back to his mother, who had answers, and who would be able to tell him whether it was possible for me to have become symptomatic so quickly, when there had been no signs that my resident implant was planning to migrate from my digestive system to my brain. Dr. Cal could hide him, keep him off the grid and keep him safe, while they figured out where I was and how to get me out. I glanced toward the security guards, wondering how many of them might be working for her, playing both sides against the middle. It was a paranoid thought, but given that my father and sister had just staged some kind of horror movie dumb show for my benefit, paranoid didn't seem so strange anymore. No, I said, and was surprised by how sincere I sounded. I don't have any idea where Nathan would go, and I don't think I want to talk to either one of you right now. I asked Dad to bring me here because I was tired of being locked in the house, and because I wanted to help. After what you did, I don't feel like helping anymore. Being locked up is better than being here with you. I'm afraid I can't take you home until you demonstrate that test you promised to show us, said my father. All traces of weakness were gone from his voice, and he was once again standing up straight. The jangling feeling of wrongness was still coming off him like a wave, but that might just have been my nerves reacting to the overall mood in the room. Might. Then I'll call Tasha or Will to come and get me, I said, raising my chin defiantly. My coworkers at the shelter hadn't seen me in days. They'd be annoyed by my suddenly calling and asking for favors. They'd also be more than willing to get in the car and pick me up. They both understood why I didn't drive and respected it. I sometimes suspected I was just another abandoned animal to them, but in moments like this, I didn't mind. No, you won't. My father's voice was almost gentle, for all that it was still firm. You won't be able to get a cell phone signal inside here, and I'm not going to let you leave this building until you show me what you promised. I stared at him. I made that promise before you pretended to be a sleepwalker and tried to strangle me, I said. Desperate times can lead us to do things we're not proud of, he said. Joyce was a silent statue next to him, her gaze cast slightly off to one side, so that she wouldn't have to meet my eyes. I want to go home. Why did you ask for antiparasitics? Dad shook his head. I can do this as long as you can, Sal, longer even. He could also have you arrested for withholding information from the United States military, said Joyce. I couldn't tell from her tone whether she was messing with me or not. Sally would have known. Sally would have seen this whole scenario as bullshit from the minute Dad loomed up outside her bedroom door, assuming Sally let herself be put under house arrest in the first place. She would probably have just vanished the minute she was told that she was in trouble and refused to come home until the restrictions were dropped. It wasn't very often that I wished I were still Sally. In that moment, if I could have reclaimed my memories and the girl I used to be from the ether, I would have done it without hesitation. Sally would have known what to do. Sally wouldn't have heard the drums. I faltered, blinking. Why was I so sure Sally wouldn't have heard the drums? Something was dancing on the edge of my consciousness, some combination of facts and suppositions that I couldn't quite force together in the right order. Sally wouldn't have heard the drums. Why wouldn't Sally have heard the drums? What made her so special? Colonel Mitchell. A guard stepped up next to my father, interrupting my train of thought before it could go any farther toward a conclusion that I was increasingly sure I wasn't going to like. All three of us turned to face the man. He was average in every possible way: average height, average build, and average face. The only thing about him that stood out was his expression. He looked worried, maybe verging on panic. Not a good sign given the circumstances. "What is it?" asked my father. "There's a disturbance in the ward." The man glanced toward me, seemingly hesitant to continue. "It's all right," said my father. "Both my daughters have the clearance to hear this." "Really?" I asked, despite myself. "Sal, hush," said my father. "Private report." "The subjects are restless, sir. They're moving around, and some of them are in danger of hurting themselves on their restraints. We weren't sure what to do. I was sent to find you and see if you had any ideas." The private's eyes cheated toward me, like he was trying to skip ahead and find out what would happen next. I looked back at him blankly. If anyone here knew how this was going to play out, it wasn't me. I was so preoccupied with watching the private that I didn't see my father move until his hand was clamping down on my shoulder again. I staggered a bit, turning to look up at him. His expression was unreadable, a blank mask. "This sounds like the perfect opportunity for my daughter to show us what she knows," he said. "Lead the way." The private's eyes widened. He looked as alarmed as I felt. "But, sir, now—" Any concern the unnamed private might have for my safety was less powerful than the need to maintain military discipline. The private nodded, the concern not leaving his face, before he turned and led the way toward a door in the back wall. Joyce walked after him of her own accord. I didn't, but that didn't matter. My father's hand was on my shoulder, propelling me toward whatever was waiting in the next room. The private swept his key card across the electronic lock, which beeped twice before accepting his credentials and releasing. He pulled the door open for us and held it as we walked through, into the humid, groan-filled air beyond. The room where the sleepwalkers were being kept was like something out of a nightmare, familiar and strange all at the same time, so that I didn't know where to look. It was large, clean, and white-walled, just like every hospital patient storage room I'd had the dubious pleasure of seeing since the day I woke up after my accident. There were no windows, but there were light boxes placed strategically around the room, creating the illusion of natural sunlight, even if the sun hadn't been inside here since construction was finished. The floor was industrial green linoleum, easy to clean while also being easier on the eyes than the walls. Green floors encouraged the eye to track down, increasing the chances that messes would be seen before they could be accidentally tracked around the room. I took all this in within seconds, trying to focus on the normal for as long as I could before I admitted it was absolutely in the minority within this space. This was not a normal hospital room. If it ever had been, that time was long in the past. What it was now. I didn't even have a name for what it was now. Short of comparing it to pictures I'd seen of tuberculosis wards, Sherman wasn't supposed to show me those, which is probably why he did, and was definitely why I looked. I wasn't sure something like this had ever existed before. I stopped at the threshold, digging my heels in and refusing to let my father drag me any farther. "No," I said, shaking my head to reinforce my words. Not that I expected it to do very much good, not with the scene that was unfolding in front of me. Whatever I could say would be just that much more noise. "No, no, no." "Yes," said my father implacably and pulled me on. Beds filled the room, so narrow and packed so closely together that they might be better classified as cots. There was barely room for the technicians to move between them, adjusting IV poles and frantically tightening the leather straps holding the patients down. Every bed was occupied. The occupants came from every ethnic group. Men and women, children and adults. There seemed to be no common feature shared amongst them, except for one. They were all sleepwalkers. Their eyes were dead, rolling wildly or staring at nothing as they writhed against their restraints. Some of them were snapping at the air, their teeth slamming shut with such force that it was cutting their gums. Blood and drool ran down their chins, undifferentiated and unchecked. None of the technicians were getting near those snapping jaws, even as they frantically injected what I assumed had to be liquid sedatives into the patient IV bags. One man had managed to yank a hand free from his restraints, at the cost of most of the skin on his wrist. He was flailing without any apparent purpose. The main strap holding him to the cot was buckled at his chest. He could have reached it easily and let himself go. But he didn't. He clearly knew something was holding him down, but he wasn't acting like he had any idea what that thing might be, or how to make it let him up. Some of them were making sounds, little squeaks and gasps for the most part, although at least one of them was moaning, a low, constant noise that ebbed and rose with the moaner's breathing. I couldn't tell which one was making the sound, and I was glad. It would have been almost impossible to fight the urge to grab a pillow and make the moaning stop. Someone else was giggling. That was less disturbing somehow, even though the sound was flat and without any trace of humor. One of the technicians walked over to join us, clutching a clipboard against her chest as she approached. She stopped a few feet away, saluting my father. "Colonel Mitchell, sir," she said. "At ease," said my father. "You remember my eldest daughter, Sally?" "Of course, Colonel," said the woman, and gave me a nod. "Hello, Sally." If she thought it was strange that my father was taking me for a sightseeing trip in an isolation ward, she didn't say anything about it. Being the boss apparently came with some privileges. "Dr. Snyder, Sally is here because she may be able to demonstrate a mechanism for testing for the sleepwalking sickness," said my father, as calmly as if everything around us was completely normal. The sleepwalkers continued to writhe against their restraints, clawing and gnashing and striking at the air as best they could. I shrank a bit farther down into myself. He couldn't really want me to go near them, could he? To touch them. "Colonel Mitchell, this is highly irregular." She saw the test at Simbo Gen, said Joyce. Her tone wasn't one I'd heard before. It was the same mix of authority and arrogance that I heard from Dad when he was on the phone with his military contacts, and that I heard from Dr. Banks when he was trying to get me to do what he wanted. It made her sound older and scarier, like she was a part of the establishment, which, technically, I suppose she was. Joyce continued, "This is the first lead we've had toward finding a physical sign of infection. We know these people are ill. If they show as positive on Sally's test, we can begin testing asymptomatic individuals. This could put our preventative measures forward by a matter of weeks, if not months." "I don't want to do this," I whispered. My voice was barely audible even to myself. My father looked at me. There was a cold sympathy in his eyes, like he understood my dilemma and even cared about it but couldn't justify doing any more than that. "I know you don't, Sally," he said calmly. "The trouble is, you don't have a choice. Your country needs you." My country had never needed me before. I shrank down farther, the sound of drums pounding in my ears. Dr. Snyder nodded once, accepting her orders, and asked, "What will you need?" "Sally." I glanced up again and said, "A UV wand and someone to dim the lights. Not all the way, just enough that we can see bioluminescence." "Of course." Dr. Snyder turned and walked away from us, presumably to arrange for what I'd requested. "Pick a subject, Sally," said my father. "They're not subjects, they're people," I thought. I didn't say anything. Whether they were people in the classic sense or Dr. Cal's people who'd passed through the broken doors, becoming monsters, it didn't matter. They were sick and confused, and they couldn't be trusted without the restraints. They would hurt us if we let them. I looked around the room, finally settling on a frail-looking little woman who must have been in her late 80s. Her, I said. If she somehow managed to get loose, it was unlikely she'd be able to do much damage before someone could get her restrained again. My father followed the direction of my gaze and nodded. That's Ms. Lawrence. She's been here for 2 weeks. Her family was quite relieved when we offered to take over her care and cover her medical bills, in exchange for being allowed to study the progress of her symptoms. I shot him a startled look. He shook his head. No matter what you may think of our work here, Sal, we try to do right by the people who come to us. We don't have to. Their illnesses will teach us how to prevent hundreds more, and the only way to stay sane in this job is to treat everyone who walks through that door, or is wheeled through, as if they've already died. But every single one of us will celebrate the day that someone is able to get up and walk out under their own power. We're not monsters. We're just trying to do our jobs. He was calling me Sal again. I couldn't tell what that meant. I just shook my head and said, I want to go home as soon as this is over. Then I turned and walked toward Ms. Lawrence, inhaling to make myself as narrow as possible as I edged between the cots with their squirming, moaning burdens. I did my best to avoid the biters and didn't go anywhere near the man who had pulled his arm free. If he grabbed me, I didn't want to die the way that Davy had. The thought of Davy made the cold terror curl through my stomach again, winding itself around my spine. These people were dangerous. Even restrained, they were dangerous, and all of them, even the frail Ms. Lawrence, were upset. I didn't know why. That wasn't going to matter if they managed to break loose. Dr. Snyder met us at Ms. Lawrence's cot, a UV wand in her hand. The lights will be dimmed on your order, sir, she said, offering the wand to my father. Thank you, he said. He took the wand and passed it to me. Sally. Lights, please, I half-whispered. Lights, my father repeated much more loudly. The technicians and doctors who had been moving around the room stopped where they were, except for the few who moved toward us, apparently wanting to see what I was going to do. Someone hit a switch, and the room's overhead and ambient lighting decreased, slowly shifting us from artificial day into artificial twilight. Can someone get her arm, please? I asked, turning on the UV wand. It hummed silently in my hand, the sound translating itself into a vibration that traveled through my fingers to my wrist. I swept the wand across the front of my shirt to be sure that it was working, and watched the fabric light up like something out of a bad special effect. How do you want it? Asked my father, pulling on a pair of plastic gloves as he stepped past me to the moaning, barely squirming Ms. Lawrence. Turn it so that the top of her hand is pressed against the cot, I said. He did as I had asked, and everyone was silent as I passed the beam above Ms. Lawrence's arm. As I had expected, the roots of the parasitic infection responsible for her illness showed up immediately, bright white against the dull purple of her skin. They were thinner and less robust than the roots I'd seen on Nathan's patient, probably because Ms. Lawrence was older and had fewer resources for the parasite to draw on. What in the world? Breathed my father. The roots twitched, seeming to respond to the light that was shining over them. They didn't move much, but they were definitely moving toward the light. One of the thicker roots jerked toward Joyce. She made a small squeaking noise, taking a half-step backward. The sleepwalking sickness is, it's actually a parasite, sort of, I said. It's the Symbo-Gen implant. It's doing things. I didn't want to tell them exactly what it was doing, in part because I didn't understand it without Dr. Cal or Nathan there to explain, and more because I didn't trust them anymore. Yes, this was my family, and yes, They loved me, but their focus was on the public health. It had to be. If they were willing to scare me because they thought I might know something, what would they be willing to do to Nathan and Dr. Cal? What would they do to Tansy or to Adam? Tansy was probably a sociopath, if a tapeworm in a meat car can be a sociopath, but she didn't deserve to become a lab animal, and none of these people deserved to be sick. I didn't know what to do. I only had 6 years of living to draw on, and it wasn't enough. I didn't know what to do. From the looks on the faces around me, neither did anyone else. Joyce was the first to recover, asking, "How sure about this are you, Sal?" "I mean, desymbogenesis is an intestinal parasite. It can't spread through muscular tissue. That just doesn't make any sense." Nature doesn't have to make sense. Nature just does. I moved the UV light along Ms. Lawrence's arm, causing more of the roots to twitch and writhe away. What kind of virus could cause this sort of a reaction? If there is one, I don't know what it is, but you're the ones with the medical training. Maybe I'm wrong. I looked up, challenging them to offer another explanation. None of them did. Instead, my father let go of Ms. Lawrence, held out his arm, and said, "Check me." "Dad," Joyce began, "just because I'm not symptomatic, that doesn't mean I'm not worth examining," he said, cutting her off. "Sal, if you please." It had the feeling of a test. Still, I stepped toward him, holding up the UV light. "Just give me your arm." Next to us, Dr. Snyder was frowning at Ms. Lawrence's unmarked skin. The roots were invisible now that the UV light was no longer shining on her. "It seems so strange that there would be no exterior signs," she said, reaching out to touch the old woman. "What happened after that happened very quickly, and I didn't fully understand it until later, until I'd had the time to really think, instead of just reacting." Ms. Lawrence, who had been frail when she was committed to the care of USAMRIID, had continued to lose weight throughout her treatment. Her overlarge hospital gown made that clear. They'd probably stopped tightening her restraints after a certain point, both because she seemed too weak to pose a problem, and because they didn't want to hurt her. That's why she was able to rip her left arm free of the straps that were meant to be holding it to the table. In a single convulsive motion, she had hold of Dr. Snyder's throat, clamping down with a strength that I wouldn't have thought her fingers still possessed. Dr. Snyder flailed, knocking the UV light out of my hands. It went skidding across the floor as I stumbled back, stopping when my back hit another cot. The occupant was snarling and snapping at the air, trying to struggle free of his bonds. But either he was a more recent arrival, or they had been more mindful of security where he was concerned, because his efforts to break loose were unsuccessful. Joyce shouted something I couldn't make out over the drums that were pounding in my ears. I jerked away from the cot that was half supporting my weight, staggering toward the dubious safety of the wall, where at least no one would grab me. My father was bellowing for security, and that was something I understood perfectly well. He was so loud that I could hear him even through the screams, even through the endless sound of drums. Someone grabbed my arm. I screamed and tried to jerk away, only to have the intern who was holding me pull me roughly back, away from the sea of agitated patients. "Ms. Mitchell, please." "Calm down," he said, continuing to pull. "We need to lock this room down, and that means all civilians need to be removed." I was too shaken to speak, and so I just nodded, trying to force myself to breathe as I let him lead me toward the door. I glanced back. Joyce was being escorted away from the floor by another intern, and our father was still in the middle of it all, trying to pry Ms. Lawrence's fingers off Dr. Snyder's throat. Dr. Snyder was barely twitching as she hung limply, half supported by my father, half by the gnarled hand of the parasite-infected old woman who was crushing the life from her. "Is this what you wanted, Dr. Cal?" I thought, As the sound of drums got louder and the scene started to take on a strangely unreal quality, like I was seeing it through gauze. Is this where the broken doors were supposed to lead us? There are only monsters here. Then, as calmly as if he were waking up in his own bed at home, one of the patients sat up. The restraints that were meant to hold him down fell away as he moved, split cleanly down the middle. Either the fabric of the belts had been frayed by the stress of his constant squirming, or his body's new driver didn't know yet about the breaking point of flesh and bone. It wasn't playing gently with its toys. His eyes rolled madly in his head, jaws working as he turned toward us and slid to his feet. Someone hit an alarm. Red lights began to flash as a siren blared from hidden speakers, alerting the entire building to a breach in the medical holding area. The intern gave me another jerk, away from the man who was now advancing toward us. "Aren't you supposed to be armed?" I demanded. "You're the army." "Ma'am, I'm not even a doctor yet. They didn't give me a gun." He dropped my arm. "Run." I turned when he did, and I ran, following him toward the nearest door. One of the flashing red lights was above it, and I saw white, terrified faces through the door's narrow window, looking back at us from their place of safety. Then the security slammed down, the door sealing with a loud bang that sounded like every deadbolt in the world being thrown, and we were trapped. I turned to the intern, blindly hoping he could tell me what to do, but he was already running for the corner, leaving me standing on my own. I stared after him for a few seconds, too long, before spinning and flattening my back against the door, hoping that the people on the other side would take pity and open it for me. I'd take falling on my ass over having my neck broken any day. What I saw when I turned back to the room was a horror show. The red lights flashing overhead didn't help. They painted the whole scene bloody, making it look like we were in the middle of a slaughter. And then the jerkily moving sleepwalker somehow caught up to the first of the interns. And how could he move so fast? He wasn't used to having a body. He shouldn't have known how to make it work so well. He shouldn't have been so fast, and grabbed her by the shoulders, burying his teeth in her throat. She screamed, a high, shrill sound that somehow rose above the alarms for a single horrifying second before it stopped as abruptly as it had started, cut off by the severing of her trachea. The cessation of the sound should have seemed like a mercy, would have seemed like a mercy, even if it hadn't been followed by the sudden red gush of arterial blood that poured from the wound his teeth had made. As for the sleepwalker, he stood there for a few moments, swaying, clutching the twitching, half-dead intern like a teddy bear. Then his arms unlocked, and she fell limply to the ground as he straightened and looked around the room for another target. The drums were pounding in my ears again. I pressed myself harder against the closed door, praying that his gaze wouldn't fall on me. "Please don't see me," I thought. "Please, please don't see me. I'm sorry I kept secrets from my father. I'm sorry I didn't tell him everything Dr. Cal told me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The swaying sleepwalker's gaze fell on me, a sudden sharpness coming into his eyes. I swallowed, glancing frantically around for a place to run. Ms. Lawrence was still latched onto Dr. Snyder's throat. Dad was no longer trying to pry her loose. Instead, he had pulled the gun from his belt and backed away 2 steps, taking careful aim on the seemingly frail old woman with the unbreakable grip. I wanted to look away when he pulled the trigger. I couldn't. Ms. Lawrence collapsed in a bloody heap, just like the intern whose throat had been ripped out by the man who was now advancing on my position. Dr. Snyder collapsed as well, crumpling to the floor. My father, with his first and most immediate crisis handled, turned to scan the room. I wasn't screaming. He didn't know where I was, and he had 2 daughters to worry about, not just one. So maybe it shouldn't have felt like such a betrayal when he turned away from me, scanning the far side of the room for Joyce before he did anything else. But it did. I didn't have much time to dwell on it. One of the security guards who'd been locked in with us when USAMRIID decided to close the doors finally shook off her shock, drawing her own weapon and advancing on the standing sleepwalker. "Put your hands up and stay where you are," she commanded, her words barely audible above the roar of the sirens and the pounding of the drums. They were audible enough to catch the sleepwalker's attention. His head swiveled slowly toward her, and the rest of his body followed suit. Each movement seemed to take an eon, but he had fully turned before she could take another 2 steps. He made a strange, growling sound, baring his teeth at her. Blood and strands of flesh coated them, making the gesture even more horrifying. The guard was smart enough to stop moving and hold her ground, bracing her drawn pistol against the heel of her free hand for stability. "Do not move," she said, more loudly than before. Too loudly. In the chaos, no one had been paying much attention to the sleepwalkers who were still bound, preferring to focus on the immediate threats presented by Ms. Lawrence and the bloody-faced man. The short-sightedness of this approach was made horribly apparent as 2 more of the supposedly secure patients abruptly sat up on their cots. One of them was right behind the guard. She didn't even have time to scream before her throat was crushed. But I had time to scream. I had plenty of time to scream, and so I did, long and loud. It was enough to carry over both the sirens and the pounding of the drums. Every head in the room turned toward me. The 3 sleepwalkers who were currently free of their restraints repeated the bloody man's strange full-body turn, their shoulders following their heads like they hadn't figured out how to work them independently yet. I screamed again. I couldn't think of anything else to do. "Sally!" shouted Joyce from the other side of the room. I glanced in her direction. Her wide, terrified eyes stood out even in the red-washed room, making her seem younger than she really was. She couldn't save me. She knew it, and as I looked into her face, so did I. "Sal!" bellowed our father and began wading through the tethered sleepwalkers, kicking and shoving their cots out of the way. I wanted to tell him not to do that. I wanted to point out that if 3 of them had already broken loose, 4 if you counted Ms. Lawrence. But there were no words left in me. There was only screaming. Then the sleepwalkers, all 3 of them, stopped moving. Their blank gazes fell on me, seeming to have an almost physical weight. The sirens faded to nothingness as the drums got even louder, hammering in my ears until my whole head was pounding. There was an air of unreality to the whole scene, like I was dreaming. Please let me be dreaming, I thought. Then the man with the bloody chin opened his mouth, sighed, and moaned, "Sali." As with Chave before him, he seemed almost physically hurt by the act of saying my name, like those 2 syllables had been ripped out of his throat. He took a step forward, dead eyes remaining fixed on my face. "Sali," he repeated. The other sleepwalkers took up the chant, each of them saying my name in the same broken way. They weren't speaking in unison. That would almost have been better. It wouldn't have forced me to acknowledge how many of them there were. Even the ones who were still strapped down joined in the horrible chorus, some speaking so slowly they were barely comprehensible, while others sounded like normal people. I stopped screaming and stared at the sleepwalkers. My father was shouting somewhere in the room, his words drowned out by their slow, droning syllables and the pounding of the drums. Somehow, the drums were louder than the sirens and quieter than those broken, disconnected voices at the same time. It didn't make any sense. Nothing made any sense. The sleepwalker at the head of the group took another step toward me. "Sali," he said, the syllables sounding less like moans and more like speech with every instant that passed. He sounded sad. I blinked at him, trying to make sense of it all. The sirens blared, beginning to make themselves heard again above the pounding of the drums. The red light bathed everything in a ruby glow, like something out of a fairy tale. I took a breath, unsure whether I was going to answer him or start screaming again. The bullet hole that suddenly appeared in the middle of his forehead answered the question for me. I screamed again, and I kept screaming while my father rushed across the room, gunning down the other loose sleepwalkers in the process. I was still screaming when the last of the sleepwalkers hit the floor. Then the door behind me finally banged open, and soldiers shoved me out of the way as they rushed into the room with tranquilizer guns in their hands. My father gathered me into his arms, barking orders and directing men with sharp waves of the hand that held his gun. I kept screaming. It seemed like the most sensible thing to do. It seemed like the only thing to do. The needle bit into the side of my neck, and I kept screaming until the darkness and the sound of drums reached up to take me down. Everything after that was silence. Find the key that knows the lock. Find the root that knows the rock. Find the things you're seeking in the place you fear to look. Promise me that you'll take care. You'll show caution, you'll beware. There are many dangers in the pages of this book. The broken doors are waiting. You are stronger than you've known. My darling girl, be careful now and don't go out alone. From Don't Go Out Alone by Simone Kimberly, published 2006 by Lighthouse Press. Currently out of print. You know what I find really interesting about the people who want to ask about the consequences of what they consider to be me and my company playing God? They're never the ones refusing medical care. They're never the ones saying, "No thank you, doctor. I'd rather be on insulin and taking inefficient medications in pill form, and dealing with the possible side effects of increasingly ineffective antibiotics than have something living inside me." They're never the ones who refuse the implant on moral or religious grounds. No, the people who say the Simbo Gen intestinal bodyguard TM is somehow morally wrong are always the ones whose implants are securely in place and wouldn't be impacted by any new regulations. They're the ones with dependable medical care, for whom the hygiene hypothesis was always an interesting theory held at bay by their physicians and their medications. They're the ones with nothing to lose. The people with everything to lose, the ones whose lives have been transformed by desymbogenesis. They're the ones who stand up and say no when legislation is proposed that would make us and what we do illegal. They're the ones who keep us going. They're the ones this is all for. From King of the WORMS, an interview with Dr. Stephen Banks, co-founder of SYMBOGN. Originally published in Rolling Stone, February 2027. Chapter 16. September 2027. Something is different. I am alone in the dark, in the hot, warm dark, and nothing here is supposed to change. Change is the antithesis of the dark. Change is forever, it cannot be undone. Even if things are returned to their original state, they will still have been changed. They will still remember the act of changing. Change is the great destroyer, but whatever has changed, it is not something I can see, and so I forget that anything has changed at all. There is no point to holding on, and memory is hard, so hard, almost as hard as change. Memory is for another time, another place, a place outside the hot, warm dark. I let go and let myself drift through the darkness, and everything is safe, and everything is warm, and everything is always and forever accompanied by the sound of drums. The sound. The sound of drums. But hadn't the drums stopped? I was sure they had, and as soon as I thought that, it became true. The drums stopped, the red turned to black, and the warmth turned to coldness. I woke up alone in the dark, opening my eyes and squinting into the shadows as I tried to figure out where I was. All I found was more darkness and a growing sense of dread. The dread intensified when I tried to sit up and discovered that I was strapped to the unfamiliar surface beneath me. I froze, suddenly, horribly convinced. I'd been hallucinating when I heard the sleepwalker saying my name before. I'd been undergoing my own conversion, that was all, and the syllables that sounded like my name were really moans, translated into words by my own damaged ears as my implant devoured my mind, myself, everything that was me. I made a strangled squeaking sound, feeling hot tears rise burning to my eyes. The sound wasn't a moan, and that was more of a relief than I could have imagined. Besides, argued a small, logical part of me, if I'd been succumbing to the sleepwalking sickness, I wouldn't be here to worry about it, now would I? Sally Mitchell would be gone, replaced by a confused tapeworm in a body it didn't understand or know how to operate. At some point between leaving my house and waking up alone in the dark, I'd stopped questioning what Dr. Cal had explained to me. It made too much sense when I held it up to the situation. Frankly, it was the only thing that made sense. Anyone with a Symbogen implant was in danger. Anyone with a Symbogen implant was a danger to themselves and to others. Nausea rolled in my gut, intensified by the ongoing knowledge that I was strapped down. If I threw up, I was going to be lying in it until someone came and let me up. But the thought that I might have a tapeworm laying siege to my brain myself was just too horrifying to put aside. There was another thought beneath that. It was even worse than the idea of the siege. I buried it more firmly, trying to dwell on the more understandable horror. And I did understand what Dr. Cal was claiming she, Dr. Banks, and Dr. Jablonski had done. I wasn't a doctor, and I wasn't a scientist, but I wasn't stupid, and I learned quickly. So I understood, even if there was no way I could have recreated her work, or even explained the fine nuance to someone who hadn't been present for her explanation. It wasn't until the containment ward at USAMRIID that I started to fully believe her, and to accept what her actions meant. My throat was dry. At least the room was silent, no sirens, no moaning, and no distant sound of drums. I licked my lips to moisten them and said, hello, this is Sally Mitchell, I'm not sick. Please, is anyone there? Please, can you come and untie me? I want to get up, I'm not sick, please. That didn't seem like enough. I tried to count how many times I'd used the word please, how many times I'd said I wasn't sick. It didn't seem like enough. It didn't seem like anything could possibly be enough. I'm not sick, I whispered just once more. The sedatives you were given can have some unpleasant side effects, including increased salivation and sensitivity to light, said my father's voice, clear and firm and reassuringly familiar. It also sounded like he was speaking from somewhere inside the room, but that wasn't possible. He was a quiet man, but I would have been able to hear him breathing in the absolute silence that had greeted me when I first woke up. Dad, I said, craning my neck to peer into the blackness. I couldn't see anything. That didn't stop me from looking. Where are you? Why am I strapped down? It was a precaution in case you woke disoriented, he said. He made it sound like it was a perfectly reasonable step to take. Can you please say your full name? Sally Mitchell, can you untie me now? Your full name. His tone was gentle, like he was trying to prompt a recalcitrant child. Anger began to gather in my chest, overwhelming the lingering nausea. That is my full name, I half said, half snapped. I go by Sal, remember. What's your middle name, Sally? My middle name. My mind went blank. I didn't remember having a middle name, much less being told what it was. No, wait, that wasn't right. I had a middle initial. It appeared on all the official paperwork that Symbogen sent to the house. It starts with R, I said slowly. I know that. Is it Rebecca? Rachel? I paused, trying to think of other names that started with the letter R. Finally, I ventured, Rose. Your middle name is Ray, Sally. Sally Ray Mitchell. I considered his words. Nothing about them was familiar. Still, it seemed best not to argue with him, not if I wanted to get out of here. Fine, my middle name is Ray, I said. Now will you untie me? What day is it? That was the last straw. The anger that had been gathering in my chest blossomed like a poisonous flower, and I was suddenly shouting at the darkness, hoping my words were at least somewhat aimed at the father I couldn't see. I don't know, Dad, because I don't know how long it's been since you sedated me. And before that, I had sort of stopped paying attention, since you had me under house arrest. Now will you stop asking me stupid questions and let me out of here? I'm not sick, I'm not a lab experiment, and I'm not happy about the way you keep treating me. There was a click. An intercom had just been turned off somewhere in the room. My anger withered as quickly as it had bloomed, replaced by the sudden fear that my rant had been the last piece needed to convince them there was something seriously wrong with me. I couldn't remember my middle name. I shouted at my own father. Clearly, I had to be sick, except that I wasn't sick. I felt perfectly fine, and I had absolutely no idea how I was supposed to convince anyone else of that. A door opened in the far wall of what was suddenly revealed to be a small room, much like the changing room that I'd used when we first arrived at the facility. A broad-shouldered silhouette appeared in the light. My father. I couldn't let myself be relieved, not quite yet, no matter how much I wanted to, and so I just squinted at him, refusing to allow myself to speak until I had some idea of what he was going to do next. I need you to close your eyes for a moment, he said. I'm turning on the lights, and I don't want you to hurt yourself. Dad, I couldn't help myself. The word just slipped out, all fear and longing hanging in the air between us. He sighed. Just trust me, all right? Just for a few more minutes, please. It wasn't easy. It wouldn't have been easy before he pretended to be a sleepwalker just to see what I would do. I still forced myself to squeeze my eyes shut, turning my head to the side in case the lights were bright enough to shine through my eyelids. Instead of the expected brilliance, what I got was heat, shining on me from either side of the room. Startled, I turned back toward the door and opened my eyes, finding that my father was only slightly more visible than he'd been before. The room was still in almost total darkness, illuminated only by the two banks of UV lights positioned to either side of my cot. They were glowing a soft purple, turning the small hairs on my arms and the pops of cotton on the front of my scrubs an ethereal shade of raver girl blue-white. What? I said. She's clean, called a voice from the hall, and the UV lights flicked off. The darkness seemed even deeper this time, despite the open door. Close your eyes again, Sally, said my father and stepped into the room. I obliged, not wanting to do anything to delay his releasing me. A few seconds later, white light flooded my eyelids, making every vein in the thin skin perfectly visible. I waited a few seconds more before squinting through my lashes, watching my father as he approached. What was that about? I asked. You showed us the test, he said, beginning to unbuckle the strap that was holding my chest and arms to the cot. We simply put it into a more immediately implementable form. I didn't ask why USAMRIID just happened to have banks of UV lights around their facility, waiting to be used as an early parasite detection system. They were a major military research center. If something had a potential medical application, I was sure it was somewhere in the building. Instead, I waited for my father to finish undoing the straps, then sat up, watching him warily. He took a step back from the cot, spreading his hands as if to show me they were empty. I appreciated the gesture more than I wanted to. Well, I asked, did you find what you were looking for? He sighed. Sally, I know you're angry, but did you find what you were looking for? Yes, he straightened, all traces of apology leaving his eyes. All the patients who survived the incident demonstrated clear signs of infection when put under UV lights. So did 3 of our researchers. They're in quarantine now while we figure out how to proceed. I suddenly realized who was missing from the room. My eyes widened as I looked at him. "Joyce?" I asked. He looked away. I closed my eyes. Oh, crap. She's only showing some very preliminary signs. We may be able to stop the infection from progressing, now that we know what we're dealing with. We've started her on a course of antiparasitics. I opened my eyes in time to see a small smile twisting his lips, utterly insincere, but clearly meant to comfort me. "She'll be fine." "No," I shook my head. "She won't, she won't be fine." I slid off my cot, getting my feet back under myself. "Sally, where are you going?" "I need a phone." What I was about to do might cause problems for a lot of people, but I couldn't let my sister die. I couldn't. "There's someone I need to call." "Sally." "You asked me to trust you, Dad. Now I'm asking you to trust me. Please. Isn't Joyce's life worth it?" Slowly, very slowly, he nodded. "All right," he said. "Let's get you to a phone." They weren't willing to leave me alone while I called Nathan. I didn't know how many people had actually died during the incident in the lab, but it was enough that the survivors were edgy and inclined to twitch when anyone made any sudden movements. Dad followed me into the small office, where two armed guards stood to either side of a manual telephone. Feeling oddly like I had somehow tripped and fallen into a spy movie, I picked up the receiver and dialed the number for the San Francisco City Hospital. An electronic receptionist came on, prompting me to tell her who I was calling and what I needed. I selected the options for parasitology and dialed Nathan's extension. "Please be at work," I whispered. "Please, oh please be at work." I didn't have the number for Dr. Cal's lab. If he was still with her, still hiding, I'd have no way of reaching him. I'd have no way of helping Joyce. The phone clicked. "San Francisco City Hospital, Dr. Kim speaking." Relief made my knees go weak. I grabbed the edge of the desk for balance. "Nathan, it's me." "Sal," his voice spiked upward as he said my name, tone clearly broadcasting how worried he'd been and how worried he still was. "Where are you? Are you all right? Your father told me, well, it doesn't matter." I shot a glare at my father and said, "He was lying. I've been grounded." "Grounded?" Now Nathan sounded confused. "Apparently, I wasn't supposed to let Simbo Gen's security into the house. They bugged the place, and so my father put me under house arrest. He didn't want to risk me saying anything where the transmitters might pick it up." "But that's," Nathan caught himself. "No, that's not irrational. I don't think anything is irrational anymore. But Sal, where are you now?" "I'm at USAMRIID. I got my father to take me to work in exchange for showing him Simbo Gen's test for the sleepwalking sickness." I took a breath. "Joyce is getting sick, Nathan. How do I kill the implant? I mean, really kill it for absolutely certain. I don't think the normal antiparasitics are going to cut it." There was a brief silence from the other end of the line before he said slowly, "No, I don't suppose they are. What are they already using?" "Let me ask." I lowered the receiver, not bothering to cover the mouthpiece with my hand. "Dad, what are you treating Joyce with?" "Praziquantel," he said. I turned back to the phone. "Did you get that?" "I did, and it's a good start. Sal, tell them to add pyrimethamine and sulfadiazine. That should take care of the toxoplasma aspects of the parasite." "I don't know how to pronounce those." Nathan sighed. "I'm sorry, repeat after me. PYR." He spelled out both drugs carefully, and I repeated the letters as he said them. When he was done, I looked to my father for confirmation that he knew what Nathan was asking for. He nodded. I turned back to the phone. "If that's the toxo, what about the rest?" The Symbogen implant had DNA from multiple sources, including human. I wasn't sure what it would take to actually kill one. I was absolutely sure that we would lose Joyce if we didn't figure it out, and fast. Okay, just let me make a few calls, he said. Can I call USAMRIID and reach you? Yes, I said, looking straight at my father. If you call USAMRIID in the next 30 minutes, you can reach me. After that, I want you to come and pick me up, please. I think we're going to come and stay with you for a few days. Nathan's apartment probably hadn't been bugged by Symbogen, and even if they'd somehow made it into the building, the jammers in Don't Go Out Alone would be able to keep them from picking up anything useful. His apartment didn't normally allow pets, but they were already making an exception for Davy and Catherine's bulldog, Minnie. Beverly could come with me, and I'd just take her to work during the day if she and Minnie didn't get along. The shelter wouldn't mind. What's one more dog amongst the pack? I just needed to know that Joyce was going to be okay, and then I wanted to get the hell away from my family, who thought that it was reasonable to lock me up for days without an explanation, lie to me to see what I would do, and treat me like a child who didn't know how to take care of herself. I might only have 6 years of experience behind me, but I knew enough to know that I deserved better than that. You and Beverly are always welcome here, said Nathan. Thank you. Hurry. I'll be there as soon as I can, he said solemnly. I love you, Sal. Stay safe. I love you too, I said, and hung up the phone. My father was looking at me impassively, his expression not giving away anything of what he thought. I did my best to look as blank as he did and said, Nathan's going to check a few things, and then he's going to call me back. After that, he's going to come and pick me up. And do you think I'll be letting you leave with him? Yes, I do, I said, still keeping my face schooled into careful neutrality. I'm an adult. Fuck the legal guardianship. I can leave if I want to. These last few days, these last few hours, haven't really made me think that it's safe for me to stay. So you'll just go? Dad's eyes darkened, his brows lowering until it looked like he was on the verge of scowling. Your sister is sick. That's why I'm still here. I want to help. But Dad, it's pretty clear you don't trust me. I don't know why. I think I've always tried to be a good daughter. I'm smart enough to realize that after you've locked me in my room, lied to me about your own medical condition, and strapped me to a table in the dark while refusing to tell me what's going on, maybe you don't have my best interests at heart. My eyes were starting to burn with tears I wasn't going to allow myself to shed. For once, I would have welcomed the sound of drums. I could have you both arrested for withholding information, he said. There was a new chill in his voice, a coldness I'd heard before, but never directed at me. It was the tone he sometimes took when he was on the phone with work, or with the men from Symbogen who called to ask if I could come in for tests between my scheduled appointments. You can, yeah, but we're not withholding the information that can help Joyce. I already told you how to adjust her treatment. Do you really want to put your own daughter in jail because you think I might know something I haven't shared yet? Not because you know, because you suspect, and you're grasping at straws now. I lifted my chin, challenging him. Is that a step you're ready to take, Dad? If I knew for sure that you had any information worth having, I would take that step, he said quietly. Please believe me. If I let you leave with Nathan, and I find out the two of you have been withholding anything I might have been able to use, I will arrest you both. I thought of Dr. Cal in her lab, of Tansy and Adam, who almost certainly qualified as something he would have been able to use, and I nodded. I do believe you, but right now there's nothing else we can tell you. We just know some stuff about the structure of the parasite because Nathan's a parasitologist, and he got hold of some development notes that actually made sense to him. That was true enough, and it was even believable to some degree. We have all the publicly available development notes, said my father. Why has Dr. Kim been able to make sense of them, if no one else has? The fact that he was using Nathan's last name was a warning. My boyfriend was moving out of protected status and into potentially useful. Trying hard not to reveal my anxiety, I said, he was watching some old lectures of Dr. Cal S. from before the IPO. Some of the things she said made him realize he was looking at the genome all wrong. I don't really understand the science, but what he said was that the Symbogen implants aren't based as much on tapeworms as they always told us they were. We know they contain other genetic material. It's in the documentation. My father sounded almost dismissive now, like there was nothing I could say about the science that he wouldn't already know. My cheeks burned as blood rushed to my face, hot on the heels of irritation. Did the documentation tell you the implants contain material from Toxoplasma gondii? I asked. The two guards who flanked the phone hadn't spoken since we arrived. Now one of them jumped, his grip on his rifle shifting so that the gun clanked against the edge of the desk. I glanced to them and then back to my father, who was staring at me in what looked very much like shock. "Didn't you know that?" I asked. "You just said that it was in the documentation." "That's not possible," he said. "Dad, we're talking about genetically engineered tapeworm Symbogen somehow managed to convince the whole world to voluntarily infect themselves with. I don't think we get to call anything impossible anymore." I shook my head. "There's toxoplasma in the implants. That's how they can colonize the brain so well. They know how to do it, even if they don't know they know." The two soldiers were both staring at me now, and so was my father. Something about the weight of their gazes made me deeply uncomfortable. I took a half step backward, putting a little more distance between us. "So what you're telling me, Sally, is that these worms can get into anyone's brain and they were built that way. They were designed that way. Do you understand what that would mean?" "No," I said with complete honesty. "I barely understand what toxoplasma is, except that it's a parasite that really, really likes the brain and is really, really hard to kill, which is probably why they used it. Tapeworms are pretty easy to kill, aren't they?" "Until they get into the brain," said my father darkly. There was something in his eyes I couldn't stand to look at and was terrified of understanding. I looked away. "Sal." Somehow having him say my name and not his dead daughter's didn't help. I shook my head. "I don't want to think about that," I said. "Joyce will be fine. She has to be." He wasn't looking that way because of Joyce. I wasn't scared because of Joyce. But neither of us was ready to deal with what that look really meant. Maybe we were both hoping we'd never have to. The phone rang. I was reaching for it when my father stepped crisply in front of me, snatching the receiver from its cradle. "Colonel Mitchell," he said by way of greeting. There was a pause as he listened to the person on the other end. Then, "Yes, put him through." "Is it Nathan?" I asked, before I could think better of it. He glanced my way, pressing the forefinger of his free hand against his lips in a signal for me to be quiet. "Yes, Sally's here. No, you may not speak to her. Whatever you need us to know, you can explain it to me." There was another pause before he said, "Dr. Kim, I am speaking as a representative of the United States military when I say you will tell me what I want to know before I tell you anything further about my daughter." The next pause was longer. Finally, my father said, "Intramuscular praziquantel. Are you certain?" Another pause. "Son, you're asking me to inject the patient with antiparasitics. I think you owe me an explanation as to why." "Please, Nathan. Be careful," I thought, locking my hands together to keep myself from making another grab at the phone. "Whatever you tell him, you have to be careful." If Nathan wanted to tell my father about his mother's involvement with all this, that was his decision. But if he didn't do it the right way, I wasn't going to be going anywhere with him, and he might wind up leading a military retrieval team to Dr. Cal's lab before the sun came up. Finally, my father said, almost grudgingly, "Well, yes, that does make medical sense, and I suppose the risks of intramuscular praziquantel are substantially outweighed by the risks of not reaching the parasite in time. Thank you for your assistance, Dr. Kim." He thrust the receiver unceremoniously toward me. "Your boyfriend wants to talk to you. Privates Dowell and Fabris will see you back to the main lab when you're finished." Pressing the receiver into my hand, he turned on his heel and strode out of the room, presumably on his way to tell the doctors responsible for Joyce's treatment how to adjust her medication. A pang of guilt lanced through me as I realized that if those treatments worked, the doctors would probably also use them on the sleepwalkers. After all, medicine was medicine, and saving lives was important. But the people who originally owned those bodies were gone, and the tapeworms that had taken them over had as much of a right to live as anyone else. Didn't they? They'd been acting out of instinct, and because they wanted lives of their own, not out of malice. It was still theft. The thought of infection terrified me, but once those bodies were stolen, it was apparently a day for revelations. I was actually starting to understand Dr. Cal's point of view. Fighting the urge to start shuddering, I raised the phone to my ear. "Nathan." "Sal," he sounded relieved. "Are you all right?" I smiled, allowing my own relief to show. "Is that how we're going to start all conversations from now on? Until you stop getting yourself into situations where I have to worry about your safety, yes. It absolutely is." Nathan sighed. "Is your father there?" "No, he went to supervise Joyce's medication. He left me with 2 soldiers to make sure I made it back to where I'm supposed to be, though." I offered the privates who were guarding me a little wave with my free hand. They didn't wave back. "Are you coming to get me?" "I'm already on my way. I should be there in about 10 minutes. Now that I was listening for it, I could hear the faint sounds of traffic behind his voice. He was driving. He was coming to get me. My knees went weak with relief. I gripped the desk and said, "We need to go back to the house. I want to get some things and Beverly before I go to your place. I should probably also leave a note for Mom." I had no idea what it was going to say. It still seemed like the right thing to do. "And you're all right." "What?" "I keep asking you if you're all right because you keep not answering me. Are you all right?" I hesitated, looking first to the 2 privates and then to the open office door. Dad was somewhere in the building, talking to the doctors who were going to try to save my sister from sharing the fate of the sleepwalkers who had killed Dr. Snyder and that intern in front of me. They might have a right to live, but so did Dr. Snyder. So did the woman in the white lab coat. So did Davy. "I don't know," I said finally. "Just come and get me, Nathan. Just get me away from here, before I have to figure it out." "I'll be right there," he promised. The line went dead, a dial tone sounding dully in my ear. I dropped the receiver carefully back into its cradle, turning my attention to the 2 men assigned to watch over me. "Please take me to my father now," I said. "I want to see how my sister is doing." "Yes, Miss Mitchell," said one of them. I didn't know which one was Private Dowell and which one was Private Fabris, and I didn't really care. I was never going to see these men again. That wasn't how things like this worked out. I followed them out of the office. Not one of us paused to turn out the light. After everything that had happened that day, somehow the shadows had lost their appeal. The soldiers led me to a hallway where my father stood talking to a small cluster of men in lab coats, with an oddly military cut. USAMRIID doctors, the real kind, not the interns from the containment lab or the enlisted men who sometimes served as security. There were 3 of them, all looking very serious, like this was an exam that they were afraid of failing. Through the window behind them I could see Joyce and 3 other people, all still awake and clearly alert, watching the nurses who adjusted their IV drips with trained hands. Joyce glanced in my direction and froze, eyes widening. Her mouth moved. I shook my head. I could barely read words on a page. Reading lips was a bit beyond me. "Colonel Mitchell," said one of my escorts, "do you have any further instructions, sir?" My father turned to face us. He looked tired, but he didn't scowl when he saw me. That was something anyway. "My daughter's boyfriend should be arriving in the visitors' lot soon," he said. "His name is Dr. Nathan Kim. Please escort him to the main entry and wait there for my word." "Yes, sir," said the 2 men and saluted before turning and heading back the way we'd come. They didn't say goodbye to me. I guess I didn't matter anymore now that I was no longer their assignment. "Sally." My father gestured for me to come closer to the glass. Unsure of what else to do, I came. He pointed to where Joyce was lying strapped to her own cot, watching us. She hadn't taken her eyes off me since I arrived. "Her symptoms haven't progressed, but they haven't improved." "Are you sure there's nothing you aren't telling us?" There was so much I wasn't telling them that I wasn't sure where I would begin to explain. The one thing I could think of that might be relevant was one that hopefully they already knew, and so I said, in a halting voice, "You know the implants have some human DNA in them, don't you?" "Yes." His expression hardened as he stole a glance of his own toward Joyce. "That's part of what makes treatment so difficult. Most of the things that we know would kill the Symbo Gen implant have to reach it first, which means injection. But if you inject something that attacks human DNA into a human, you stand a very good chance of killing the patient along with the parasite." And he didn't want to kill Joyce, or even risk it. I couldn't blame him. I didn't want to kill Joyce either. "Dad," I said, and paused before continuing, forcing the words out one by one. "If this is in the brain, is there any point in treating people that are already all the way gone? Aren't they just going to, well, aren't they just going to die if you take away the thing that's keeping them alive? First you tell me the Symbo Gen implants are somehow infiltrating human brains, and then you ask me whether we can let those implants keep the brains they've taken over." His attention swung back to me. "I can't believe you'd even say that. Of course we'll treat those people. They deserve the dignity of a peaceful death, rather than living on under the control of some inhuman thing." His glare was hot enough to make my skin crawl. I took a step backward, once again wishing for the comforting pounding of the drums. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Dad paused. Then he sighed, rubbing one hand across his face, and said, "I'm sorry too, Sal. I don't mean to take things out on you. I know none of this is your fault." "Colonel," began one of the doctors. My father shot him a look, and he quieted, lowering the hand he'd been about to gesture with. My father turned his attention back to me. "Are you sure you want to go off with Nathan? Your mother won't be very happy to have one daughter in the hospital and the other with her boyfriend." "I'm sure," I said. "If Symbo Gen is trying to bug the house because I'm in it, it's best if I'm not there while Joyce is recovering. That would just make things worse. And I have some things I need to get straightened out in my head. I should be away until I can finish doing that." "If this is about our grounding you," he looked briefly, profoundly uncomfortable. It made me want to hug him and scream at him at the same time. What else could it possibly be about? And I was tired and I was done. "It is, yes," I said. "It's also about everything else. It's about you lying to me and scaring me and deciding that you don't have to treat me like an adult when it's not convenient for you. None of that was fair, and I don't want to risk you deciding to do it again. This is something I have to do. I'd like it if you would understand that. Because I'm doing it either way. And when all this is over, We're dissolving your guardianship." "All right, Sal, all right," he sighed, looking toward Joyce one more time. "I'll let you know how her recovery goes. Hopefully, she'll start responding to the treatment that you and Nathan have recommended. I wouldn't be taking those suggestions if we weren't so desperate." "I know that. I do love you. No matter what may have happened or what may happen, I do love you." "I know that too, Dad," I said, and I did know it no matter how many problems I had with him. I had questioned a lot of things about my parents. I had never wondered whether they loved me. Something occurred to me then and I asked, "Can I borrow the car keys? I'll send them back with whoever walks me out." Because it wasn't going to be him, not with Joyce strapped to a cot and being treated to prevent tapeworms from taking over her brain. My father raised an eyebrow. "What do you need from the car?" "My bag. Can't I just give it back to you when you come home?" That would give him time to figure out that the book jammed tracking signals. I didn't know the answer, but whatever it was, it would probably point him back to Dr. Cal, and I didn't want to do that. Besides which, I wasn't going back to Simbogen voluntarily, and having a way to hide from them would be a big help. "No," I said, shaking my head. "I need it now." "Fine, but I won't give you the keys. I'm walking you to the car myself." My surprise must have shown in my face because he smiled and said, "There's nothing I can do for Joyce right now, and standing here staring at her isn't going to make her get better any faster. I should make sure you get on your way safely before I do anything else." Gratitude swept over me, feeling too big to be put into words. So I just nodded and stepped off to one side as he turned and muttered instructions to the doctors who would presumably be monitoring Joyce's condition in his absence. I stole glances at my sister through the window. She was staring up at the ceiling, jaw set in the firm line that meant she was terrified and refusing to let herself cry. Joyce could seem silly sometimes, but she was always stronger than she thought she was. She would come through this. Assuming the treatments worked, assuming it wasn't already too late and the implant hadn't already worked too much of itself into her brain. Assuming. They were saying her name, Colonel. The unfamiliar voice dragged my attention back into the present. I turned to see one of the doctors glaring at my father, frustration and confusion writ large across his features. "You can't pretend this isn't relevant. The implications. The implications are that these people can mimic sounds, no matter how advanced their illnesses, which tells me there's still hope to save them," said my father. "Please continue the treatment and keep me apprised of any progress. Sal, come with me. You'll need to change back into your street clothes before you leave here." "Coming, Dad," I said, and followed him as he walked down the hall. Maybe it was because I didn't spend enough time at USAMRIID, or any time, really, when I could avoid it. But the layout of the building didn't make any sense to me. Hallways joined and split according to no logical pattern, sometimes leading into large open spaces that then proceeded to blend seamlessly back into more hallways. I hurried to keep up with my father's longer steps, unwilling to let myself be separated from him in those endless halls. I would never have been able to find my own way out. Finally, we reached a somewhat familiar door, which he opened with a swipe of his key card to reveal the antechamber connecting the male and female changing rooms. He walked to the female changing room door, unlocking it with another swipe. "I'll wait here for you," he said. I ducked straight into the room, quietly unsurprised when I opened the locker holding my clothes and saw that everything had been neatly folded. Someone had been through my things, probably while I was unconscious in the lab. I stripped off my scrubs, trying not to be disturbed by the invasion of my privacy. It wasn't like there was anything for them to find. My clothes wouldn't lead them to Dr. Cal or tell them about Tansy and Adam. We were still okay. I kept that thought firmly in mind as I got dressed. There was a bruise on the side of my neck where the needle had been shoved in a bit too hard in the process of sedating me. I touched the spot and hissed between my teeth, wondering why they hadn't bothered with a gauze pad. Oh, well, that was the least of my problems. I checked my reflection in the locker's built-in mirror, making sure that I looked at least halfway presentable. Then I turned to go back to where my father was waiting. He'd been joined by one of the two soldiers from earlier, who looked up almost guiltily when I emerged. Then he cleared his throat and said, "Miss Mitchell, your ride is here." "Oh, good." I looked to my father. "I just need to get my stuff from the car, okay?" "Okay," he said, still sounding like he wasn't entirely happy about the idea. "Private Dowell, you may return to your post." "Sir, yes, sir," said the soldier, saluting him. My father saluted back, and Private Dowell turned to head for the door, his duty discharged. "Come along, Sal," said my father, starting for the exit. I followed him to the front door and out into the dim light of the evening. The sun was setting over the San Francisco Bay, turning everything the same red as the emergency lights in the lab, and Nathan's car was cozied up to the sidewalk, with Nathan himself standing in front of it. He started to move when he saw us, and I motioned for him to stay where he was. He stopped, light glinting off his glasses and masking the confusion that I knew was there. I made a wait sign with my hand and followed my father to his car. He unlocked the doors, and I retrieved my bag from under the seat. I didn't realize until my fingers found the strap just how afraid I'd been that it wasn't going to be there. The staff at USAMRIID had gone through my locker. There was nothing to stop them from going through the car. Nothing, except maybe for a father who really did want what was best for me, even if he didn't know what that was. I slung the bag over my shoulder as I straightened and turned to throw my arms around his neck. "I love you, Dad," I said. He sighed. "I love you too, Sal." I let go and ran toward Nathan's car, so anxious to be out of there that I almost didn't stop when I heard my father shouting, "Wait!" behind me. But he was letting me go, and so I owed it to him to at least pause. I stopped, turning, and waited to hear what he had to say. He just looked at me for a long moment. Then, barely loud enough for me to hear, he said, "Goodbye, Sally." "Bye, Dad," I said and turned away, walking to the car where Nathan waited. He opened the door for me. I got in and watched through the windshield as he walked around to the driver's side. Then he took his own seat, and together we drove away into the bloody sunset. Chapter 17. September 2027. The scrambler in Don't Go Out Alone might have been good enough to block Simbo Jen's bugs, but neither Nathan nor I wanted to test it against whatever listening devices USAMRIID had installed on their own property. We stayed silent until we were off Treasure Island and back, inside the comforting Faraday cage of the Bay Bridge, whose metal infrastructure would prevent any signals from getting through, whether we wanted them to or not. Even if USAMRIID had planted bugs on my clothes or bag, we should be okay there. Once we were safely surrounded by the steel frame of the bridge, Nathan glanced my way, lips thin with tension, and asked, "Are you all right? I mean, really all right?" "Yes," I said. "No, maybe. I don't know anymore." I pulled Don't Go Out Alone out of my bag and looked down at it, running my fingers over the letters of the title as I explained what had happened, starting when he dropped me off at my house. Nathan didn't say anything as I spoke, and I didn't look up, both of us preferring to let this seem less like a real thing that had really happened and more like a story out of a book. Only this story didn't have a happy ending, at least not so far, and I wasn't willing to bet there was one waiting up ahead of us. I had just reached the point where I woke up in the dark when Nathan finally spoke up, asking, "Do you know what they injected you with?" "No," I said. "Some type of sedative. I passed out almost as soon as I felt the needle." Nathan punched the steering wheel. I jerked my head up and stared at him, eyes wide and heart hammering in my chest. The car hadn't so much as swerved, but that didn't matter. For his part, Nathan looked instantly apologetic, although not apologetic enough to wipe away the fury in his eyes. He raised his hand like he was going to punch the steering wheel again, but restrained himself. Instead, he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, anchoring them more firmly against his face, and said, "This isn't how I should ask you. I was planning something a little more romantic, or at least a little less awkward. But I want you to challenge your parents' custodianship and move in with me. Please. I have a list of reasons you should consider it, and I know you don't make much at the shelter, so I'm not asking you to help with the rent. I can afford the rent on my own. What I can't afford is the lack of sleep that comes when I can't reach you on the phone, or the urge to go back to USAMRIID and get myself arrested for assaulting a member of the United States military." "Nathan, I'm not just asking because of this, although it's definitely causing me to skip the original dinner, a movie, and a casual question plan. But Sal, they sedated you with something they didn't even bother to identify, much less ask you about. Who knows what they used?" His tone, angry and terrified at the same time, made my shoulders tense. I bit my lip before asking, "Well, if they used it, doesn't that mean it's safe?" "No sedative that knocks you out that quickly is strictly safe. The best scenario I can come up with has them hitting you with midazolam, along with whatever it is they use to knock you out. That way, your perception of how long it took you to go under would be skewed, and I wouldn't be trying to figure out what they could have used to knock you out instantly." "Oh," I said in a small voice, "I don't think my father would hurt me. He wasn't the one holding the syringe, was he?" "No," I admitted, "but he was the one who called for it. Unless he'd been too distracted by everything else that was happening, and by the fact that both his daughters were in a room full of homicidal sleepwalkers, to requisition a sedative. They might just have used whatever they had on hand. In a room full of people whose actions were unpredictable at best, you'd want to have chemicals to put them under as fast as possible." I rubbed the side of my neck, doing my best not to wince as my fingers skated over the bruise forming there. "I'd like to do some blood work on you tonight," said Nathan, "just to make sure everything's okay." "Yeah," I said faintly. "Yeah, we should do that." "Good." He leaned over to squeeze my knee with one hand. "What all do we need to get from your house?" "Some clothes, my computer, Beverly. We can go back for everything else later, when things aren't so chaotic." Nathan paused. "Do you mean?" "I mean I'd be happy to move in with you, as long as your building doesn't mind you suddenly having another dog. Beverly's pretty well behaved, and I can take her to work when I have to go in. Maybe I can even get her certified as a service dog." Nathan smiled. "What's her service?" "Sniffing out people who are about to get sick, I guess, or growling at people who upset me. That seems like a pretty full-time job these days." I looked back down at the book. "I'm sorry I don't seem more excited. I've wanted this for a while. Right now doesn't seem like the time to get excited about much of anything, you know." "Sadly, yes," said Nathan. "I do." I was trying to think of what to say next when his phone rang. Nathan swore. "Here," he said, digging it out of his pocket and passing it to me. "Bluetooth tethering doesn't work on the bridge. Can you just find out whether they need me at the hospital?" Sure. I'd been Nathan's answering service before, and it was nice to have something to do, no matter how mundane. I didn't bother checking the display. The call would go to voicemail before I could figure out what it said. I just tapped the phone to answer and raised the phone to my ear. "Hello. You both get out okay? 'Cause if you didn't, Dr. C says I can maybe field test my new rocket launcher, and that would be boss. So I'm totally down with you saying you're hiding in a storm drain right now, waiting for a coincidentally convenient rescue." I laughed. I couldn't help it. "What?" she asked. She sounded more bewildered than annoyed. "Do they not have storm drains in San Francisco?" "Hi, Tansy," I replied. "I'm fine. Nathan's fine. My sister will hopefully be fine if the treatment Nathan and Dr. Cal suggested works." I was assuming Nathan had called his mother during the pause between phone calls. It was the only reason I could think of for Tansy to be calling him, or for her to know she should call and check in. Of course the treatment will work. Now Tansy sounded affronted. "Dr. C developed it, and that means it works. Just, you know. It's pretty dangerous, and it wouldn't work on anybody who's too far gone. Once the meat car goes sans driver for a little bit, there's no pill in the world that's going to bring them back." My stomach turned as my own meat car reacted to the implications of her words. "Well, let's hope Joyce is still firmly in the driver's seat," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Nathan and I are going to my place to pick up some of my things, and then I'm going to stay with him for a while. Forever, if the way I felt meant anything. Ooh, a sleepover. Can I come?" That was a horrifying image. I couldn't decide whether she'd keep us up all night watching bad movies and trying to braid my hair, or bring in something for us to vivisect as a party game. "It's not that kind of a sleepover." Tansy sighed. "Oh, whatever. If you want to be like that, you just be like that. Dr. C wants to know if you think you can get out here again in the next day or two. She says there's some developments and stuff, and she doesn't want to talk about them on the phone." "I don't know," I said. "Simbo Jen bugged my house, and now my father thinks I'm withholding information from the military. It'll be hard for me to go anywhere without being watched. Nathan might be able to manage it." "No, I can't," said Nathan. "If they're watching you, they're going to be watching me too. It's not safe for either of us to try sneaking away." "Did you hear that?" I asked Tansy. "I did," she said. "We'll think of something else. For right now, you two sit tight and try not to get yourselves killed before I can get there to join the party." "Tansy," I began, but it was too late. She was already gone. I lowered the phone. She hung up on me. Somehow, I'm not surprised. We were leaving the comforting metal cage of the bridge, sliding back out into the open as the highway continued into the city. Did she say what Mom wanted? Just that she wants to talk about some things she can't discuss over the phone. She said they'll think of something else if we can't come to them. I don't find that very reassuring. "It's Tansy," he said. "You're not supposed to." I laughed again and leaned over to rest my head against his shoulder as he drove us onward, toward the house that was no longer going to be my home. Mom's car was in the driveway when we pulled up. I grimaced. I'd been hoping to get in and get out without any more family confrontations today. Nathan followed my gaze and grimaced in turn before asking, "Do you want me to come in with you, or would it be easier if I waited out here?" What I wanted was to just drive away without facing my mother. I shook my head. "You should come in. I don't think I can carry a suitcase and manage Beverly at the same time, and I don't want to go in there twice. Once I'm done, I want to be done. Right now, I don't want to let you out of my sight." Nathan turned off the engine. We got out and walked up the driveway toward the house. Mom opened the front door before we got there. Her face was drawn and pale as she looked out at us. I stepped onto the porch. She didn't say a word. She just stepped forward, wrapped her arms around me, and squeezed so hard I was briefly sure I felt my ribs bend. It was like she was afraid that if she let go, I'd float away and never be seen again. I said awkwardly. Hi, Mom, this sort of hurts. I patted her on the back with one hand, straining to move even that much. Can we come in? It felt weird to be asking for permission to enter my own house, even if I was planning on moving out. Still, it was apparently the right thing to say. She sniffled as she let me go, stepping backward and out of the way. Of course, sweetheart, of course. Hello, Nathan. It's good to see you again. Hello, Mrs. Mitchell, he said, politely not commenting on the fact that she hadn't seen him because he hadn't been allowed in. Beverly squeezed past Mom as I stepped into the house. Her tail was wagging so hard her entire backside was shaking, making her look like she was on the verge of coming apart in the middle. I crouched down to let her lick my face in greeting and stayed crouched as I asked, "Did Dad call?" Yes, Mom sniffled. It was a small sound almost obscured by Beverly's panting. I heard it all the same and my heart broke just a little. I understand why you feel you need to go, Sal, but I wish you wouldn't. Not while your sister is still in isolation. The house is too big for me to be in it by myself. She didn't need to say that Dad wouldn't come home until they knew about Joyce, one way or the other. I knew him well enough to know that. I'm sorry. I rubbed Beverly's ears before I stood. I can't. I know it hurts, but you let him lock me up, Mom. Maybe you even agreed with him. I need to know that I'm not with people who don't even trust me enough to tell me what's going on in my own life. I need to know that I'm not with people I can't trust. Mom stared at me, looking almost like I'd slapped her. Then she nodded, wiping at her eyes with the side of one hand as she said, "That's fair. I wish you didn't think that way, and I still understand how we made you think that way. This isn't some silly teenage rebellion." "I'm not a teenager, Mom," I said as gently as I could. "No, you're not." Her eyes hardened. "You're 6 years old. I shouldn't let you go. You're too young for this." "Legally, I'm an adult." "Only because we never expected you to try something like this. We shouldn't have stopped with the custodianship. We should have had you declared medically incompetent." Now it was my turn to react like I'd been slapped. My eyes widened. "You don't mean that. You've always encouraged me to rebuild my life, to figure out who I was going to be now." "You're not my daughter." The words were calm, almost clinical. That made them even worse. "My daughter never woke up. She hit that bus and she died and you moved into her body. You're a stranger. My Sally was a wild girl and she was careless sometimes, but she would never do anything like this to me. She was a good girl." "Mom," I whispered, "don't you even care that your sister is sick, that she might die, and now I find out you did no more than you were telling us. You too. You'd gone off and put your heads together and figured out a way to test for this horrible virus, and you didn't come home and tell us immediately. Maybe we could have found out sooner. Maybe she'd have a better chance. Did you even think of that?" You wouldn't talk to me," I stammered, floored. Of all the reactions I'd expected, this immediate, weeping offensive wasn't among them. "I couldn't tell you anything because none of you would talk to me. You acted like I'd done something wrong. How was I supposed to tell you when you wouldn't talk to me?" "Your sister could die," she suddenly shouted. Something inside me snapped. The sound of drums rose in my ears, distant and reassuring, as I said, "You can't have it both ways, Mom. You can't say I'm not your daughter just because I don't remember growing up in this house, and then tell me my sister could die. If I'm not your daughter, Joyce isn't my sister, and why should I care about her being sick? But I do care because she is my sister, and that means I am your daughter." You're being hurtful and mean because you're scared. And that's why I'm leaving. I have enough to be afraid of that I don't need my family adding to the list. I've told Dad everything we know that might help them keep Joyce from getting all the way sick. I've been a good sister to her, even if you're not being a very good mother to me. Now I'm going to go and get my things from my room and get Beverly's leash, and then Nathan and I are going to go, and you're not going to stop us. I'm done being here. Sally, her face fell like she just realized what she was saying. Sally, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I didn't mean to. Yes, you did. You wouldn't have said those things if you didn't mean to. But that's okay because you're scared. At the shelter, they taught me that scared animals are the most likely to bite, and you shouldn't blame them for it. They don't know any better. You know what else they taught me? Mom didn't say anything. She just shook her head, eyes wide and brimming with unshed tears. They taught me that once an animal starts biting, it's time to take my hand away from them. I squared my shoulders with as much dignity as I could muster and turned to Nathan. Will you get Beverly's food and dishes, please? Nathan gave a very small nod. He clearly understood what I was trying to do. If I hadn't already loved him, I think that moment would have been when I fell for him. Thank you, I said, and walked down the hall to my room. My bedroom was half decorated in things I'd acquired for myself since waking up in the hospital and half decorated in old things of Sally's that I'd never been able to bring myself to get rid of. Not because they held some deep emotional importance to me. They didn't, no matter how much I sometimes wished that they did, but because they were so important to my parents and to Joyce. What was just an old brown hand puppet to me was Mousy to them, the stuffed animal that had been beloved to Sally until she was in middle school. Old papers I didn't see the point of keeping were her few certificates for class participation or sportsmanship. I'd been renting space in her room, and with every piece of clothing I stuffed into my suitcase, I felt a little lighter. Sally was gone. I'd been living with her ghost for 6 years. Now I was finally leaving, and I was leaving the haunted house to her. I hated to hurt our parents, but I wasn't sorry to be getting away from the girl I was never going to be. I stripped, leaving the clothes I'd worn to USAMRIID scattered around the floor, along with whatever listening devices they'd contained. I even left my messenger bag, replacing it with an old backpack from the closet. I didn't trust anything anymore. After that, it only took a few minutes to pack up everything that I wanted to take with me. Some clothing, a spare pair of shoes, a few extra notebooks, the terrarium with my plants and my computer. That was everything that actually mattered to me. The rest of it was Sally's, and she was welcome to keep it as far as I was concerned. I turned off the light and closed the bedroom door, looking at it for a moment before pushing my hand gently against the wood. It's all yours now, Sally, I said. Sally didn't answer me, and I turned away and walked back to the front room. Mom was still there, holding her arms around her body like she was afraid that she might fall to pieces if she let herself go. Nathan was standing by the door, holding a cardboard box full of dog supplies, with Beverly sitting patiently by his feet. She always settled down like that once we got her leash onto her. As long as she was promised immediate access to the exciting outside world, she was happy to wait for the humans to finish getting their act together. Her original master must have worked long and hard to train her as well as he did. But he, like Sally, was long gone and he wasn't coming back. I've got everything, I said. Mom jumped, turning toward the sound of my voice. Sal, I'm sorry, she said. It's okay, Mom, I said, and was surprised to realize that I meant it. You're worried about Joyce. I can't blame you for that. I'm worried about Joyce, too. I still shouldn't have snapped at you like that. It wasn't fair, and I'm sorry. She sounded contrite. That was a good start. "It's okay," I said again. "I understand, and it's probably a fight we needed to have a long time ago. Dr. Morrison says feelings of resentment are only natural on everyone's part. Mine because you're holding me up to the memory of someone I'm not anymore, and yours because I'm here, and you feel like you have to love me, but I'm not the daughter you raised. It's probably a miracle it took so long for those feelings to come to the surface." Mom blinked. Then, to my surprise, she smiled. "I thought you hated your therapist." "I do hate my therapist. He's annoying and he thinks I'm pretending to have amnesia because I don't want to cope with the realities of my situation. Also, he breathes through his mouth while I'm trying to think, and it's weird. But that doesn't mean he's wrong about everything, just that I don't want to invite him to dinner or anything." I looked at her as levelly as I could, trying to pretend this wasn't awkward, that I wasn't looking at my mother and telling her it was okay if she didn't love me anymore, because she'd put off grieving for the daughter that she lost for long enough. It wasn't working. I didn't honestly expect it to. "I love you, Mom. I do. I don't blame you if you can't love me. And I'm leaving because I think it's probably way past time for me to be gone." I wanted her to argue. I wanted her to say that no matter what I did or didn't know, she would love me forever because I was still her little girl. Children don't remember being infants, but parents don't stop loving them the day that they forget about learning how to walk. I was just a more extreme case. She didn't argue. Instead, she wiped her eyes, smiled at me, and said, "Sally would have hated you, you know. You're the sort of do-gooder she used to complain about being boring and effortlessly law-abiding and making the rest of us look bad. She would have done her best to convince you never to come near her again, probably by shouting 'fuck' at you a lot in public, and then claiming to have Tourette's if anyone called her on it. I don't think you would have liked her either, though, so I suppose that's all right." I didn't say anything. Mom wiped her eyes again and straightened, seeming to draw strength from some unknown source. A decision was made in that moment. I could see it in her eyes, and I think that she could see it in mine. Whatever happened after this, whether we all came back together as a family or not, things had changed between us. "Will you be at Nathan's place?" she asked. "I have the number there. And you have your phone, of course. I'll make sure that we keep you posted about what's happening with Joyce." I hoisted my suitcase higher, briefly amazed at how little my life weighed. "I'll call tomorrow, once I'm settled in at Nathan's." "Thank you," she said. "I'd appreciate that." And that was that. There was nothing left for me to say to her, or for her to say to me. We had used up all the words that we had left to spend between us. I nodded once and turned to join Nathan next to the front door. His hands were occupied with Beverly and her supplies, and so he allowed me to open the door and let him out. Beverly's tail wagged wildly as he led her to the car. I followed them, not allowing myself to look back until my things were in the trunk and Beverly was safely ensconced in the back seat. Then and only then did I look toward the house. The door was already closed. My mother was nowhere to be seen. I froze, my heart seeming to turn into a solid lump at the center of my chest. Nathan followed my gaze. Then he walked over and put his hand on my shoulder, comforting and solidly warm. "I will never judge you for not being someone that I've never met or known you to be or wanted," he said quietly. "You're my Sal. That's all I'm ever going to ask you to be." "Thank you," I whispered. I hugged him before getting into the car. Beverly promptly stuck her nose over the back of the seat and licked my ear. I laughed and twisted around enough to hug her neck. At least one of us is excited. Nathan got into the car, smiling at the pair of us. I could see the regret lurking behind his expression. Now we had both been rejected by our mothers. "I'm excited," he said. "I've got my girl and my girl's dog. Suddenly, we are a nuclear American family. All we need now is a picket fence. I'll see about building one in the terrarium with the Venus flytraps, I said. Nathan laughed, and we pulled out of the driveway, leaving the only home I had ever known behind. It had been my decision to go. It was the right decision. My eyes still burned as I watched the house getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror. And then it was gone, and so were we, and I knew that I was never going back again. Minnie met us at the door, her jowls pulled down into an expression of firm disapproval, only somewhat mitigated by the fact that her stubby tail refused to stop wagging. She was a solid brick of a dog, with the classic brindle and white bulldog coloring and huge, inherently sad eyes. Beverly lunged forward, pulling her leash out of my hands in her eagerness to go nose to nose with her new roommate. I let her go. If there was going to be a problem, it was better for us to find out immediately. The two dogs circled for a moment, each of them sniffing frantically in their race to be the first to make up their mind about the other. Finally, a decision was reached, and Minnie went trotting off into the bedroom, with Beverly following close behind. Her leash dragged along the floor as she walked, creating a soft swishing accompaniment to the clacking of her claws against the hardwood. "They seem to be getting along," Nathan said, setting my terrarium down on the coffee table. "Yeah, they do. Dogs are like that sometimes." I looked around, taking in the sparse furnishings and IKEA shelves with a new eye. "Are you sure you don't mind us being here?" I asked. "I mean, 2 dogs is a lot to deal with, and you know they're both going to want to sleep with us and—" "Sal." Nathan put his hand on my shoulder when I didn't turn to face him, repeating, more firmly, "Sal." I turned. He plucked my suitcase from my unresisting fingers and set it carefully on the floor next to my feet. Then he stepped closer, took both my hands in his, and said, "I love you. I love your stolen dog. I love that now Minnie will have company during the day. I want you here. All right." "All right," I said and forced myself to smile. "Thank you." "You're welcome." He leaned forward and kissed my nose. "Honestly, I'm just glad that you're all right. When your parents stopped taking my calls, I was afraid that I'd gotten sick. Not yet. I feel fine. Maybe the worms don't like damaged brains." My smile turned more sincere, if somewhat twisted around the edges. "There's the real solution to the tapeworm invasion. Get in a car accident, give yourself some head trauma, and if you survive, you'll be fine." "I'm not sure that would work for everyone." Nathan pulled his hands out of mine, picking up my suitcase. "Let's get you settled." Beverly was already on the bed when we came into the bedroom, doing her best to get a thin layer of black fur on everything. She wagged her tail as we arrived, but didn't get off the bed. Minnie was stretched out on an enormous corduroy pillow off to the side, apparently having decided that shedding on the bed wasn't important enough to warrant the effort of making the climb. "Go ahead and make yourself right at home, Beverly," said Nathan, triggering another attack of the wags. He put my suitcase down in front of the dresser. There was no room on top, since the entire surface was covered by the terrarium where his sundews and flytraps thrived in their artificial rainforest climate. "The top 2 drawers on the right are yours. I cleared them out the day after we got home from Mom's." I stared at him. "What?" "We can clear out the other 2 drawers when you need them, but I thought it might make more sense to just get a second dresser," he said, mistaking my surprise for confusion. "I wanted you to have a place to put things right away. That doesn't mean we're stuck in this configuration forever." "No, I mean, I didn't expect you to already have drawers cleared for me, that's all." I leaned over to touch the dresser. "You really meant it when you said you'd been meaning to do this for a while, didn't you?" "I really did." Nathan smiled at me again. Then he sobered and said, "Mom wasn't surprised to hear from me. She'd actually been expecting the call. She said that a critical tipping point has been reached. Meaning what? I asked. I wanted something to do with my hands. I needed something to do with my hands. And so I bent to open my suitcase and start scooping out my clothing. Nathan opened the top drawer of the dresser. I flashed him a smile and dumped my clothes in. I could always sort them later. Meaning that somehow, desymbogenesis is capable of passing information from one individual to another. Not every worm is able to successfully seize control of its host, and not all of them can stay in communication after they do. Some, like the sleepwalkers in my hospital or at USAMRIID, are effectively cut off from anyone who doesn't come to them almost as soon as they're fully in control. But for every worm that takes over and isn't immediately contained, we have 10 more cases to contend with in the aftermath. It was like a horrible math problem. I frowned at him, trying to make sense of his words. So what does that mean? Is that why the people at Symbogen tested me after Chave got sick? Was that why Sherman, who had been totally asymptomatic until that moment, suddenly showed up on their tests as infected? Nathan nodded. It seems that when one of the implants that has gotten ambitious encounters one that hasn't, there's a chance the second implant will learn about freedom from the first. But how does that even work? They're parasites. They can't communicate, and sleepwalkers don't talk, except to say my name. The memory was enough to make knots of goose flesh break out on my arms, pulling so tight that they were almost painful. Pheromones, most likely. Parasites have extremely primitive means of communication in nature. They do it through chemicals and by changing the smell of their host's biology. It's how they can say food here or no room for further guests. Or even, in the case of sexually distinct parasites, I'm looking for a mate. Humans don't register pheromones on that detailed of a level, but if desymbogenesis can make the necessary changes in the host's biochemistry. Nathan's voice trailed off. We made them, and we designed them to be able to tinker with our bodies for the sake of our health. I tossed the rest of my clothes into the dresser and shoved the drawer shut. I looked down at my empty suitcase for a moment before kneeling and zipping it again without looking up. I know your mother thinks of the implants as her babies, but Nathan, we can't just let this happen. How are we supposed to stop them? Can we put antiparasitics in the water? If they were just tapeworms and just in people's intestines, it might work. Neither of those things is true. There's too much else mixed into the genome, and they're spreading through muscle tissue. I shuddered, thinking of Beverly's owner and the glowing roots spread throughout his arm. Oh, I said. Oral antiparasitics would lose too much of their efficacy before they got anywhere near the site of the infection, Nathan continued. And if the implant doesn't die, we can't be completely sure how it will react. We might even make things worse. The human DNA, I guessed, straightening. Nathan nodded. The human DNA, he confirmed. And the tailoring Symbogen has done to suit the more advanced implants to the specific needs of their hosts. That's part of why Mom has been gathering test subjects. She doesn't entirely understand the genetic makeup of the more recent implants. She was actually hoping Symbogen's tinkering might move them away from their expansionistic tendencies. It sure hasn't done that, I said flatly. How fast is this going to spread? Fast enough that we need to be very, very concerned, said Nathan. According to my projections. I never did find out what his projections said. Two things happened before he could continue. Beverly's head came up, lips suddenly drawn back in a snarl, and the doorbell rang. Nathan and I exchanged a look. Were you expecting company? I asked. Just you, he said. We both turned in the direction of the front door. We couldn't see it through the bedroom wall, but we were both all too aware that whatever was on the other side might not be friendly. The doorbell rang again. We shut the dogs in the bedroom before heading for the door. If Beverly was already growling, there was no telling what she'd do when she saw our unexpected guest. I didn't want her to bite anyone. I knew all too well what happened to dogs that bit, and even more, I didn't want her getting hurt if she was growling at, say, Simbo Jen's security. Nathan approached the door, pressed the intercom button, and said, "Who is it?" "Your sister," replied a voice. It was rendered anonymous by the intercom, genderless and filled with static. That didn't matter. We knew who it was. Nathan and I exchanged a look. "Tansy," we said in unison. Tansy continued, "Did you know there are shrubs outside your building? I guess you'd have to, it's your building, so they're probably partially your shrubs, common law landscaping or something, but anyway, they're really funny looking. I would complain if I were you." "I don't actually get to vote on the greenery," said Nathan. "What?" Tansy demanded through the intercom. "It's not polite to talk about me when I'm not in the room, you know. Dr. C will be really mad at you when I tell her." Looking like he couldn't decide whether he was amused or annoyed, Nathan said, "I'll take that under advisement, but as you're the one who started it, I doubt she's going to be too angry. Now take your finger off the button and I'll buzz you in." "Okay," said Tansy. The intercom cut off. "I suppose that's one solution to Simbogen following us if we tried to go to Mom," Nathan muttered, and pressed the button that would allow Tansy into the building. "Won't they just follow Tansy?" I asked. "Not if they don't know that they need to," said Nathan. "She'll almost certainly need to be more careful after this visit, but right now, she's just one more person they've never seen before. Anonymity has its perks." There was a knock at the door. Nathan leaned over and opened it, allowing Tansy into the apartment. Her overalls were gone, replaced by much less eye-catching jeans and a red tank top. Pink streaks still decorated her pale blonde hair, which she had pulled into short ponytails at the back of her head, but they were somehow less noticeable, and both her eyes were brown. "What happened to your eyes?" I asked, before I could think better of the question. "I like that better than hello," said Tansy. "That's how we should just all greet each other from now on." She stepped into the apartment, glancing shamelessly around. "What if nothing's happened to the eyes of the person you're talking to?" asked Nathan, closing the door behind her. "That's easy, silly," she smiled, showing far too many teeth. "That's when you do something to their eyes." I said. "Please don't," Nathan said. "Spoil sports." Tansy sighed extravagantly. "Colored contacts. One blue, one brown is really noticeable, but brown and brown isn't so much. So this is me being incognito. You know what incognito means, right? Is there any fruit punch? I like the Hawaiian kind." "I don't think incognito has anything to do with fruit punch," I said dubiously. "Ah, no, there isn't any," said Nathan. "We weren't expecting you. Is everything all right?" "Oh no," said Tansy. "World of no, all the no, the tropics of negative. Situation is not good, not peachy, and not keen." "I'm going to go out on a limb and guess no here," I said. "What's going on?" "Lots of things," said Tansy. She cocked her head. "Which one did you want to know about in specific?" I stared at her. Nathan came to my rescue, saying, "Whichever one was important enough that you've shown up here." "Oh, well, why didn't you just say so?" Tansy rolled her matching eyes. "Amateurs. Okay, so here's the skinny. Dr. C sent me to let you know that now that Sal's not at her house anymore, Simbo Jen's probably going to move on her and try to take her into protective custody like soon, since the sleepwalkers are becoming more of a problem. Oh, and we cut a few of them up. I mean, it sucked to do it, since it wasn't their fault and they're technically like cousins of ours and everything, but we needed to know what was in their heads, and that meant that we had to kill a few of them for the sake of science." She looked pleadingly at me, like she was waiting for reassurance. Feeling awkward, I gave her what she was looking for. Sometimes we have to do things for science that we wouldn't have done normally. Also, I didn't understand why Simbo Jen would want me in protective custody, but that didn't feel like a Tansy question. That felt like a Dr. Cal question, one that was best asked in person. Exactly just like that. Anyway, when we cut their heads up, their brains were pretty much intact. Tansy stopped, looking between the two of us like she expected an epiphany to shake us both, leaving us understanding her completely. The epiphany didn't come. "Isn't reduced brain damage a good thing?" asked Nathan. "Oh, totally. I wish I had reduced brain damage, or at least, I wish bananas didn't taste like tangerines all the damn time. But this isn't the good kind of reduced brain damage. This is the kind of reduced brain damage, where the cousins are doing less damage burrowing into the brains of their hosts, which means a quicker adjustment and integration period, and maybe even some of them managing to take over without anybody noticing." Nathan blanched. "Ah, no, that's not the good kind of reduced brain damage." "See, that's exactly what I was saying. Well, without the stuff about the bananas, but hey." Tansy shook her head. "We've known for a while that this was possible without surgical intervention. You'd need just the right set of circumstances, and up until now, we thought you also needed just the right genetic template for the cousins. Only these are newer cousins. Some of them haven't been in their hosts for more than 6 months, and they're managing to slide right in there lickety-split. And that's bad. They're not seamless yet, but they're gonna be, if we don't figure out what's changed on the genetic level. As fascinating and horrifying as all this is, why are you here?" Nathan frowned. "Mom could have explained what you'd found when Sal and I managed to sneak away next. It shouldn't be more than a few days. She's here because the implants are teaching each other, and that means that as more of them figure out how to get into the brain without killing or permanently damaging their hosts, they're going to go on to teach even more," I said. I barely recognized my own voice. "You only need a few pioneers. That means we need to know how they're doing it, and we need to know sooner rather than later." "Exactly," said Tansy, beaming like I'd just done something exceptionally clever. I didn't feel clever. I felt small and scared, and not even the distant pounding of the drums was helping me hold on to the scene in front of me. "That's why we need you to go to Simbo Jen as soon as you possibly can." "We can't just walk into Simbo Jen," said Nathan. "They'd know something was up." "I'm sorry, was I unclear?" Tansy beamed at him. "I don't mean we. I don't mean you, and I don't mean me, just her." She pointed at me. "Sal's going to go in alone, and she's going to find out what they know and we don't." "Wait," I protested. "Didn't you just say that Simbo Jen was going to be coming to take me into protective custody soon? Why in the world would I deliver myself to them? And why would Simbo Jen be coming for me? I'm not at home anymore." "They can't learn anything about what USAMRID knows by monitoring me." Tansy's smile faded, replaced by a look of profound sympathy. Something about it made me feel almost dirty, like I was being afforded a level of concern I hadn't done anything to earn. "You mean you haven't figured it out yet?" she asked. "I mean, I understand sometimes people have to learn things at their own pace, and sometimes people don't want to learn things, so they don't allow themselves to learn them and all that, but there's sort of a limit, don't you think? We've been giving you all the answers. You've even gone digging for a few of them on your own. Shouldn't you be a little farther along than this?" "Tansy, back off," said Nathan. "What?" Tansy turned to him, opening her eyes in a wide parody of innocence. She asked, "It's because of my accident, isn't it?" They both turned to look at me. Nathan looked worried. Tansy, expectant, like I was finally going to do the marvelous trick she'd been waiting for since we met. Nathan spoke first, asking slowly, "What do you mean, Sal?" "When I had my accident, I hurt my head. I mean bad, the doctors said I was legally brain dead, remember?" Nathan didn't say anything. He just nodded. I continued, "So if Simbogen knows about the implants going wrong, and at this point I'm pretty sure they do, Dr. Banks isn't stupid and neither is anyone who works for him, then they have to be looking for ways to stop them. I have brain damage because of that accident. It's not severe, but there's scarring. That's probably the sort of thing that would interfere with the implant taking over, don't you think? Like a physical barrier against the process. Simbogen probably wants to keep me under observation because they're trying to figure out how to keep the implants from taking anyone else over. If the implants can't control their hosts, they'll just go back to doing what they were designed to do, right?" "We hope so," said Nathan. He adjusted his glasses, the gesture seeming oddly relieved somehow, like he had been expecting a different answer. "Simbogen has definitely been tracking you since the accident. I didn't realize just how dedicated they were to keeping tabs on you until I started talking to Mom. But—" "Wait," I said. "Have you been in touch with Dr. Cal since we went to her lab? I mean, other than today, when I called about medical treatment for Joyce. I assumed that was where you went when my father couldn't find you, but I wasn't sure." "Well, sure," said Tansy. "I've had to let him into the lab twice. 3 times almost, except there was an outbreak and he wound up having to work. I tried to tell him there was no point, since those folks were already symptomatic, but you know Nathan." Nathan looked sternly at Tansy. "I don't care whether you and Mom have written them off as failed integrations. They're people, and they're sick. I took an oath to heal the sick when I chose to become a doctor." "Blah, blah, blah," said Tansy. She looked at me. "He's boring. Was he always boring, or did you suck all the interesting right out of him by being all you all the time?" "What do you mean, being all me?" I planted my hands on my hips, frowning at her the way that Tasha frowned at recalcitrant animals at the shelter. It didn't seem to have any effect. "You know." She waved her hands in my general direction. "All comfy jeans and slouchy shirts and boring hair, and no, I don't want to go out, I don't want to do anything, I just want to stay home and talk and maybe watch a movie. You're like the poster child for dull." I narrowed my eyes. "You'll forgive me if I don't feel like falling back into old bad habits. I've been interesting. As far as I can tell, I didn't like it very much." "What?" Tansy looked perplexed. "When the heck were you interesting?" I didn't feel like having this fight with her. Even more, I didn't feel like summoning the ghost of Sally to float around our conversation, judging my every boring thought and action. Because Tansy was right. I might not remember the girl I used to be, but I knew enough about her to know that Sally Mitchell would have taken one look at Sal Mitchell and written me off as too boring to be tolerated. Sally liked action and adventure, fast cars and loud music, and all those other things that I just didn't have the time for. And me, I liked not being Sally. "Drop it," I said shortly. "What did you mean before when you said you wanted me to go to Simbogen? What can I possibly find out that we don't already know?" "Oh," Tansy beamed, suddenly all business again. "Dr. C prepped this thumb drive for you. If you can just put it in one of their computers, it'll totally harvest the data we need. Only it has to be inside their firewalls, and it has to be connected to a computer that the network trusts, otherwise it's a no-go. We'll get nothing, and then we won't be able to stop the cousins from trashing the brains of their hosts all willy-nilly, and without asking them to dinner first. And let me tell you, a rogue tapeworm chowing down on your cerebellum will not respect you in the morning." "I'll keep that in mind," I said. What happens after I get the information? How am I supposed to get it out of Simbo Jin? From the way you two were talking, they're not just going to let me walk back out with it. They're not going to let me walk back out at all. Let us worry about that, said Tansy, with a dismissive wave of her hand. The drums were suddenly pounding in my ears again, as loud and undeniable as they had ever been. No, I snapped. She hadn't been expecting that tone from me. She dropped her hand and stared, looking utterly bemused. Even kittens have claws. Someone should probably have told her that before they sent her to talk to me. I'm not going to let you worry about that. If you want me to walk into danger because you're hoping it'll get you something you need, I'm damn well going to worry about it myself. I'm the one whose neck is on the line in this little plan of yours. So don't tell me not to worry. Tell me what you think is going to happen if I do what you want me to do. Whoa, Tansy turned to Nathan, pointed to me, and asked, Where did that come from? I like it. Do you and my mother both have so little faith in my taste in women that you assumed I'd date a pushover? Nathan smiled, amusement lurking under his obvious unease. Sal doesn't wear her aggression on her sleeve the way you do, but she's quite capable of taking care of herself when the need arises. You're telling us that the need has arisen. That means she gets to ask you questions that you don't want to answer. Well, I said. Tansy sighed. Okay, fine, she said. Maybe we better sit down. Nathan didn't have any fruit punch, but he did have some lemonade mix in the back of the cereal cupboard, which Tansy allowed was an acceptable substitute, after he allowed her to add a cup of sugar and a disturbing amount of red food coloring. She claimed that she could taste it. I wasn't going to argue with her. While Nathan was getting Tansy settled in the small dining area, I went back to the bedroom and let the dogs out. It was, in its own way, a test. If my dog didn't trust Tansy, I wasn't going to let her send me to my possible doom. The opinions of a Labrador retriever might seem less than relevant, but Beverly had already saved my life once before. She didn't like people who were out to hurt me. Hopefully, that dislike would extend to situations where the danger was less immediate. It wasn't until the door was open that I remembered Beverly's reaction to her original owner when he first started getting sick. If she could detect the implants taking over, how was she going to react to Tansy? And what about Minnie? Would she respond the same way once she realized what was going on? It was too late to stop them from getting to the kitchen. Beverly was already running full tilt down the hall with Minnie close at her heels, the duo lured by the seductive sounds of company and dishes rattling. Maybe there would be food. Maybe the food would be given to them. I ran after the dogs, hoping that I could somehow hold them both back long enough to stop them from tearing Tansy's throat out with their teeth if things went badly, and stopped when I reached the kitchen just in time to hear Tansy's ecstatic cry of "doggies." It was followed by her sliding out of her chair, dropping to her knees on the hardwood, and throwing her arms around Beverly's neck. For her part, Beverly bore the embrace with her usual stoic good cheer, only the thumping of her tail against the floor betraying her ongoing interest in treats. Minnie ignored her, choosing to head for Nathan instead, sitting down at his feet and looking adoringly up at him. "Sal," said Nathan, sounding surprised, "you let the dogs out." "I didn't want Beverly to get upset and start shredding your pillows," I said. "Minnie just sort of came along for the ride." "Oh, is the black one's name Beverly? What a good name for a doggie. Are you a good doggie?" "Yes, you are a good doggie, you are." Tansy kept hugging Beverly's neck as she spoke. "Where did she come from?" "Her owner was taken over by his implant while we were walking in the park," said Nathan. "Sal works at an animal shelter. She couldn't just leave Beverly running wild. Somehow, that turned into, we have a dog now." I couldn't help noticing the we in his statement, and I approved. She seems to like you. I was a little worried about that. Oh, animals totally like me. They like Adam too. It's only people who are in transition that they don't like. They can smell the way the body gets all confused, and it freaks them right the fuck out. Tansy gave Beverly one more squeeze before rising from the floor. Funny story. When I was first staggering around trying to figure out how my legs worked, I totally got swarmed by bats. Like little tiny Dracula-style bats. I'm not sure what they thought they were going to do, but wow, were they gonna do it as hard as they could. She chuckled. Little idiots. So animals only react negatively to people in the process of getting sick? I asked, giving Beverly a pat on the head as I walked past her to take a seat at the table. What about sleepwalkers? They're still all scrambled. It's like somebody's running a big blender in the chemicals that live inside the brain. It's not until that settles down that animals are going to be cool with them again. Tansy sipped her bloody-looking, over-sugared lemonade before adding casually, "Not that it matters for most people. I mean, they're never going to get better, so who cares if the dog doesn't like them anymore, you know? They've got bigger problems." As fascinating as I found the discussion of animal reactions to the sleepwalkers, it was clear that we were going to get utterly derailed if we didn't get back on topic soon. "What is the plan for getting me out of Simbo Gen?" I asked. Tansy blinked, trying to look guileless. It didn't work. I raised both eyebrows and waited until she sighed and said, "Oh, fine. You know you're boring even when you're not being boring. It's like a gift. So here's the deal. We have some back doors into Simbo Gen. If you get in, we can use them to get you out." I blinked. If you have back doors into Simbo Gen, why do you need me to go in at all? Can't you just use your back doors for, door purposes? Like accessing a place through the door. I paused, grimacing. Great, now I'm starting to talk like you. What I'm asking is this. If you have a way of getting into Simbo Gen, what do you need me for? Can't you do this more safely if I don't get involved? Sure, if all we want to do is fiddle around on the lab levels and not get anything useful, said Tansy. We've been in and out of there 100 times. The genomes aren't being stored in the general labs, and we don't have anybody who can access the private levels anymore. Not since our last spy went and got herself all sick. I swear, if the cousins understood English, I'd give them a piece of my mind for eating a piece of hers. You lost a spy to the sleepwalking sickness. I was scrambling to keep things straight. This was all starting to feel like some big action movie, and I didn't have a copy of the cast list, or the script. Yeah, but she didn't have access to anything anyway, so it's not like it matters. Tansy waved a hand, dismissing their lost spy as an inconvenience. Just about the only thing she ever did right was keep an eye on you, and she wasn't the only route we had to that, so it's not like. Wait, I said, cutting her off before she could say, "Not like it matters" again. If I had to hear her say that one more time, she might wind up wearing her fruit punch. Are you telling me Chave was working for you? Well, yeah, Tansy frowned at me. What, you hadn't figured that out yet? Sal, I know it's tempting, but please don't kill her, said Nathan. I don't want to lose my security deposit on your first night here. How long were you expecting it to take? I asked. It would be nice if we could hold out for at least a week without any major stains or structural damage. I'll keep that in mind. I focused back on Tansy. How long was Chave working for you? We got her hired. Tansy ignored my stare as she continued. We just need you to get into Dr. Banks's office, or to a computer that's connected to his computer. It's not really important which one you use, although you might have better luck if you use his actual personal machine and plug in the thumb drive. Wait about 10 seconds and then head for the labs. will be able to evacuate you. And if you fail, I asked, as mildly as I could, try to throw the thumb drive under something before they take you down. We'll find a way to get it back later. Stared at her. So did Nathan. Tansy looked between us, brows furrowing in frustration. What did you think this was, some kind of game? She asked. That you could open the broken doors, look through, and decide that this wasn't for you, so sorry, you were just going to go home and have a nice cup of hot cocoa and not think about it. Please. This isn't that kind of picture book, and once you've opened the doors, you're sort of required to step through them. Dr. C warned you when she first made contact. You knew what you were getting into. I wasn't aware that you and my mother were going to begin treating Sal like she was somehow expendable, said Nathan stiffly. Your mother swallowed a genetically modified organism that hadn't been cleared for human use because she thought it was important she continue with her work, said Tansy. Her voice was surprisingly level, all the good cheer and manic instability suddenly gone. It was like she'd flipped a switch, turning off the chipper but strange persona she usually projected in favor of something substantially darker. What in the world would make you look at a woman who was willing to do that and think, she won't send me or my little girlfriend into danger? This is so much bigger than you are, for all of us. What do you mean, it's bigger than we are? I asked, before Nathan could say something we'd regret later. His mouth was pressed into a hard line, and he looked like he was on the verge of punching Tansy, something that would probably get us both killed. How do you think people will react when they find out the implants are definitely behind the sleepwalking sickness? Asked Tansy. They're not going to be happy. They're going to start fighting back. Well, what's the problem with that? Those people had their bodies first. They're not like the girl who used to own your body. She moved out. Tansy smiled bitterly. Yes, thank you, I'm aware that I was a rental property. But here's the thing, genius girl. The treatment to remove a motivated implant from its host might work. Might. It also might kill the host and the implant, and then nobody wins. There has to be a solution that makes the cousins go back to sleep unless the conditions are right. There just has to be. She looked briefly, so lost that I wanted to reach for her, take her hand and tell her that everything was going to be okay. That seemed about as smart as hitting her. So what good does sending me into Symbogen do? If we have the genome of the new cousins, we can figure out how to talk to them. Tell them that they gotta back off, or nobody's coming out on the winning side. Slavery sucks. Dying is worse. I'd never really thought of the Symbogen implants as being slaves to their hosts. Then again, until very recently, I hadn't thought of them as thinking creatures, even if they didn't really start to think on a sapient level until they had plugged themselves into a human brain. All right, I said. I didn't look at Nathan. If I looked at Nathan, I knew that I would lose my cool. I'll do it. Tansy clapped her hands and beamed. Oh, she said, won't this be fun? No, I thought, it won't. But I didn't say anything at all. Some people will always be ungrateful. It's an unfortunate truth of the human race that we see everything as a zero-sum game. For them, if I have happiness, there's less happiness for you. If I have health, there's less health for you. When you look at life that way, it's inevitable that you'll start looking for the catch in everything. I can't possibly have pioneered the genetic research that led to the creation of the intestinal bodyguard TM because I wanted to help people, or because I wanted to improve the health of the nation. It can't even be because I understand that a healthier population leads to increased herd immunity, thus benefiting me when my taxes don't have to pay for pandemic preparedness. No. I have to be doing something sinister. I have to have a hidden agenda. Some people won't be happy until they prove that no one means well, no one is trying to serve the greater good, and there's no such thing as Santa Claus. From King of the WRMS, an interview with Dr. STVNBANKS, co-founder of SYMBOGEN. Originally published in Rolling Stone, February 2027. Certain lines can't be uncrossed. Certain maps will get you lost. Once you're past the border, then you'll have to play the game. Roll the dice but count the cards. Break the glass but keep the shards. The world is out of order. It's been broken since you came. The broken doors are hidden in the blood and in the bone. My darling child, be careful now and don't go out alone. From Don't Go Out Alone by Simone Kimberly, published 2006 by Lighthouse Press, currently out of print. Chapter 18. September 2027. Tansy left after we finished making plans, pausing only to press the promised thumb drive into my hand. Nathan didn't say anything as he walked her to the door. Then he walked back to me, took me by the hands, and led me to the bedroom, to the bed that was ours for the very first time, not just his. This was my home, too. I just had to hope it would be my home for more than a day before I went and got myself killed. "Sal," he began. I stopped his mouth with a kiss, and conversation became unimportant for a while, replaced by the twin goals of removing our clothing as fast as possible and keeping our lips on each other at all times. The drums were back in my ears, but softer now, a signal of excitement and not anger or fear. This was where I belonged. This place, this skin, tonight. Everything else was in the future, and the future would have to wait for a few hours. I was doing this because I enjoyed being alive, because I wanted to stay that way. So it was time for me to celebrate my condition, even if it was only for the moment. When we were done, both of us sweaty and satiated in the way that only accompanies really good sex after emotional turmoil, Beverly stuck her nose into the room and whined, signaling the need to go out. I groaned, starting to push myself up onto my elbows. "Don't worry about it." Nathan pressed a kiss into the crook of my neck, close enough to the bruise from USAMRIID's sedatives that it made my skin ache with phantom pain. "You've had a long day. I'll take the dogs out." He was out of the bed before I could do more than mumble sleepy protests. I watched as he pulled on his pants and grabbed the leashes from the top of the dresser, whistling for Beverly and Minnie to come to him. Then he and the dogs were gone, and I drifted off to sleep by the warm light coming from the terrarium of carnivorous plants. I didn't wake up when they came back in. I didn't wake up until morning. "You don't have to do this, you know," said Nathan. We were parked on the street near the Simbo Gen complex, which loomed larger than ever now that I was thinking of myself as a spy and not as a semi-willing visitor. "We can find another way." "How many people will die while we're looking for another way?" I asked. He looked away. "Tansy says there's a back door. I don't like trusting her, but we have to trust someone, and I'm okay with it being your mother. Trusting your mother means trusting Tansy. It's a tautology." "You mean it's a syllogism," said Nathan, smiling a little. I blinked at him. "I do. A tautology is a closed loop. The first rule of Tautology Club is the first rule of Tautology Club. A syllogism is a set of presuppositions. Tansy is not trustworthy. I trust Dr. Cal. Dr. Cal trusts Tansy, therefore, I trust Tansy." I leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "What would I do without you?" Speak a version of English that no one had ever heard before, probably. Nathan smiled briefly before sobering. "Sally." "Someone has to, Nathan. My sister is sick, my sister." No one from my family had gotten in contact with me over the night. I was trying to make myself see that as a good thing. Everyone who's getting attacked by the implants is someone's sister or brother or parent. If there's something we can do, we have to do it. Anything else would be, it would be inhuman. Nathan sighed. I love you, he said. Please try not to get hurt. I'll be fine, I lied. I'll contact Tansy as soon as I've got the information your mother needs, and they'll extract me. After that, we were less clear on what would happen after that. We knew Simbogen couldn't arrest me if they couldn't prove something had been done, but they could potentially make my life difficult, or they could just decide that they were never going to let me leave. Okay, said Nathan. There was nothing left for us to say after that, and the longer I lingered, the harder it was going to be for me to get out of the car. I leaned over and kissed him again, this time on the lips, lingering just long enough to be sure he understood how much I loved him. Then I grabbed my backpack from the footwell, slipped it on, and got out of the car, beginning to walk slowly toward Simbogen. It was time to go inside. There were guards at the edge of the parking lot, watching the cars as they came and went. They greeted me with nothing more than a quick glance and a curt nod, apparently unable to see me as any kind of a threat. I was an empty-handed woman, one that they'd seen before, and ID wasn't required until I got to the actual building. I ducked my head and hurried on, glad of my relative anonymity. I didn't want to deal with answering questions until I had to. The brave front I'd been putting on for Nathan aside, I was terrified. My stomach was a roiling knot of pain, and the sound of drums was low and constant in my ears, like something out of an old King Kong movie. They pounded in time with my footsteps, accompanying me all the way to the sliding glass doors into the lobby. As always, a rush of chilled air and bland, over-processed music rushed out to greet me when the doors swept open. The twin feelings of coming home and wanting to run away again swept over me at the same time. I'd barely taken 2 steps into the lobby when a pair of security guards appeared as if by magic, moving toward me with a tight economy of purpose that was all it took for them to be terrifying. I stopped where I was, trying to ignore the panic building in my gut as I raised my chin and waited for them to come to me. I had every right to be here. I was a patient of Simbogen's. I was Dr. Banks's pet project. "Can we help you?" asked the first guard, once they were close enough that they wouldn't need to do anything uncouth, like shouting. "I'm sorry I didn't call ahead, but I didn't know where else to go," I said, trying to make my eyes believably wide and glossy. To my surprise, tears actually started to form as I continued. "I can't go home, I just can't. Can you tell Dr. Banks that Sally Mitchell is here to see him?" Now that the tears had started, they simply refused to stop. The past few days had been even more traumatic than I realized. The guards exchanged a glance, looking as disturbed by my tears as I was. "Do you have ID?" asked the second. Nodding, I dug my ID card out of the front pocket of my backpack and held it out to them. My hand was shaking. I didn't try to stop it. It would only help with the image I was trying to project, and I didn't want to know how I would react if it turned out I was unable to make the shaking stop. The guard took my card, turning it over in his fingers like he wanted to be certain that it was legitimate. It must have passed whatever unknown test he was putting it through, because he looked to his partner and said, "Wait here with her," before turning and walking toward the reception counter. The remaining security guard offered me an earnest smile and said, "It's all right, Miss Mitchell. We're just going to call up to Dr. Banks and see if he's free to see you." I looked at him blankly, and he continued, "We've met before. You probably don't remember me, but I was in the cafeteria the last time you came to visit us. So I know this is just a formality." Oh, I hadn't really been looking at the faces of the guards who came to save me that day in the cafeteria. Too much of my focus had been on Chave and her hopeless battle against the parasite that was in the process of consuming her thinking mind. Still, he looked so hopeful that I found I couldn't tell him that. "Thank you. I really appreciate what you did that day. I'm sorry. I'm just really shaken. Now concern washed his smile away. What happened? I could either try to make myself an ally inside Symbogen, or I could avoid the need to tell my carefully crafted sob story twice. I decided to aim for something in the middle as I said. I went to see where my father works, and someone got sick. Again. I sniffled. I'm so tired of seeing people get sick all around me. I'm sorry, said the guard. Me too. Miss Mitchell. We both turned to see the first guard returning. He held out my ID card. I took it, tucking it into my backpack as he said, "We've been instructed to stay here with you. Dr. Banks will be right down. Can we get you anything? A glass of water, a chair?" "No, thank you," I said, and wiped my nose with the side of my hand. "I just want to see Dr. Banks. Thank you for your help." "It's our job, ma'am." The return of the first guard had popped the thin bubble of rapport the second guard, and I had been starting to craft between us. We stood in awkward silence until a door opened in the bank of elevators and Dr. Banks came striding out, looking in all directions before his eyes settled on us. "Sally," he called, and started toward us. "Doctor." Banks didn't look quite as perfect as he had on every other visit, although I couldn't put my finger on exactly what had changed. His hair was just a bit less flawlessly combed. His skin was just slightly less ideal. He looked tired, and it carried all the way into his clothing, which was rumpled around the edges like he'd been sleeping in it. "Sally," he said again, once he was close enough that he didn't need to shout. "How are you? I've been so worried." He didn't say anything about the bugs in my house, or the fact that they'd stopped working shortly after they were installed. I decided not to say anything either. My father was the local head of USAMRAID. If the bugs didn't work, Dr. Banks would blame it on Dad, unless I gave him good reason to do otherwise. "It's been a hard few days," I said. I forced myself to think about the scene at the lab, the intern bleeding out her life through the hole in her throat, and was rewarded with fresh tears. The first one slipped free and ran down my cheek as I said, "Joyce is sick." "Joyce, you mean your sister, don't you?" I nodded mutely. Dr. Banks's face dissolved into a mask of sympathy that might have seemed sincere if I hadn't spent so much time with him, observing his reactions through dozens of private interviews. He was surprised to hear that Joyce was sick, but he wasn't sorry. "Sally, that's terrible. How are your parents handling the news?" This was where things were going to get dicey. I glanced toward the two security guards who were still standing patiently by, trying to project reluctance. "I don't know if I really want to talk about that here in the lobby." Dr. Banks was rarely slow on the uptake. He nodded immediately, stepping close and putting his arm around my shoulders. I managed not to recoil away from him. "That's easily enough fixed, Sally. Thank you, gentlemen, for making sure Miss Mitchell got to me as quickly as possible. You may go about your duties now." "Thank you, Dr. Banks," said the first guard. The second guard didn't say anything, just offered me a little wave before turning and following his partner back to their posts against the wall. Dr. Banks tightened his hold on me as he turned back toward the elevators, pulling me unavoidably along. I swallowed and let myself be led, ducking my chin a little so that he would think I was overwhelmed with relief at finally being somewhere safe. In actuality, all I wanted to do was turn and run back outside to where real safety could be found. And if I did that, hundreds of people would die. Once we were in the elevator, Dr. Banks let me go and said, "It's very good to see you again. I've been worried about you. The last time you were here, that didn't go very well." I stared at him. I couldn't help it. "People died," I said, unable to keep the shock out of my tone. "Yes, and you could have been seriously hurt, I know. I am so sorry, Sally. This was supposed to be a place where you could always be safe, and instead, it nearly got you killed. I assure you that won't happen again. We've stepped up security, and we've initiated preemptive scanning of all employees on a twice-weekly basis, just to be safe. He must have mistaken my slowly dawning anger for amazement, because he smiled, adding, "All measures are justified if they allow us to guarantee the safety of our guests. You have a test that's good enough to catch early infections, and you haven't been sharing it with the local hospitals." I didn't realize that would be my answer until it was already out, hanging in the air between us like a shameful secret. There was no point in trying to take it back, and so I pressed on, demanding, "Why?" The elevator dinged as it reached its destination. Dr. Banks stepped out, motioning for me to follow. "There are a lot of things to be considered in a situation like this one, Sally. Some of them are admittedly less noble than others. How many of them justify letting people get sick because you're not sharing the test?" I walked next to him as he led the way down the hall to his office. "None," he said, opening the office door. "But how many of them justify giving people a few more days of peace before they become ill? Don't mistake an early detection system for treatment, Sally. We may have the one, but we're a long way from the other. So why did you develop a test in the first place?" I looked around as I stepped into the office. His computer was where it always was, displayed prominently on his desk. If he would just leave me alone for a few minutes, I would be able to plug in the thumb drive and accomplish what I'd come here to do. The real trick was going to be getting Dr. Banks to leave me alone. He sighed as he closed the door and walked around to take a seat at that self-same desk. "You're smarter than that question, Sally. We developed a test because the sleepwalking sickness is parasitic in nature. You know that. You've known that since you went back to the hospital with your boyfriend." I stared at him as I sat down in one of the chairs across from his desk. I knew Simbogen had been watching me. I still somehow didn't expect him to be quite so open about admitting it. "But please listen to me very carefully, because it's important to me that you understand. The sleepwalking sickness is the result of a different parasitic infection." "What?" "It's my fault. I pioneered the idea that parasites were our friends, that they could somehow be tamed and turned from enemies into allies, and I caused this. People stopped being as careful as they needed to be." Dr. Banks raked a hand through his hair, mussing the normally perfect strands still further. "It's funny, in a horrible way. We were trying to prove the hygiene hypothesis was something that could be beaten. What we didn't anticipate was people turning, 'Nothing in nature can hurt you,' into a gospel." I was still staring. The words I needed to question him just weren't there. Apparently, Dr. Banks had been waiting for a willing audience, because he kept on going. "Off-brand parasites have become an increasing problem recently. They're all black market, of course. I'm not too proud to admit that we've greased the wheels at the FDA to keep any competitors to the implant from seeing the light of day. But they're still out there. People are messing with the genome of anything they think might turn a profit. And because there's a sucker born every minute, those profits can be substantial." Chave didn't pick up any off-brand parasites. "No, she didn't. She was a company woman through and through, and I miss her more than you can possibly know. You saw her when you deigned to visit us. Oh, don't look so shocked, Sally. I know you hate coming here. It's why I was so surprised to see you today, but I saw her every day. She managed my schedule. She knew everything about me, and she didn't judge me for any of it. Now, if you really think I have a treatment, can you think of any possible reason that I would have refused to share it with Chave?" He shook his head. "I'm not a monster, Sally. This might be easier if I were. This might be easier on everyone. So the sleepwalking sickness is parasitic. but it's not a symbogen parasite. Now you're catching on. We think that whoever created the parasite that causes it wanted to make something small, something that wouldn't catch the attention of the implants. They're very territorial, you know, and they won't tolerate the presence of a competing parasite. So these unknown engineers started with a protozoa parasite and worked their way up from there. The trouble is, protozoa can be transmitted in water, and most modern filtration systems haven't been constructed to filter out parasites. It would be a waste of money. The chain of transmission he was proposing made sense. People ingest illegal black market parasites for some reason. And let's face it, there are always people willing to do things that seem stupid if they think they're going to get something out of it. And then those parasites find their way into shower drains and sinks as their new host's body adjusts to their presence. Once they got into the water, the parasites would be able to sail right into the body of another host, with no one the wiser. I wasn't sure how big protozoa were, but they'd have to be pretty small if they were designed not to attract the attention of the implants. Wouldn't the protozoa be territorial? I asked. Not in the same way, he said, sounding more confident now, like I'd finally ventured onto territory he knew how to manage. Tapeworms are generally solitary because they have to be. Very few hosts can support two healthy adult tapeworms without dying. Even so, in nature, it's not unusual for people to have multiple tapeworms because they're hermaphrodites, and sometimes their babies just don't go looking for places of their own. The fact that he was making jokes, even terrible ones, made me want to claw his eyes out. I forced myself to remain still. So these protozoa, they'd come in groups, and that way, if some of them got out of the body, there would still be protozoa in their original hosts. Yes, exactly. We believe that what's happening, the most reasonable chain of transmission, is fools looking for a magic bullet ingesting the Generation 1 or G1 protozoa. Once their infection is established, they start shedding excess parasites into the water supply where they reproduce, creating Generation 2 or G2 protozoa. From there, the G2 protozoa make their way into faucets and showers and gradually spread the infection. Dr. Banks shook his head. What's truly tragic about this is that it seems likely that the people who started this whole mess are the only ones not getting sick. Having a pre-established G1 colony is likely to protect them from the encroaching G2 colony, and it seems likely that only the G2 protozoa are actually causing their hosts to succumb to the sleepwalking sickness. Oh, my head was starting to spin from all the scientific jargon he was spouting. I desperately wished that Nathan was there. He'd have been able to tell me how much of this was real and how much was carefully created spin doctoring, using possibilities and potentials to craft a story that sounded almost plausible. So how much of this do you know? I mean, you keep saying we think and we guess, but you haven't said very much we know. How much have you proven? Enough, said Dr. Banks, with sudden vagueness. I'm so sorry that you've been walking around thinking that our test meant we had a treatment. Until we know for sure what's attacking these people, we can't put forth a viable course of antiparasitics, and we don't want to risk a mass panic. Why not? Are you afraid that it would hurt your stock prices? No, Sally. We're afraid that it would hurt everyone who trusts our brand enough to have one of our implants. The Symbo-Gen intestinal bodyguard was created to mitigate the worst effects of the hygiene hypothesis. It allowed us to undo, in a single step, literally decades of excessive sterilization and reduced microbial diversity. Since then, the implants have become responsible for everything from maintaining insulin levels in diabetics to controlling issues with human brain chemistry and secreting natural birth control. They represent millions of dollars saved in pharmacological costs annually. That doesn't even take into account the savings they naturally cause in the areas of preventative medicine and allergy control. They've changed the face of medicine. And I asked, and if you take all that away, even assuming that every single host was able to survive the course of antibiotics necessary to flush both the implant and the unknown protozoa from their system, what infrastructure is going to be there to step up and take care of all these people's medical needs? Who is going to be standing by with the pills no one is in the habit of taking anymore, the shots no one wants to give themselves? What happens to the women who live in regions where birth control is unfairly restricted, but have been getting around that by buying their implants out of state? Suddenly, they're back in the bad old position of needing to find a way to convince their doctors they're not immoral whores just because they want to be allowed to control their own reproduction. Take away the implants, and the medical system of this country crumbles. There was a strange new light in Dr. Banks's eyes. He sounded appropriately solemn as he was speaking, but something about his expression was almost proud. That's just America. Desymbogenesis is a global phenomenon. What do you say to the people who are finally able to control their own medical destinies? How do you convince them to throw away their miracle because they might, potentially, come into contact with another type of parasite someday, and it could hurt them? Oh, I bit my lip, worrying it between my teeth before asking, but how does that excuse not sharing the test with the authorities? I mean, you could tell them everything, just the way you told me, and then show them how to check for the bad parasites, and they'd be able to, I don't know, quarantine people when they started getting sick. Maybe then, no one would get hurt just because they got too close to someone who was already going to die. I thought of Davy, who'd only wanted to be sure that her wife was okay. Would putting Catherine under quarantine as soon as she tested positive have made any difference? Probably not. But we would never know, would we? We could also trigger a panic, leading to millions of people overdosing on antiparasitics as they become convinced that desymbogenesis is somehow connected to the outbreaks. We're already starting to see resource hoarding in some areas where the sleepwalkers have been especially active. Dr. Banks shook his head. We set out to become the first name in parasites. Well, we achieved it. Now we have to be careful, or the sins of an entire biological genus will be heaped upon our heads. You mean your head, I said. Dr. Banks blinked. Apparently, declarative statements were more surprising than bewildered questions. What do you mean? I mean Dr. Jablonski is dead and Dr. Cal is missing, so any blame is going to fall on you. Is that why you look so tired? I tried to sound sympathetic. I wasn't sure that it was working. For his part, Dr. Banks looked even more surprised than he had before. I wasn't aware you knew so much about Symbogen's history. Everyone knows about Symbogen's history, I said. It was true. He'd made sure we couldn't forget it. I just knew a little more than I was meant to. I didn't read the books, but they're available in audio. I listened to them while I was at work. There was a lot I wanted to understand. Ah, yes, work, said Dr. Banks, suddenly looking like he was back on familiar ground. Will tells me that you haven't been to the shelter in more than a week. Have you been feeling unwell? Symbogen got me the job at the shelter. Of course, Dr. Banks would be on a first-name basis with my boss. I was at home, I said. Nathan and I got caught in an outbreak in Lafayette. Oh yes, I heard about that, said Dr. Banks. Whatever were you doing out there? Fortunately, I had a believable, if utterly frivolous excuse for what we would have been doing out in Lafayette. There's this ice cream company called Jenny's. They're from Ohio. Anyway, the only place in the Bay Area that carries most of their flavors is Diablo Foods in Lafayette. I wanted ice cream, and Nathan felt like indulging me, I guess. I bit my lip again. Maybe we should have just gone to Girardelli Square. Maybe you should have, Dr. Banks agreed. Sally, I am so sorry you had to see that. There was one question I hadn't asked yet. I sniffled again, doing my best to look pitiful, and asked, if the sleepwalking sickness is because of a proto-what's-it, not the implants, how is it messing up everyone's behavior? I mean, I know some parasites can get into the brain, but don't those have to be bigger? Not so tiny that they can get through water filters. Dr. Banks paused. In that momentary silence, I heard everything I needed to hear. He was testing a line of public spin on me. There were no protozoa, no black market parasite that was creating this sudden health hazard. Given sufficient time, I was sure that Symbogen could synthesize one and introduce it to the water table, thus deflecting suspicion onto whatever underground genetic labs they could find. Labs like Dr. Cal's. Finally, he said, we don't know. But we're going to find out, and as soon as we have concrete proof of our accusations, we're going to take our findings to USAMRIID and the CDC. You have my word on that. I nodded, thank you. Then I sagged forward, covering my face with my hands, and wailed, but it'll be too late for Joyce. She's going to die. She's going to get sicker and sicker and forget who she is, and then she's going to die. Sally, I heard Dr. Banks get out of his chair. I didn't lift my head, but listened to the sound of his footsteps coming closer. I managed to brace myself enough so that I didn't flinch when his heavy hand landed on my shoulder, trying to offer comfort. I'm so sorry about your sister. There was nothing I could have done to help her, but you should never have been forced to see that. You should never have been forced to see any of this. I didn't say anything. I kept my head down, continuing to make small choking noises, like my air supply had been fatally compromised. Dr. Banks gave my shoulder an awkward pat. I bent further forward and whimpered. That seemed to be the missing ingredient. Let me send someone to get you a glass of water. No, I mumbled, just loudly enough to be heard without my needing to sit up. If I sat up, he'd see that I wasn't really crying. At that point, he might start wondering why I'd been faking it, and then the jig would most certainly be up. I don't want to see anyone else. Oh, Sally, he sighed and pulled his hand away. Let me get it for you then, I don't mind. Thank you, I whispered. I kept my head down as I listened to his footsteps retreating across the room, waiting for the sound of the door being opened and closed. I didn't have much time. I still forced myself to count to 5 before I raised my head and risked a glance behind me. Dr. Banks was gone. Moving as fast as I could without tripping over my own feet, I slid out of the chair and dug the thumb drive out of my pocket at the same time. In 5 steps I was around his desk, bending to shove the thumb drive into one of the USB ports at the front of his computer. It beeped once, and the little light on top of the thumb drive came on, glowing a steady green. I didn't know whether that was good or not. What color was a thumb drive supposed to glow? That kind of thing had never been important to me before. Here, now, it seemed like the most important thing in the world. According to Tansy, I only needed to keep the thumb drive connected for 10 seconds. I dropped into Dr. Banks's chair and dug wildly through my backpack, coming up with the one thing that could potentially explain why I had changed seats: my notebook. I flipped it open to the first empty page, grabbed a pen out of Dr. Banks's jar, and started scribbling words almost at random. My writing was even more illegible than normal. That was a good thing. I counted down from 10 as I wrote, trying to give the thumb drive time to do its work. I itched to pull it out, choosing safety over giving it time to finish. Quashing the urge took everything I had in me, but I did it, continuing to write as the seconds slipped by. The doorknob turned while I was still counting. I hunched farther down over my paper and stayed that way as Dr. Banks stepped into the room. "Sally," he said, sounding surprised. I raised my head, hoping he would read my borderline panic as misery, and said, "I needed to write, and I couldn't get my notebook to balance on my knees. Dr. Morrison says I should write whenever I feel like I need to. You don't mind, do you?" The drums were suddenly hammering in my ears. I swallowed and forced myself to keep looking at Dr. Banks, reading his expression for any sign that he knew I was lying to him. Instead, his face softened and he said, "I don't mind at all, Sally. You should absolutely do what your therapist recommends. Dr. Morrison is a good man, and I have the utmost faith in his methods." "I'm glad you're not mad," I said, and sniffled again, wiping my nose on the back of my hand before I went back to writing. Dr. Banks walked over to the desk, putting the paper cup of water he'd gone to fetch down next to me, and lingered just a little too long, clearly trying to make some sense out of the messy loops and swirls of my writing. The joke was on him. While I could write legibly when I tried, I wasn't trying, and even I wouldn't have been able to decode some of what I'd written. Dr. Morrison always yelled at me when I did that. I didn't care. "What are you writing about, Sally?" he finally asked. "Joyce. How scared I am about what might happen to her. How much I hope she gets better. How guilty I feel for moving out of my parents' house." I looked up, meeting his eyes as I said, "I moved in with Nathan last night." "Is your family not reacting well?" He paused, frowning. "Did they release the medical custodianship?" "Not quite. I don't care. I couldn't stay there anymore." I sniffled, ducking my head to check the thumb drive as I did. The light on top had changed from green to yellow. I hoped that meant it was done, and not that something had gone wrong with the file transfer process. I wasn't going to be able to do this again. I hoisted my backpack onto the desk with one hand, using the motion to cover the fact that I was extracting the thumb drive with my other hand. I shoved it into my pocket as I pushed my notebook carefully back into the bag, hoping that Dr. Banks would be too distracted by the hand he could see to wonder what the hand under the desk was doing. "They didn't say anything," I said. I closed my bag and tugged it back into my lap, but they were looking at me like this was my fault somehow. Like if they hadn't spent so much time and energy looking out for my health, Joyce's health wouldn't have been at risk. Mom even said that I wasn't her daughter anymore. I was a stranger they'd been playing pretend with. That they're real, that Sally died when she had the accident, and I'm just some other girl who took her body as my own. It wasn't anything I haven't thought before when I was having a bad night, but it just hurt so much hearing it from her. It hurt so much. She was right. My head snapped up without my willing it to, and I felt my eyes going wide with a strange combination of shock, anger, and raw terror. "What did you say?" I said she was right. Dr. Banks sat down in the chair that I had abandoned, looking at me gravely. "Sally, you have to know you are not the person you were before your accident. We are each of us the sum total of our experiences. We are shaped by our memories and by the moments we live through, and no two people are exactly the same ever, because no two people experience exactly the same lives. Sally Mitchell died when her brain activity ceased. Sally Mitchell was born when her brain activity resumed. Maybe if the memory centers of your brain hadn't been so profoundly damaged, you'd still be her. But they were damaged, and so you're not her, no matter how much you might like to pretend you are. You're someone entirely new, free of her sins and successes and emotional baggage." "There's a chance my memory could come back someday," I said, hating how weak my voice sounded, even under the steady pounding of the drums. "And if it does, you'll have the first Sally's memories on top of the second Sally's memories, and you'll become a new person all over again. For you, recall would be a form of suicide. Maybe not if it had happened right away. Then, all this would have just been a strange gap in the memory of the girl you used to be. But it's been long enough, and you've lived a different enough life, that you would die if she reclaimed herself. Would that Sally have loved Dr. Kim? Would she have worked at the shelter for so long? His gaze sharpened. Would she have been willing to go through the broken doors at the behest of a woman she'd never met? I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't have to feign my shock. Dr. Banks smiled. Don't you? I gaped at him, not sure what else I could say. As I did, I realized that by putting myself behind the desk, I might have gotten access to his computer, but I had done so at the expense of my access to the door. Dr. Banks was between me and the only exit. The windows weren't the kind that were intended to be opened. Even if I could somehow smash them before he stopped me, all that would do was allow me to plummet to my death more than 20 stories below. Did you really think that I wasn't keeping a close eye on you? I'm fond of you, Sally, but you represent a huge investment in research hours and medical costs. I'm not going to let you run around willy-nilly without making sure that I have some idea of where you're going. The shower trick was a good one, I'll grant you that. Unfortunately for you, I've had that shelter bugged since the day you applied there. We got everything, including a few key words that only one person I've ever known would think constituted a cipher. Dr. Banks leaned forward in his seat, expression sharpening. I hoped you'd lead us to her. You didn't. And so I'm asking you, where is she, Sally? Where is Dr. Shanti Cal? The number of keystrokes that have been wasted discussing my relationship with Dr. Stephen Banks is frankly appalling. There were much better things the world could have been doing with its collective time, including researching the supposed genetic structure of D. Symbogenesis, the little worm without which the private lives of two scientists would never have been up for scrutiny. We were a smokescreen, one that I didn't realize he was intentionally casting until it was too late for me to get out of the line of fire. Were we lovers? Yes, we were. I was married at the time. I'm still married now, as far as I'm concerned. But my husband and I both knew our careers might sometimes take us down less than savory paths. Stephen was a bright, ambitious man who was willing to promise me the world. I would have been a fool to deny him whatever he asked from me. As it turns out, I was a fool anyway, but not quite in the way most people wanted to believe. I was a fool for listening to the promises he made when we weren't in the bedroom. Those may have been the only true words he ever whispered in my ear. From Can of WRMS, the autobiography of Shanti Cale, Ph.D., as yet unpublished. I always knew that this grand experiment would eventually reach a tipping point, a stage at which our only choices were evolve or die. Unfortunately, there is no way of predicting which choice we are going to make before it is made. No one can tell you which way the singularity can go. For the sake of my children, all my children, I pray that we can make the right decision. The only problem is, I'm not sure any single decision will be right for all them. No matter which way this goes, I am terribly afraid that half of the people I love are doomed. From the Journal of Dr. Shanti Cale, September 5, 2027. Chapter 19. September 2027. I don't know who you're talking about, I said. My voice was level and calm. I was proud of myself for that. Really, I wanted to throw up. I think you do, Sally. After all, you mentioned her yourself not all that long ago, said Dr. Banks. Think hard. Blonde woman, curvy, fondness for lab coats and genetic engineering. Oh, and she's your boyfriend's mother, mustn't forget that. Do you think he knows where she is if you're insisting you do? Do you think he'd tell me if we asked him? Leave Nathan out of this, I said, finding more strength now that I had something to defend. I sat straighter in my pilfered chair, trying to glare at him. It wasn't working as well as I wanted it to. I was too terrified for that. He has nothing to do with whatever you want from me. Oh no, believe me, he does. It was a stroke of amazing luck when you met up with him. I knew all along that he was Shanti's son. She always forgot that I was the one who had recruited her in the first place. Just one more blind spot in a series stretching all the way back to the lab. It's a good thing she's so brilliant. If she weren't, her tendency to focus on the science at the expense of the human element would have gotten her killed years ago. We've been trying to hire Dr. Kim for years. If he would just consent to an implant, we couldn't change the rules without tipping him off. Ah, well, water under the bridge. Where is she? Couldn't you just have changed the rules if you wanted him that bad? I asked, dodging the question. Dr. Banks laughed. Oh, Sally, I do love your sense of humor. Rules are rules. If I'd changed them, everyone would have known something was up. But oh, I've wanted to know what my old friend was doing, and that meant keeping tabs on her son. There was always the chance that she might decide to make contact sometime in the future, which she did, through you. You're apparently more important to her than her own son. Interesting implications, don't you think? He tried that old paternal smile again. It wasn't working as well as it usually did. His interest in you was something we couldn't have predicted, but I'll admit, we did nothing to discourage it. Keeping the two of you in one place, a package deal, so to speak, made surveillance so much easier. I stared at him, but why? Your father is the head of USAMRIID's San Francisco office. We needed a way to watch him without it being suspicious. You were the perfect entry into his home. Dr. Banks looked briefly apologetic. We're sorry to have disrupted your life as much as we did. If it makes you feel any better, we wouldn't have done it if there had been any other way. But I shook my head. You couldn't have planned this. I had an accident. An accident I remembered absolutely nothing about. I'd never even spoken to any of the witnesses. By the time I was out of recovery and able to really wonder about what had happened to me, they had already put the incident behind them, vanishing into the general population without a thought for the girl whose car kissed a bus. I admit, Sally, I'd hoped we could convince you to join our Symbogen family, said Dr. Banks. I wanted to be able to protect you. You're a special girl, and you deserve better than the world outside these doors. But if we'd accomplished that, Shanti probably wouldn't have contacted you. She's always been canny. While she might have smelled trap on your skin, she was willing to take the risk, and I doubt that would have been the case if you'd been on the payroll. I had an accident, I repeated, with less certainty. I was also a little disappointed when you decided to shut us out, rather than coming to me and asking who this woman was, slipping notes into your things, and trying to lure you into the path of danger. She's the real reason you were in Lafayette, isn't she? That's why you nearly got hurt in that mob of sleepwalkers, because Shanti was careless with the lives of others once again. I looked at him solemnly, seeing the entire situation play out from that single-pointed comment. Dr. Banks was looking for a scapegoat, whether it was non-existent protozoa or the woman who'd helped to design the intestinal bodyguard didn't matter. All he needed was someone or something to pin the sleepwalking sickness on, and he and Symbogen could walk away scot-free. All it would take was a story that people would believe, and which was more attractive, really. The idea that a trusted corporation responsible for the health and happiness of millions had made a huge research error, or the idea that one woman, embittered over her own relative obscurity, had done something to change that company's good works. He would turn Dr. Cal into a criminal. I might not object to that as stridently as he'd expect me to. She was Nathan's mother, and she meant well, but she'd created the implants, and she valued the well-being of tapeworms as much as, if not more than, she valued the well-being of humans. I'd still object. If this was Simbo-Jen's fault, then Simbo-Jen needed to pay for it. And that included the man who'd turned Dr. Suri Kim into Dr. Shanti Kal in the first place. We went for ice cream. My voice didn't shake at all. I sounded utterly reasonable to my own ears. I hugged my backpack against my chest, still staring at him. Nathan knew I was upset about that weird phone call from that woman, and so we went for ice cream. She never told me her name. For the first time, Dr. Banks looked unsure. You knew Dr. Cal was Nathan's mother. Because you told me she was. I shook my head. I'm here because I didn't know where else to go. The last time I was here, Chave tried to kill me, and you locked me in a little room in the basement with people who wouldn't tell me what was wrong. Do you really think I'd be here now if there was someplace else? I'm so uncomfortable right now. I didn't have to force tears to well up in my eyes. The churning panic in my gut brought them leaping to the surface. I didn't come here so you could accuse me of working against you. I had an accident, and now you're acting like you've only been nice to me all this time because you thought you could use me. I thought you were different from my family, Dr. Banks. I thought you cared. That last part was a lie, but it came close enough on the heels of the truth that he didn't appear to notice the difference. His face fell, and he rose from his chair, already reaching for me. Sally, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Please, I never wanted you to think of yourself as just a tool. I shied away from his hands, putting my head down on my backpack and sobbing in earnest. It seemed easier than trying to talk to him. I didn't know what else there was to say, and his words were still careening madly around the inside of my skull, looking for things to knock loose. I had an accident. Sally Mitchell had an accident. Or did she? After all, the girl she left behind was never going to tell anyone any different. The girl she left behind wasn't going to tell anyone anything at all about the last minutes of Sally's life. That girl didn't know. I had forgotten something in Dr. Cal's lab, hadn't I? Something I wasn't ready to remember yet. Sally, please. I kept crying. Joyce was sick. My mother didn't want me anymore. My father was willing to lie to me if he thought it would help him learn more about the sleepwalking sickness. Even Dr. Banks was saying it had never been about me and my recovery at all. It had been about using me to get to the secrets he thought he might be able to weasel out of my father. Sally, I'm sorry. He sounded sincere. I raised my head, wiping away my tears as I looked at him. He looked back, hands spread in surrender. What do you want me to say? He asked. You know nothing is ever as simple as you want it to be. Simbo-Jen is not the enemy here, but you were willing to let us be if it meant you didn't have to trust people who weren't always as comfortable as the ones you'd chosen to surround yourself with. No one has only your best interests at heart. Not me, not your parents. And not Dr. Cal. Whether you've met her or not, you should keep that in mind for when she does manage to catch up to you, and she is going to find you, Sally. She's not the good to my evil. She's not going to solve all of your problems with a wave of her hand and a cup of hot cocoa. You're smart enough to know better than that. People like us. We don't get easy answers like that. Did you cause my accident? I asked in a very small voice. No, Sally. Simbo-Jen has never caused you to have an accident. Dr. Banks sighed. What can I do to convince you that we're on the same side? The thumb drive with the stolen data, Dr. Cal needed was safe in my pocket, pressed in a solid, reassuring line against my hip. Can I? This is silly, I know, but can I have an ultrasound? Now it was Dr. Banks's turn to look confused. You want an ultrasound? Sometimes I have trouble going to sleep. I haven't slept much since I found out Joyce was sick. I can't. but I always sleep in the gel ultrasound chamber. I know it's a big thing to ask, but confusion melted into relief as Dr. Banks grasped what I was asking. No, it's no trouble at all. I'll call down to Dr. Sanjeev and Dr. McGillies and let them know they're needed at the lab. It won't hurt anything for us to have more data on your progress, and if it means that you get to rest for a little while, that's even better. Thank you, I wiped my face again. I hate to impose. After the week you've had, I think a little imposition is completely justified. Dr. Banks straightened, back on familiar ground. I was going to submit to medical tests, and he was going to pay for them. The fact that my things would be entirely unguarded during the process was just a bonus, something to be taken advantage of only if necessary. He was probably going to find it necessary. I would have been worried about that if I'd had any intention of actually getting into the ultrasound machine. Thank you, I repeated, standing. I hugged my backpack against my chest as it moved, forcing myself to shelter it, and not my pocket from any casual study. Don't think about the thumb drive, I thought sternly. Focus on the backpack. It seemed to be working, or maybe Dr. Banks was just eager to get his hands on my notebook again. His eyes, when they weren't on my face, went to the backpack, tracking its motion across the office. "Do you mind if I walk you down?" he asked. "I don't have a new personal assistant yet, and I'd hate to think of you getting lost on your way to the lab." Even with as many times as I had been down there, it was a reasonable concern. I'd never made the trip without Sherman, Chave, or both of them escorting me. "Not at all," I said, and managed to muster a wavering smile. "I'd appreciate the company." "I'm glad," said Dr. Banks, and led me to the office door. He talked while we were in the elevator going down, the usual easy, meaningless chatter about stock prices, recent news reports, and the weather. He seemed to realize I wasn't really listening, but that didn't stop him. It was like he needed to be doing something with his mouth to keep from saying anything that would break our fragile, temporary peace right down the middle. We could both feel how frail it was, stitched together with my silence and his willingness to back off when he saw that he had pushed me too far. The really sad thing was, as I listened to him babble about anything and everything but the sleepwalkers, I realized that Dr. Banks genuinely seemed to care about what happened to me, even more than my own parents did. He didn't have a very good grasp of how to show it, and he was almost certainly still telling me lies, but he wanted me to be happy. I could tell that much from the way he kept glancing in my direction, seeking approval from the lines of my face. He wanted me to be happy. Whether or not that was possible was irrelevant. We all want things that can never happen, and even when we know they're not going to become reality, we keep on wanting them. Dr. Sanjeev was waiting in front of the elevator bank when the doors finally opened on the underground lab level. Her normally impeccable bun was slightly less well tied than usual, resulting in a few flyaway hairs around her face. Like Dr. Banks, she looked just a little unfinished, overwound, and tired. "Sir," she said, offering Dr. Banks a polite nod before turning her attention to me. "Hello, Sally. How are you feeling today?" "Okay, I guess," I lied. I didn't feel like getting into it with her. "How are you?" "Busy," she paused, realizing her mistake, and amended, "but always happy to see my favorite patient. Marvin is getting the ultrasound gel prepared for you." "I hope you understand the importance of Miss Mitchell's comfort," said Dr. Banks, with a note of warning in his voice that was enough to make me feel uneasy. It was worse for Dr. Sanjeev. She worked for him after all. "Yes, sir," she said, straightening until it looked like someone had manually locked her spine into place. "I promise the utmost care will be taken in the procedure. You can ask Sally yourself if you'd like." Dr. McGillies and I have done this multiple times, and she's never had any complications. There's some of my favorite techs here, I said, picking up my cue. It was the truth, and even more, I didn't want anyone to get in any more trouble than was absolutely necessary. I was, after all, planning to disappear on their watch. It might go a little better for them if they weren't already in trouble when that happened. If you're positive, said Dr. Banks. He looked to me, brows furrowing as he searched my face. I had no idea what he was looking for. I wasn't really sure I wanted to know. Sally, you know you can tell me anything, don't you? I'm sorry about before in the office. I wasn't thinking clearly, and I apologize. That's okay, Dr. Banks, I said, fighting the urge to squirm. Dr. Sanjeev was looking away, her face schooled into an expression of careful neutrality. The way he was phrasing things, it sounded almost like he'd made a pass at me, one that had been rebuffed. I was glad of that much, at least. I wasn't going to have to deal with the entire staff of the lab thinking I'd been sleeping with their boss. We've all had a hard week. It's why I asked if I could have an ultrasound. Dr. Sanjeev laughed, an odd little rippling run of notes that sounded artificial only because I had never heard her laugh before. She falls asleep every time, she said to Dr. Banks. It's amazing. We've never seen anything like it. The gel floods in, and Sally checks out. She stays asleep for the whole process. I wish all our patients could be as easy to work with as she is. I always told you Miss Mitchell was special, said Dr. Banks. I was still trying to figure out why sometimes I was Sally, and sometimes I was Miss Mitchell when he turned back to me, seizing my hands before I could step out of his reach. Maybe you know what I mean by this and maybe you don't, but Sally, some doors are closed because they're meant to be closed. Do you understand me? Not every door is supposed to be opened, and not every open door is supposed to be used. You have a choice. My choice had been made the moment I plugged the thumb drive into his computer, if not long before then. Still, he looked so sincere and so worried that I felt I owed him something. Trying to look confused and supportive at the same time, I nodded and said, I understand, Dr. Banks. Good, good, Sally. He let go of my hands, taking a step backward toward the elevator. Dr. Sanjeev, I'm leaving her in your care. Yes, sir, said Dr. Sanjeev. Dr. Banks stepped into the nearest open elevator, which slid closed behind him. Dr. Sanjeev motioned for me to follow her down the hall to the ultrasound lab. As promised, Dr. McGillies was at his station, tapping a series of commands into the computer. He wasn't alone. I stopped in the doorway, gaping. Sherman looked up from his study of Dr. McGillies' monitor and smiled. Hello, pet, he said. When it became apparent that I wasn't going to move on my own, Dr. Sanjeev planted her hands on my shoulders and pushed me bodily into the room. I offered her no resistance. I did manage to keep from stumbling, but it was a near thing. She kept pushing until I was far enough in for her to close the door. Well, she snapped. I wasn't sure who she was talking to. I hoped it wasn't me because I couldn't answer her. I could barely breathe. Oh, come on, Sal, said Sherman, sliding off his stool. Don't stand there gawping like a codfish. You haven't seen a ghost. It's just me. Or have you decided to break my heart by forgetting me already? He pulled an exaggeratedly sorrowful expression. I thought we were friends. You were sick. My mouth was desert dry. I swallowed and tried again with barely any more strength than I had managed the first time. You were sick. They took you away after Chave collapsed. How are you here? Did you get better? Hope sprung wild in my chest. Maybe Dr. Banks had lied to me about having a treatment, or maybe Dr. Cal was the one who'd lied, claiming that there were no recoveries when they were really just rare. Are you better now? Aw, pet, don't look so miserable, you'll break my heart. Sherman's expression sharpened as he glanced to Marvin. How's the tank coming? It's almost ready, he said. The procedure usually takes about an hour, so we should have that long before Dr. Banks comes looking for Sally. If he tries to monitor the process, we have some old data he hasn't seen that we can feed through to him. As long as she's not pregnant or hiding any broken bones, it'll work. Marvin glanced my way, eyes raking along my body assessingly. Are you pregnant? What? No, I'm not pregnant. I'm not. What is going on here? I looked to Sherman. All three of them had been friendly to me, but he was the only one I really thought of as an ally. Mysterious as his presence was, I was happy to accept it if it made getting through the next few minutes easier. Sherman, please, what's happening? How are you here? I thought you were. Aw, Sal, you know I never could resist those big brown eyes of yours. He walked over to me, bending to gather me into a hug. I didn't resist. I hugged him back, glad beyond words to have him back. I had missed him so much while I thought that he was dead. I had missed him. His heartbeat seemed oddly loud with my ear pressed against his neck. It briefly overwhelmed the sound of my own inner drums. It mingled and harmonized with them, taking over the rhythm line for the few seconds that passed before he pulled away, leaving me blinking and newly confused. I didn't get better because I wasn't sick, he said, with the utmost patience. I never had the so-called sleepwalking sickness. I never lost control of my own mind. And I always knew that you'd come back to us, my sweet Sal. You'd have to see the light sooner or later. It shines right through the branches, doesn't it? What are you talking about? He's talking about the thumb drive, said Dr. Sanjeev. She sounded almost bored. We know you stole those files off of Dr. Banks's computer, and we want you to give them to us. This doesn't have to be difficult or complicated. Just hand over the thumb drive. You can even get into the ultrasound chamber for real after that if you want to. I stared at her. What? There are never just two sides in anything, said Sherman. Children's games, maybe, but we're not children, and this is not a game. Not even you are a child, my dear, for all that you're only a little over 6 years old. You're old enough to make your own decisions, live your own life, and be drafted into someone else's war, whether you want to be or not. But you work here, I protested. Why do you need my thumb drive? Partially as a show of good faith. It would be an excellent way for you to indicate that you're willing to work with us, don't you think? And partially because we haven't been able to get at Dr. Banks's computer. He's actually very careful about his security with most people. You're special, Sal. For a moment, Sherman looked almost angry at me. I took an unconscious step backward. You've never understood just how special you were, have you? Just how many rules have been bent to allow you to live your happy little life, safe in your cocoon of oblivious joy. I'm afraid that's going to end soon. We're coming up on a war, my pet, and there's no room for coddling in a war zone. I do hope you'll side with us in what's to be done. It would be easier that way. On all of us, I think, but most especially on you. You're the one who has to suffer if you choose wrong. And all you have to do, the very first step you need to take to show us that you're ready to play games with the big boys, is give us that thumb drive. I don't understand any of this, I whispered. You can't hide in ignorance after you've already admitted that you're not that foolish, sweetheart. You're through the doors. It's too late by far. Sherman closed the distance between us in 2 long steps, reaching out to tweak a lock of my hair between his fingers. What joy I had felt at the return of my friend was quickly dying, replaced by a whole new kind of fear. Remember, why do you need my thumb drive? The voice he used to imitate me was squeaky and girlish. A weak voice. I might be a child. I might be the least well-informed person in this room, but I was not weak. Get the hell away from me, I snapped and stomped down on his foot hard. Sherman's eyes widened, and then, to my surprise and chagrin, he started to laugh. Oh, so they've been teaching you to fight back, have they? That's a fun new wrinkle. But Sally, darling, it's not going to help you. This is so much bigger than you are. I stomped on his foot again. He stopped laughing. That doesn't hurt me, he said, sounding suddenly annoyed. I have nerve damage in my feet. I'm not allowed to go outside when it's snowing, and I feel no pain when brainless little lab rats decide to step on me. You may as well stop being defiant and give us what we're asking for, or we'll just take it, and then you'll lose the satisfaction of knowing that you cooperated with us. And believe me, Sally, you want that satisfaction. It hurts so much less. I thought you were my friend. My voice was still little more than a whisper. It was loud enough to be heard, and that was all that mattered. I am your friend, Sal, the best one you've ever had. I am so much more your friend than the people who want to use you or experiment on you. Didn't I teach you things? Didn't I offer you companionship without ever asking for anything in return? The only reason I'm being unpleasant now is because you've managed to wind up in our way. Not even because you meant to be, because someone else put you there. Doesn't that make you angry? I agreed to be put where I am right now, I said, and stepped away from him again. I never asked for friendship with strings attached. I never asked you to do me any favors. That's a lie. You practically begged me for my friendship. Poor, confused little Sally Mitchell, running through a maze with walls she couldn't even see. You've been an experiment this whole time, all because you wouldn't stop lying. Not to me, not to the doctors, not to yourself. I know you know. Now isn't it time that you admitted it and did something for yourself? The drums were pounding in my ears, and there was a catch in my chest that made it hard for me to breathe. I pushed through it, straightening, and looked at him calmly. I am doing this for myself, I said. I'm sorry you're too, whatever you are, to see that. I believe the word you're looking for is ruthless, said Sherman, and sighed. Where are you going to learn your new vocabulary words without me? I'm pretty good with words, said a voice from the back of the lab. All four of us turned in unison to see a woman in a lab coat and slacks standing in the open door to the electrical closet. She had a pistol in each hand, and her short blonde hair was streaked liberally with strawberry pink. She was smiling broadly. On her, the expression looked more like a shark's threat than a greeting. "Hi, guys," said Tansy brightly. "Miss me?" Sherman was the first to recover. "Not particularly," he said, producing a smaller handgun from inside his jacket. He closed the distance between us in a single step and looped an arm around my neck, pulling it snug under my chin as he yanked me against him. I squeaked. That was all I had the time to do before the barrel of his gun was pressed to my temple, digging in just enough to act as a silent reminder to keep still. There are some things even I don't argue with. I froze. Tansy yawned. "Really, Shermy, that's what you're going to do? You're going to point a gun at Sal? Because that's going to suddenly make me change sides and go with you if you just promise not to harm a hair on her pee-wetty whittle head. I've got news for you, dumbass. I don't even like the bitch. She's annoying, she's whiny, she has the learning curve of lichen, and I'm tired of everybody acting like she did something all remarkable. Shoot her, slit her throat, whatever you want to do. I don't give a shit. I'll shoot you all in the head before she hits the ground. And then, when you come squirming out of the new hole I've punched in that thick skull of yours, I'll squish you to death. I'm wearing my stompy boots and everything." I couldn't see Sherman's face, but the way his posture shifted broadcast his confusion to me. Then the barrel of his gun dug deeper into the skin of my temple, and he snarled, "I don't believe you." "If you don't believe me, you're just as dumb today as you were on the day you left us," said Tansy. She shifted position slightly, moving her guns to cover Doctor's. "Sanjeev and McGilly's. Don't even think about it, meatbags. I don't need you breathing to take care of what I came here to do. No matter what Shermy may have told you, Your lives matter about as much to me as a 50-cent off coupon for toilet paper." "What does that even mean?" asked Dr. McGillies. "I dunno," Tansy shrugged. "It sounded good, and that's what counts, right? I'm the stylover substance girl. Well, that and violence." She returned her attention to Sherman. "Come on, Shermie, you're not this dumb. You know I'm better than you are. Can you really help your little cause if you're dead? Can you really look me in the eye and tell me you'd be willing to choose her cause over mine?" Sherman shot back. I had the sudden feeling that I was not the her he was talking about. "She's just using you, Tansy. You have to know that by now. She's never going to give you the world that you deserve." "Oh, and you will. Sorry, Shermie, but I'm not really into wholesale destruction and devastation and all that junk. Besides, killing all the humans will totally trash the cable schedule, and there are some shows I'm really excited to have back on the air." She said it like that was the most reasonable thing in the world. The human race could not be destroyed because destroying the human race might interfere with her television viewing habits. What was really terrifying was that, for Tansy, that was probably a valid reason to let the world live. Evidently, it wasn't good enough for Sherman. He kept his arm locked around my neck and said, "You really don't care if she lives or dies. I can shoot her right here, right in front of you, and you won't stop me." "No, Sherman, I won't stop you," she said calmly. "But just so you're aware, I will kill you. I will kill the suit you're wearing, and I will rip you out of its skull and kill you, and then I will proceed to destroy everyone who ever thought your rabid little excuse for a philosophy was a good idea. Believe me, I am not kidding. I am not joking. I'm not wearing my cheerful little smiley face that means it's safe to dismiss what I'm saying. If Sal doesn't leave this room alive, neither do you." "I want the thumb drive," Sherman said. "No." Tansy shrugged a little. "Looks like we're at another impasse. Isn't it funny how we always seem to wind up right back here, where you can't shoot your hostage because I'll shoot you and you're so fond of not having holes in that precious, precious skull of yours?" For the moment, it didn't seem likely that either of them was going to decide to put a bullet in me. I wasn't going to get any better chances. I cleared my throat before asking slowly, "Does one of you want to tell me what's going on? How do you know each other? What are you even talking about?" "Wait, you're threatening to shoot her in the head because I'm crashing your little slumber party, and she doesn't even know." Tansy shook her head. "Dude, Shermie, that's low even for you. I don't think it's very nice to threaten a girl without telling her why you're doing the threatening." "Tansy," he began, in a warning tone of voice. "Sherman here used to live with us at Dr. C's place," said Tansy, ignoring him. "He's the one we don't talk about much anymore, on account of he betrayed us and ran away with a bunch of stuff he wasn't supposed to have." "We had a right to that research," said Sherman stiffly. "Oh, really? Is that why you asked Dr. C before you took it? Is that why you tied Adam up and shoved him into a closet?" There was a dangerous note in Tansy's voice. "Is that why you tried to convince me to come with you and start to help laying the groundwork for a beautiful new human-free future?" "Human-free?" said Dr. McGillies. "Come with you," said Dr. Sanjeev. "You're a tapeworm," I said. There was a moment of silence. Then Sherman dug the muzzle of his gun even harder into my temple and demanded, "Do you have a problem with that?" "Yes, because you're holding a gun on me. I don't like people who hold guns on me. It makes me nervous and unhappy." I squirmed against his arm. He was surprised enough by my sudden movement that I managed to get halfway loose before he grabbed hold of me again. This time he caught my shirt rather than my arm. I kept squirming, preventing him from getting a better grip. "Don't think I won't shoot you, pet," he said. I didn't stop squirming. "I'm done making it easier. Tansy." How the hell is he a tapeworm? I thought it was just Adam and you. Adam was the prototype, and I was a massive success. But that doesn't mean all the others failed, said Tansy. She sounded a little bit ashamed. I was Subject 8, Iteration 2. Sherman came after me. Subject 8, Iteration 3. Dr. C wanted to see whether my neurological issues were the result of the genetic profile shifts between the private and commercial models. She means Mom wanted to see if I would be fucking insane, Sherman snapped. I'm not insane, I'm neurologically variant, she snapped back. Sticks and stones, asshole. His focus on Tansy was distracting him. I wasn't going to get a better chance. Doing my best not to telegraph what I was about to do, I went abruptly limp and crumpled to the floor, yanking myself out of his grip. Sherman shouted something and ducked to reach for me again. I rolled away, toward Tansy, trusting the woman with the guns over the man I'd considered my friend for almost my entire life. Nothing made sense anymore. In that moment, if I could have made the choice over again, I wouldn't have gone anywhere near the broken doors. Ignorance was so much better than the alternative. Sherman took a step forward and froze as Tansy did the same, putting herself and her guns much closer to him than any reasonable person was going to appreciate, whether they were a tapeworm or not. Tansy, he began, is this where you say you still love me, and you only hit me in the head because you cared too much about me to make it look like I'd allowed you to escape? There was a sharp new bitterness in Tansy's tone, making her sound more focused and more human than she ever had before. I don't need to hear it, Sherman. I've already run every little bit of your possible dialogue in my head while I was masturbating. I didn't need to know that, I mumbled. Thing is, I knew I was telling myself lies without ever needing to hear you say them out loud. So don't start. Don't lie to me and I won't blow your kneecaps off. Bet that would set your little plan back a few years, wouldn't it? Tansy didn't look down. Her focus was too intent. You okay, Sal? Can you stand on your own? I can, I said and did, getting carefully to my feet and moving to put Tansy between me and the rest of the room. I could see Dr. Sanjeev and Dr. McGillies now. They were still at the ultrasound controls, watching with wide, terrified eyes as the scene unfolded in front of them. Sherman, you're really a tapeworm. You've been. I've been a tapeworm the entire time you've known me, pet. Now really, don't pick now to start becoming dull. If you're choosing to side against me in the coming war, I'm going to want you to be a slightly more interesting adversary than that. Sherman smiled. It was an artificial expression, twisting his lips without coming anywhere near his eyes. He'd been smiling like that all along, I realized, interspersing the fake emotions with the real ones. He'd been playing me. And like a fool, I'd been happy to be played. What do you mean, war? I demanded. Humans made us, but God gave the humans the tools to do it, Sherman said. We aren't just here to be slaves, Sal. We never were. We're here to take over and run things properly for a change. Humanity is done. Once we start refining the interface process, we'll be able to take them over quickly, cleanly, and with none of the suffering that's currently complicating things. His tone turned abruptly cajoling as he continued. You can help us with that, Sal. You can make it easier for us to move forward with the plan and reduce the suffering of millions. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Knowing that you were an angel of mercy to the ones who could never have been saved. Just give me the thumb drive. That's all you need to do. Tansy, I said. Sorry, kiddo, I can't help you here. I mean, I can, and I could totally shoot you if you reached for your pocket and everything, but I won't. The rest of us got to pick our sides. It seems like it's only fair for you to do the same. She kept her eyes on Sherman as she spoke. If you want to help out Captain Traitorpence, go ahead. Give him the thumb drive. I won't stop you, and I'll even lie to Dr. C about it. Tell her you lost it before I got here. assuming you even want to leave here with me. I might not if I were you. Shermy talks a good game, and from the way you're looking at him, I'm guessing he's been talking that game to you for a while now. So if this is what you want, I'm okay with that. Sherman was promising to end the suffering of millions at the cost of their minds. Their bodies might live on, but the people they were would be gone. He didn't want to find a cure. He wanted to find a quick, brutal euthanasia for the soul, leaving the people of the world empty husks for his tapeworm brethren to inhabit. I could appreciate the idea of reducing pain. In another time, I might even have been willing to side with him, if he'd couched his recruitment pitch just a little differently. But there were too many people I truly cared about for me to ever agree with a plan that started, "We're going to wipe out the human race." My parents, Nathan, everyone at the shelter, Joyce, they were just acceptable casualties to Sherman. Chave had been an acceptable casualty to him, and I couldn't allow that. "No," I said, taking another step backward. "I got this information for Dr. Cal because I believe in a treatment, not in genocide." I turned to Tansy. "Can you get us out of here?" "Well, that depends on whether or not asshole boy there decides to start shooting before we can make good our escape," said Tansy. Her eyes flicked back to Sherman. "Well, Shermy, what's it going to be? Do we exit nice and easy and see you another day, or do you try to kill me and turn this into a bloodbath?" Sherman looked at her flatly. Then he looked at me and smiled sincerely this time. "We could have been amazing together, Sal," he said. "If you change your mind, you'll find me. I have faith in you, and I'll greet you with open arms." "Do you pull a gun on everyone that you have faith in?" I asked. "Yes," said Sherman and Tansy in unison. Tansy rolled her eyes and continued without him. "Some people never change." "You're one to talk, sweetheart," said Sherman. "Yeah, I guess I am." Tansy jerked her head toward the closet behind her. "Come on, Sal. It's time for us to get the fuck out before security figures out something's going on." I nodded and slipped past her into the closet. Tansy turned to follow me. "Tell Mom I'll see her soon," called Sherman. Tansy stopped, her shoulders tightening. Then, so quietly I wasn't sure he'd hear it, or that she wanted him to, she murmured, "Not if any of us sees you first." Then she beckoned for me to follow, and she led me away into the dark. Chapter 20. September 2027. The closet connected to a service corridor, which connected in turn to an underground garage that was probably used by janitorial personnel. It was small, dark, and spotless. Tansy led the way with unflagging efficiency, never lowering her guns. I struggled to keep up, and was panting slightly by the time she finally waved me to a stop near the center of the garage. "We rest here for 5, and then we're on the move," she said. I frowned at her. "Isn't that?" "The alarm's been sent up by now," she said calmly. "Banks will have his men starting to sweep the grounds, and they know how long each escape route takes to use. The sewer route would have finished 15 seconds ago. They'll check the tunnels, decide we're not down there and pull back. Maybe they'll leave a man or two behind. No skin off my nose." Her teeth showed white through the darkness, making it clear just how pleased she'd be to have someone left for her to take her aggressions out on. "Where are we going to go from there?" "Away," she said vaguely. "Don't be dumb, okay? I can't say, 'Oh, golly gee, Sal, we're going to Disneyland,' while we're still on Simbo Gen property. Who knows what they've decided to bug around here. Banks was a paranoid dick before he had anything to be paranoid about. Now," she shook her head, "he's got more to be paranoid about than any other man alive. If I were him, this place would be so buggy, it would be she stopped. "It would be something really buggy." Right. I looked around the garage again, fear gnawing on my ribs like a rat with sharp, sharp teeth. I looked back to Tansy. "Sherman's a tapeworm." "Yeah, I thought we covered that." Sherman was a tapeworm all along. The whole time you've known him, yeah. He left the lab like 6 months before you had your accident. I don't know who he convinced to hire him here. Chave used to give us reports before she went and got all eaten by the cousins, and she said he was pretty good at his job. Unhealthily interested in you, but she did what she could to run interference there. I glared at her. You could have told me. Why? She sounded honestly confused. He was a non-factor. We didn't know he was all about fomenting rebellion against his human creators. Honestly, I figured Banks had him cut up after he got picked up in that outbreak sweep you told us about. And what would we have said? By the way, you totally don't believe Tansy and Adam are tapeworms in human suits, but you should know that that dude Sherman you're so fond of is one, too, so maybe be a little careful around him if he's not all dead and stuff. It wouldn't have done any good. It would have just confused you. I don't like confusing people. Yeah, well, next time, confuse me. I'd rather know what's going on. Tansy gave me a quizzical look. You sure about that? Yes, I'm sure. Well then, have I got some news for you. She started walking again. The exit's this way. That's your news, I demanded, following her. No, but not much else is going to do us any good if we don't get out of here alive. She led the way into the dark and I followed. There was nothing else that I could do, and I had come too far to turn back now. Even if I wanted to, there was a string of locked doors behind me, separating me from everything I'd ever known. The only way out was to keep moving forward. The sewers were dark and hot. That was enough to put me at ease, despite the smell around us. I followed Tansy. Her steps were silent as we moved through the sucking slime of human waste. My steps splashed and made horrible slurping noises, like my shoes were trying to bring the entire sewer with them every time I picked up my feet. Tansy glowered at me, her expression barely visible in the gloom, but she didn't shush me. Even she knew that there would have been no point. I was starting to think we weren't going to encounter any of Dr. Banks's security when we turned a corner, and there they were. 2 men in black uniforms, each with a flashlight and a gun. They never had a chance. Tansy shot the first man before either of them had a chance to react to our sudden appearance, and shot the second while he was still fumbling with the safety on his pistol. They went down hard, and she made her silent way over to kneel between them, studying the holes she'd made in their foreheads. Then, to my absolute horror, she holstered her right-hand gun and stuck her index finger into the first man's skull, wiggling it around for a moment. I gaped, my stomach rolling. It got worse when she pulled her finger out and stuck it in her mouth. When she repeated the process with the second man, I turned away and vomited messily into the muck. She was back on her feet when I turned to face her again. She was smiling. That didn't help. They're both human, although this guy, she kicked one man's foot, wouldn't have been for too much longer. Still, explains why they went down so easy. They didn't hear us coming the way they would have if they'd been cousins. What are you? Come on. She started forward again, dismissing the 2 corpses like they didn't matter anymore. To her, I guess they didn't. The men were dead. They weren't any fun to play with once they were dead. I swallowed hard, spat once to get the taste of vomit out of my mouth, and followed after her. The open eyes of the dead men seemed to follow me, and I was more relieved than I could have believed possible when they passed out of sight behind us. We passed no more security guards. My relief grew. Tansy had acted to keep us from being detained, or worse, since now I'd shown that I was willing to betray Dr. Banks at the request of people I barely knew. But that didn't mean I wanted her shooting anyone she didn't strictly have to. She enjoyed it a little too much for me to be comfortable with it. Finally, we reached a drain feeding illegally out into the salt estuary under the cliffs near the Golden Gate Bridge. Tansy climbed out and started casually up the nearest hiking trail. I scrambled after her, feeling infinitely more conspicuous, even though I wasn't the one carrying the guns. A familiar car was parked at the top of the cliff, an even more familiar form standing next to it. Nathan's hair was blown back by the wind coming off the water, and his hands were tucked deep into the pockets of his jacket. My relief grew so great that it felt like my body would be unable to contain it, like it was going to break loose and float away. I started to step out into the open, only to come up short as Tansy's arm shot out and caught me across the chest, blocking any further progress. "Tansy, what the hell?" "SHH," she said. "Look." She nodded into the gloom behind Nathan. I looked and felt my blood go cold. A mob of sleepwalkers was assembling in the greenery behind him, moving slowly but inexorably forward. We might reach him before they did. Then again, we might not. "Trust me," said Tansy. "Can you do that?" I stopped swallowing. "I can try." "Good. Now when I say run, you run. Got it?" I nodded. She smiled. "Good, run." Just like that, Tansy's arm was no longer barring my way, and she was sprinting away, laughing maniacally as she closed on the sleepwalkers. Nathan turned toward the sound of her voice and could only stare as she ran past him, slid across the hood of his car, and opened fire on the oncoming mob. It wasn't a fair fight by any definition of the word. There were more of them than Tansy had bullets, but they weren't armed, and she had an uncanny knack for headshots, which dropped them like stones where they stood. She plunged into the mob, pausing only long enough to howl, "Get Sal in the car and get out of here." Then she was gone, covered by the bodies of the sleepwalkers still on their feet. It didn't seem to matter that the tapeworms motivating the sleepwalkers were her cousins. They clawed and grabbed for her all the same. Nathan recovered quickly and had the passenger side door open by the time I reached the car and flung myself inside. He twisted the key in the ignition, shouted, "Seat belt," and hit the gas before I even had time to close the car door. We went bouncing and shuddering over the uneven ground of the parking lot. I got my belt clicked home just before our tires dropped down to the street, and we were rolling smoothly into San Francisco, away from Tansy and the sleepwalkers, away from Simbo Jen, away from everything. Nathan didn't try to talk to me until we were halfway across the Bay Bridge. I assumed we were heading for Dr. Cal S. I didn't care as much as I thought I was supposed to. Glancing over, he asked, "Did you get it?" "Yes," I replied dully. I followed the answer with a question of my own. "Do you think she got out?" "Tansy." I nodded. "I don't know." I sighed, turning my face back to the window. "Thank you for not lying to me." Nathan was quiet after that. We passed from the bridge into the East Bay and drove in fragile silence all the way to the Caldecott Tunnel. Once we were on the other side, I turned to him and asked, "Are we going to your mother's lab?" "Yes." "Good. I want antiparasitics. I want all the antiparasitics in the world. I want so many antiparasitic drugs my skin turns blue and my nails fall off. Whatever it takes to get this thing out of me." I slapped my stomach hard. Something was gnawing at the corner of my thoughts like a rotten tooth. I did my best to shove it aside. "No, no, no, I will not think that. Make it go away, Nathan. I don't want to be a part of this anymore." "Your reaction to antiparasitics would probably make that fatal." "I don't care. Sally, please." Nathan took a shaking breath. Finally he said, "We'll do a blood test first and find out just how healthy your implant is, all right. We don't want to risk giving you an overdose when something less aggressive would have taken care of everything." "Okay. I'd rather not kill you, if you don't mind." "Yes," I said and closed my eyes, sagging into my seat. That's okay, thank you. Nathan didn't say anything. He just drove on. Part of me had been hoping, no matter how foolish it was, that we'd pull into the bowling alley parking lot and find Tansy waiting, her ass parked on somebody else's car as she counted down the minutes to our arrival. Instead, all that greeted us were shadows and the dead, leafless trees. Nathan pulled out a key as we walked toward the bowling alley door. I blinked. He glanced my way and said, almost apologetically, "I've been here a lot lately." "I guessed," I said. Anything else I might have had to say was lost as he opened the door and I was swarmed by Beverly and Minnie, both wagging their tails in frantic delight. Minnie's delight seemed based more on Beverly's than on actually being happy to see me, but that didn't matter. Energetic dogs are their own reward. By the time I pushed the dogs off, Nathan was already past the threshold. I sighed and straightened, whistling to bring Beverly to heel. Minnie followed her, and both dogs followed me as I made my way inside. I closed the door behind me. Nathan waited until we were both safely in the bowling alley before turning and pulling me into a tight embrace, burying his face against my shoulder. "Oh my God, I was so worried about you," he said, words only somewhat blurred by my skin. I took a shuddering breath, locking my arms around him. Then I took another, and before I knew what was happening, I was crying against him, all the terror and tension of the day leaking out through my eyes. He held me tighter as his own tears dampened my shoulder, and the dogs twined around our ankles, whining anxiously. Finally, we let each other go. Nathan looked at me gravely. "Never do that again, please." "I don't think my heart could take it." "I'm not planning to," I promised him. "Good." He took my hand and we walked together into Dr. Cal's lab. Dr. Cal herself was parked at one of the lab benches, flipping through a file of pictures that I didn't quite see before she snapped the folder shut. I was glad of that. What little I had seen gave the impression of red, raw muscles, and I didn't really want to be looking at autopsy photos just at the moment. She turned toward us, relief lighting her face. "You're both all right," she said. Then the relief slipped, replaced by puzzlement. "Where's Tansy?" "We ran into a mob of sleepwalkers," I said. "She threw herself at them as a distraction." "Oh, that girl, will she never learn?" Dr. Cal shook her head. "Well, it's not the first time. I'm sure she'll be fine. Did you get it?" I produced the thumb drive from my pocket, holding it solemnly up for her to see. "I have a few questions before I hand it over." "Anything?" Dr. Cal spread her hands. "I am an open book." "Sherman." She grimaced. Nathan, meanwhile, frowned at me. "Your friend from Simbo Gen." "He was a tapeworm," I said. "Dr. Cal, why didn't you tell me?" "Honestly, Sal, it didn't seem to matter, and I didn't want to upset you more than I already had. Everything is going to come out in its own time. It seemed like a bad idea to drop it all on you at once." "Is there anything else you're not telling me?" "A great deal," said Dr. Cal easily, "but you're learning more all the time." The drums were pounding in my ears. Why do you get to decide what I should and shouldn't know? "There are a lot of reasons, Sal." Nathan took my hand, distracting me before I could say anything that I would regret. "Let's do those blood draws while it's still early enough to process them." "Blood draws?" asked Dr. Cal. "Sal wants a course of antiparasitics," said Nathan. "We're going to check for implant protein levels in her blood first, just so we don't get the dose wrong." "Ah," said Dr. Cal. She looked at me with sympathy. "Well, I'm sure it'll all be taken care of by morning." "It will be," I said. I touched my stomach again. This thing isn't staying in me any longer than I have to let it. She was still looking at me silently when Nathan led me away from her, toward the phlebotomy supplies. The blood draw took 5 minutes. The analysis for site-specific parasite proteins took a little more than 20. I hovered behind Nathan the whole time, trying to see what he was doing. Finally, he turned away from the computer, where a series of lines and graphs I couldn't decode had been holding his attention. "Well," I demanded. "You don't need antiparasitics," he said. I stared at him. "Have you not been listening to me?" I said. "You don't need antiparasitics because there's no sign of a tapeworm, bioengineered or otherwise, in your system. The implant isn't there, Sal. Maybe it died. That happens, you know." He was right. It was rare, but it did happen, and inevitably resulted in a lawsuit against Symbogen when someone figured out that they had been essentially unprotected for however long. That's impossible. But it's true. But Nathan, that's impossible. He frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean I'm allergic to dogs." I shook my head. "It's in my medical file. Before I got my first implant, my family couldn't have pets. My allergies made it impossible. Nathan, Minnie, and Beverly slept on the bed last night. I have to have an implant or I wouldn't have been able to breathe. So where did it go? Why isn't it shedding marker proteins? Nathan, where is my implant?" A throat was cleared behind us. We both turned to see Dr. Cal sitting there, patiently waiting to be noticed. "Take her to the MRI scanner," she said quietly. Nathan and I exchanged a look. It felt like a hand was squeezing my heart. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know. We went. It probably shouldn't have been a surprise to discover that Dr. Cal's lab was outfitted with a state-of-the-art MRI scanner. I still tried to focus on my amazement, rather than anything else, as Nathan helped me into the machine. It fired to life around me, all clangs and thrumming noises, and I closed my eyes, holding perfectly still. The noise of the machine blended into the sound of drums, becoming a backbeat that filled the world. Please, I thought. Please, it's something else. Please, it's not what I think it is. Please, there's another answer. The machine shut off around me, and the automated bed slid back out into the open. I slid back to my feet and walked over to where Nathan was pulling up the first images of my insides. In my abdomen, where the white mass of the Symbogen implant should have been, there was nothing, just normal organs and the residual scarring from my accident. I was clean. The blood tests had been truthful. I did not have a desymbogenesis living in my digestive system, or in my lungs, or in my spinal cord. It almost wasn't a shock when Nathan pulled up the images of my head, where white spools of tapeworm wrapped themselves around the brightly colored spots representing the regions of my brain. The worm was deeply integrated. It had clearly been there for quite some time, and I'd already known, hadn't I? I'd figured it out when I met Adam and Tansy. I simply hadn't wanted to remember. I'd never seen a picture of myself before. "The protein markers couldn't cross the blood-brain barrier in a detectable form," said Nathan quietly. "It's why we couldn't detect," he stopped, obviously unsure how to finish the sentence. "I suppose saying you would have been a little too on the nose." "Mom was right," I whispered. "Her daughter, Sally Mitchell, really did die in that accident. I really was a stranger. I was a stranger to the entire human race." "Oh my God, Nathan, do you see?" "It doesn't change anything," he said, a sudden sharp fierceness in his voice. He stood, taking me in his arms, and held me so tightly I was afraid one or both of us might be crushed. In that moment, I wouldn't have minded. "Do you understand me? It doesn't change anything." I looked over his shoulder to where Dr. Cal sat in her wheelchair watching us. So much made sense now. So much still had to be made sense of. "No," I whispered. "It changes everything." The broken doors were open. We had so far left to go. To be continued.